nothing wrong with your television set. Do not attempt to adjust the picture. We are controlling transmission. If we wish to make it louder, we will bring up the volume. If we wish to make it softer, we will tune it to a whisper. We will control the horizontal. We will control the vertical. We can roll the image, make it flutter. We can change the focus to a soft blur, or sharpen it to crystal clarity. For the next hour, sit quietly and we will control all that you see and hear. We repeat, there is nothing wrong with your television set. You are about to participate in a great adventure. You are about to experience the awe and mystery which reaches from the inner mind to 420. Smoke.
We've got to get moving. We gotta stay loose, you know? Let it cool. Let the coolness get into our vertebrae.
The world is flat. I'm here to ring the alarm with my puppet-like charm, straight from the barn. I'm talking about Flat Earth Farms, cause most don't know. They think we live on a globe, a ball that floats. So listen and take notes, and take it to a higher plane. Imagine yourself in all it contains, in all its glory, and Flat Earth Farms can take you there. Open your mind outside the box. No more staring at NASA's Photoshop. No more moon landings, no line to ya. No more people standing backwards in Australia. Just facts and pure truth, planning straight to the roots. Flat Earth Farms help you understand. A magical place on a wondrous land.
The world is flat, and that's a fact. Tell your friends next time you chat. Let them know a ball ain't that. Let's stay playing with the baseball bat. Cause we coming at the barn, a higher place, the Flat Earth Farms.
You've done this 1,000 times. And the show must go on. You've got to give the people what they want. Piece of cake.
Man, I'm just sitting back watching the pussification of this whole country. Can't say this, I can't say that. Shit, what the fuck can I say? When did y'all become so fucking sensitive, man? Lighten up. I'm just here to entertain you. And if that triggers you, well, then you're a pussy. Listen, it's a cold world, easier to play this shit safe. Knowing how the world gon' judge you if you make a mistake. These miserable fucking people so saturated with hate, they can't wait to pile it on someone else's plate. Like if I'm right with every word except for one in the song, they'll only focus on and judge me for the one that was wrong. Cancel this, cancel that, fucking welcome to America. The home of specializing in assassinating character. I hate it, I prefer going in guns blazing, annihilating anyone who's testing my patience. Ain't no room for pussyfooting in the rap game, and I'm drawn to controversy like a moth to a flame. And you little snowflakes better quit your complaining. Not racist, I'm just not too big on the Asians. Shit, I'm kidding you, idiot, but with no hesitation. These fuckers run with it and post it up on Twitter while saying that we'd be some sort of bigot for fucking making a joke. You're not woke, you're just sensitive and quick to provoke. So I'd like to invite you to suck my dick till you choke. Deep throat, pow pow, got your bitch in my scope. Everyone that I'm seeing is looking pussy as fuck. Go and cry about shit without even looking it up. So I'd like to thank my bullies all for making me tough, because it's looking like y'all ain't get bullied enough. Yeah, I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone, I'm all raw. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong. Because I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone, I'm all raw. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong. Easy does it, Webby, try to keep that temper in check. I'm going off like Terminator in the metal detector. Hit him with the blur like my memory gets from blowing benzos while I'm drinking. Yeah, I tend to forget, a devil's reject. Ever since a kid I've been a loser, but I dealt with it. It's called developing a sense of humor. Learn to laugh a little bit, this shit is good for your health. If you can't take a joke, you need to take a look at yourself. Shit, if I didn't have the haters, then I would probably withdraw. Shit, dog, honestly, I would probably miss y'all. Haters, really please, promise me you'll never quit, y'all. Here, I'll make fun of me with y'all. Here's my impression of Webby, no one's doper than me. I got the hairline of someone that's 10 years older than me. Sitting dissing politicians like I'm fucking sport fishing. Say I fucked their wives and daughters when I obviously didn't. And I'm pale year-round, summertime or deep winter. And I chew with my mouth open when I eat dinner. My liver has put up with plenty of cheap liquor and more drugs in a lifetime than Keith Richards. I used to work out, shit, I really was buff. Then I stopped working out, now I'm skinny as fuck. Like so skinny, when the wind blows hard I lose balance. So skinny, looking like I won a tapeworm challenge. It ain't that hard to laugh a bit at your own expense. Fucking just relax and shit. Smoke a joint, eat a Xanax, you bitch. This uptight bullshit's what I've had it with. If you're still mad after what you've listened to, then that's just a bitch in you. Suck a dick or two, ain't no fixing you. Fake woke can't take a gay joke. People that I'm spitting to, I am here to trigger you. Yeah, I came to drop bombs like Flex and I'm gone, I'm all raw. So try not to be so sensitive, y'all. If I'm not pissing you off, then I'm pissing you on. If you're not triggered at all, then I'm spitting it wrong. Fucking pussy.
Trigger.
Forget about it, Frankie.
I know the feeling you get of being this worthless. When things are so dark in my heart, but you only know what you see on the surface. If I ever pull back the curtains, then you would probably just see what berserk is. I can't stay here anymore, no, I gotta get out of this place and flee with a purpose. I've been deceiving the serpents, working, re-up and purchase. I'm from the land of the free, America, we love a circus. But I'm in these chains, just wanna go home, I don't wanna explain the drama that I'm in. I must have had coming, there's no way around it, my karma just came. I know what drama can do, I've been around it, if you rap you, I tackle you out of the blue, and drama can sue. Nature's a bitch, this environment is cruel, the violence ensues, and I know the rules. If I'm in a lose-lose, yeah, I take my lumps. But I ain't never going home, no way, knowing someone went and ate my lunch. I got no fear in the fight, I'll go and take that punch. I kept my spirit alive, they couldn't break that once. I dealt with the highs and kicks when I'm down that I felt in my side. I box and I ball, you were watching it all, cheering my fall, beware of my rise.
My aura is that of Moses in the Torah. 1989 on tour with Sepultura. Laugh about blasting Sabbath or acid, it's the anthem. Rest in peace, rock, I throw a tantrum. I'm the illest of bills, the realest of goons, the fucking savage. Pull out my dick and piss on your shoes. It's Jay-Z, Illuminati, Bohemian whole alien roles, Elohimian probes, real to reptilian skulls, straight crowds, so nobody know who really involved. So much angel dust in my blood, I'm nearly embalmed. Blotter, acid, Bobby Bronson, splatter, constant shockers. Shots of vodka, shot the spot up with a box of Mossberg. Step off of the plane, Switzerland slow. Always get paid, stepping on that Dominican blow.
1 million. He is very pleased with the quality of the shipments. They have done much to maintain peace in my area of the world. Will I be seeing him shortly? No, not likely.
Young sadist, the Iron Rabbi, selling crack invaders, space invaders. Uncle Howie cooked them, but he made them taste it. Under your futon, trying to pop your wig out. By the 69th precinct, dying to take a pig out. No interference, 36 buildings, all clearance. Shout out to Booker on the bus, 5 bitches for the earrings. That Gabby Hope, we cut these posters in the veggie dumplings. Sexually indictment, trying to cop the heavy something. Lord of detergent, black rabbi, feast of perversions. My lawyer's coked out, he a beast, cause it's always urgent. The mega shells, Bushmasters when the rocker sells. MK Ultra, gunfire and sulfur, trapping at hotels. Cocaine eggs, different colors, it ain't close to Easter. Trafficking around the dope spot next to Tony's Pizza. Got 1,000 faces, this is just one of many. 2020, my blood fetish is customary.
It's a great honor to be closely associated with Messiah. Proof that God doesn't pick good people. Are you not a good person? No, I'm very evil.
Stories of my demise have been reported. A mission sent for reconnaissance of the slaughtered. With disorder, I'm the prince of disorder. I'm a lava survivor without a mention of water. Your attempts have been thwarted, all attempts have been thwarted. My intentions of vengeance are engines for rigor mortis. Entrances of the aura, intentions of I recorded, but sentences written on the park benches I was brought up on. Lyrics shotted on my skin and blood written. Buzzing around in my head, shit I was bug bitten. Bedridden, drug smitten, in and out of love with them. It's like I found what I said inside a drug kitchen. Pitching Dominican blow with a boatload of cells. 2 bitches wired off the yak, they both from Brazil. Breath reeking of Soko, pussy Coco Chanel. Jesus hanging from my neck, hoping I don't go to hell. Another afternoon on a dog day. Word to God, I'm evolving the hard way. For you to fuck with me, stupid, that would be an odd play. How quickly we can turn this shit to bullets over Broadway. Car thief jumper, Nazi thumper, new school Archie bunker. Watch me hunker down and possibly be drunk again, dumb fuck, and beat the Liberace body boy punk up. I'm uncut.
Crime is money, that's the name of the game. Just get paid, nigga, fuck the fame. Lay back and smoke me a pound. Then I compose a furious sound. shy. Watch your back in these streets, do or die. And all I do is cash checks in. Wherever the money at, I'm headed in that direction. You should've known from the jump. Watch your body get blown from the pump. I don't sell crack no more, I sell bars. My 16's the price of luxury cars. Superstar in the hood, they love me. Never put a punk ass rapper above me. Put him beneath me, 6 feet deep. Fuck a rap battle, this is real street beef. Most definite, I'm the host wrecking shit. 1, 2, 1, 2, mic checking shit. Stop being greedy, jooks need a play too. Like that Russian told Rocky, I'ma break you. We 300 deep, wildin' in the club. Back pocket carrying black mask and glove. That's for the getaway, no face, no prints. No license plate, window dark tint. Thoroughbred nigga, you a mixed breed. I'm a V6 nigga,
Yo,
you a 6
homeless
feet.
veterans with limbs missing, innocent victims put into prisons. Parents is pill popping, fiending for government prescriptions. A man homeless, feet full of fungus, dying with gangrene. Sleeping in garbage with rats, sipping the bottle of Jim Beam. I put hatred on paper for pages. In this concrete jungle, we the animals, that's why they lock us in cages. Acquaintances and enemies acting like friends and fam, waiting to turn your body into the corpse of a dead man. Since I was a baby in the bib, my pop said most of the neighborhood murderers kicking it and playing cards in the crib. A good man, my big sister never preferred it. She grew up having crushes on gang members and men who have murdered. As a kid, life was my only teacher. I didn't play video games, I played chess with the Grim Reaper. I'm legendary, you just an imposter. The cops wanna mace me, I gargle mace like it's a spray of Banaka. True story, let me verbalize. My genetics is permanently polluted by poisonous government herbicides. Yeah, you don't want no parts of the war. I'm a bloodthirsty, hungry and starving, meat-eating carnivore. This New York City in your headset. You pussies leaving your pissy bed wet, begging and crying. Rugged man, is he dead yet? No.
No face, no prints. No face, no prints. No prints, no prints. No face, no prints. No face, no prints. No prints.
Cash on a Friday, it's payday. Motherfuckers don't wanna pay rate. Fuck around and lay your ass out with the AK. I love the way it's phrased, it's A-okay with that on pray. Chill man, you don't even own a gun. I'm just having a little homeless fun, but I'm not the homeless one. I need to get back to the lab, back to the booth. I know it makes you mad, but motherfucker, it's the truth. I'll go and knock it out like a jab to the tooth. I'll stab you on the roof, waiting for the train in the rain. I think I'm going insane. It's a service, but it never came. I think the T is playing games.
Every day's just the same shit, different toilet. Call it what you wanna call it, so people keep it calling. Picture this as I let you walk in my shoes, spitting my rap. All reality, never the crap. Watching my back, watching many people fall in the trap. Watching many people fall in the trap. Watching many people fall in the trap.
Yo, when I'm in the crosswalk, stop us like my hot cock. 4 cups just got the top blown off in a Seattle coffee shop. And my bills like fucking pop drops. I'm ready to speak about my crazy plan. You know the one when I never raised my hand. At the meetings I went to in Natick in Framingham, you'll hit it cause raise the man. I was on drugs when I made it, man. I get the small like a grain of sand. All it was that I wanted to make a band of nasty rap artists, and I made it, man. Real, recognize real was my crazy plan.
Every day's just the same shit, different toilet. Call it what you wanna call it, so people keep it crawling. Picture this as I let you walk in my shoes, spitting my rap. All reality, never the crap. Watching my back, watching many people fall in the trap. Watching many people fall in the trap. Watching many people fall in the trap.
Headed for your jaw, here we are, did it. Did it, did it, did it, did it, did it. Headed for your jaw, here we are, did it. Headed for your jaw, here we are.
cash on a
What's up, peoples? We're live. Sorry about the sloppy introduction. So how we doing tonight? Trying to get my shit together still. Who's in here? What do we got? Yeah, music for 20 minutes, Bobby Molly. That's what it takes to do like a 6-hour. When you want to do a live stream that lasts all night, don't be afraid to play 20 minutes worth of music. You know what I'm saying? Don't sleep on the late night, like it says on the back of the shirt. Don't sleep on the late night. It's not my problem if you guys are in a rush. I'm gonna be here all fucking night. I don't go to sleep. I never sleep. I'm too awake. Ciao, friend. Brenda Mitchell inspired Journey. Karen Ann Preston. Singeman was supposed to be here, but Singeman does not feel well tonight. Everybody pray for Singeman that he feels better. We got the random fan. I know who it is. Tom Budis. KDG. She's here. Okay. So how's it going? How's everybody doing? I have some stuff. I have some pretty cool stuff tonight. I really do. I know it doesn't seem like I do, but I do. So I don't know. I think it's time for everybody to burn up right now, and get ready while I get my shit ready, because we have all night. So here's another 20 minutes worth of music.
Wanna get high? Wanna get high?
There's a lot of opinions floating around these days, and I got my own. They may not be publicly acceptable, they may get me canceled, but it's my goddamn American right to speak them. And if you got a problem with that, suck my dick. In a world made for the weak, the meek, the beta males and the sheep, too soft for debate. If they don't agree, then they just block and try to censor whatever you speak. Only like minds on the timeline that they see. They anti this and anti that, so close-minded really, they just anti-facts. And you can show them the proof, but if it doesn't all align with their views that they've been programmed with from the news, then they don't want to hear it, or even fucking be near it. See, the truth is too much for their spirit, that's why they fear it. They try to tell me no, but fuck it, I'ma say it anyway. I've been waiting for the government to kill me any day. What the fuck, I'm not important enough? Must I talk about the vax, how they poisoning us? Or the Vatican and all the little boys that they touch? I'm not scared, shit, it's not like I'm avoiding this stuff. Yeah, the First Amendment still lives on through me and certain other motherfuckers who ain't on TV. We the last dinosaurs alive in AD. When we're gone, then you'll really know that freedom ain't free. But if everybody got to showing some balls, these agendas they've been pushing will be slow to a crawl. But y'all so fucking soft, obeying and going along, sitting there triggered over a song. I know the type, got a Black Lives Matter sign on the front porch, never had a black person in the house. Yeah, it's time to call them out. Virtue signal motherfuckers ain't about shit, they just running at the mouth with these pre-programmed points of view and these ludicrous facts. Asian hate, stop acting like you knew about that. If you need a safe space, there's some room in the back with fresh vaginal wipes you could use while I rap. Pussy, yeah, it helps them all sleep at night, knowing they signed a petition for equal rights for transgenders, talking like it's their fight, when in reality they never met one in their life. They don't donate or actually do nothing about it, they just sit there sipping Mountain Dew on their couches while they clapping for each other and circle jerking themselves, applaud the loss of freedom and cancel those who rebel. And I'm the bad guy cause I'm white and not gay, which means that I'm a bigot and discredits what I say. But I'd rather have some toxic masculinity than have an inner bitch in me, bitch, so suck a dick of 3. See, the algorithm's keeping you lost, and now you're caught in an echo chamber of your own thoughts. Let me talk while I can and speak to all my supporters before there's lawyers, threats, and gag orders. Cause nowadays that's the American way, with this false administration that has led us astray. They want the country to heal, but they don't spell with an A. What they mean is to obey and do whatever they say, but we tired of that. So when I'm here to rap, I got a duty to the people to bring light to the facts. Never see a day I'm taking it back. If I gave a shit, then I'd use a mask for wiping my ass. And when it comes to the shot, I don't care if you got it, why you care if I didn't? I'm not understanding the logic. Shit, it's such a hot topic, you can get them in malls. I just got my 8th booster, fucking round of applause. People scared to say it, so they just say nothing instead. So let me make myself clear so they don't twist what I said. Hell yeah, I'll get the shot, with a gun to my head. After they pull the trigger and they vaccinate me dead. Raw thoughts.
And I ain't no Democrat, I ain't no fucking Republican either.
These motherfucking raw thoughts.
I'm a free-thinking citizen of the United States of America, goddammit.
Raw thoughts.
And I've been seeing where this world's going, where this country's going, it makes me sick.
These motherfucking raw thoughts.
Fuck the New World Order. Take that vaccine and shove it up your ass.
Raw thoughts. Oh, y'all thought I was done? Hell no. This is Raw Thoughts. You know how we do. Line these motherfuckers up. It's time to get to work. Where should I start? Joe Biden, I guess. Old Yeller. Shit, I'm honestly surprised he hasn't died on us yet. You ain't a president, dog. Shit, you don't have to pretend. Come on, Joe. We all know that you ain't actually win. Yeah, them puppet strings holding you up. Weekend at Bernie's. Dementia really slowing you up. Should we be worried? You're tripping upstairs, then you're sniffing on hair. Someone go and get this geriatric man a wheelchair. And then you got his son making lots of loot from the Ukraine and blew it on prostitutes. So I snort a line of crack rock off the protective case up on Hunter Biden's laptop. So I'm typing in caps lock like, hi Fauci, I seen that mail leak, dog. Better get a better antivirus called a Geek Squad. The king of backtracks. Last time I seen that many wrong numbers was me when I failed math class. And Jen Psaki, I'm getting sick of that lying twat fire crotch. Always trying to tell me they'll require shots. But if it's shots that they want, I'll let them have it. If they knocking on my door checking my vaccine status. Andrew Cuomo, grabbing asses like the old days. Still had time to kill more old people than old age. We all hate you, judge and defame you. I speak for all Italians, we don't claim you. Injected Rachel Maddow with a fatal strain of mad cow. Walked her up a massive flight of steps and kicked her back down. Seeing news come out, make me wanna smack the dick right out of Anderson Cooper's mouth. So ask me, Senator, pass me the AstraZeneca vax. Your relative's dad, go and jab your stepmother rapid. Testing your ass when you have a temperature shit. We gone nuts, don't vax the messenger. Like Kamala Harris in Guantanamo Barrack. She's incarcerated so many people, I think it merits leaving her there to rot. She deserving of it either way. Just be sure you don't forget to go and throw the key away. Now you can call me insane, but Ted Cruz is actually growing on me. Wait, let me explain. Shot-wise, he's been freedom of choice, while also fighting for the First Amendment, which I need for my voice to get out. So no matter how bad that I wanna hate, I give credit where it's due. I know it's a hot take, but before I'm off the subject, wait, you still ugly. Shit, Arya Stark won't even wear your face. I'll impregnate Melinda Gates. She said my dick was great. I said shut up bitch, get back in the kitchen, fill my dinner plate. Then I liquidated Bill's estate, blew their house up with them in them, let them incinerate. Gathered up their ashes and slipped them into some vaxes. The FDA approved it and shipped it off to the masses. Had some side effects, but they ain't worried about that shit. Long as I ain't tell no one and pay my taxes. Get your vaccine, shoot up like 15. And don't forget to go collect your free Krispy Kreme. Go and get tested for fun to get a swab high. Cause there's nothing quite like huffing ethanol oxide. And Zuckerberg will try to censor my words. Jack Dorsey shadow banning, this revenge of the nerds. New rules trying to regulate life as it was. More mandates than gay night at the club. So I'm sorry that I had to come and stop the show before we all need a motherfucking shot to go anywhere. So someone had to come and rock the boat and say shit that even Tom McDonald won't. And I'm just one guy with the balls to say what I see, even if I sound off a ways. All I know is that we're way too lost to save. At this point, I could write a raw thoughts a day. Shit, but these are my opinions, and I'm allowed to speak them. You wanna get the shot? Do you? It's called freedom. You don't, then you don't. Stop forcing vaccinating, cause to me, that's like pushing pork belly on a vegan. I mean it. Disagree with my views, that's all fine. I respect you for yours, respect me for mine. We don't gotta draw a line in the sand or nothing. Just respect a motherfucker that'll stand for something. So keep watching the news and keep trusting the numbers. I'll keep digging for truth and tell them what I discover as they cancel motherfuckers just for raising their hand. I'll pull my megaphone out and get to taking a stand. Raw thoughts.
All right. So I'm doing this live. All right. You see how they cut my video for a little bit there at the beginning when I played The Feeling I Get? Well, there's no reason for them to be doing that at all, because Look. Where's it at? The feeling I get. Alright. You'll see. This is gonna be cool. Yep. Yep. Wayne. Alright. The feeling I get. There it is. Alright.
I'm Andrea Campbell, and a safer, stronger.
I'm gonna leave him a comment. And you guys can hear it anyway. Dear Slade, why can I not play this song on a stream without getting it cut? Question mark.
I know the feeling you get of being this worthless. When things are so dark in my heart, but you only know what you see on the surface. If I ever built like
There you go. Gotcha. All right. So anyway, here we go. Here we go with the show. That's a whom gotcha. That's what I call the whom gotcha. Live message. All right. In real time, you know what I'm saying? See if he writes back. I'll let you guys know. So anyway.
And the truth has always been in plain sight with Los Angeles, the city of angels. Let's take a close look here.
Not the city of Angel. He just said the city of angels.
Basically, here is Ventura Boulevard.
Not Angel.
And what do you have here? And let's get to the map itself. And what do you see? Furman Avenue in Los Angeles, and right in front of the church. And let's just swing around here. And again, truth in plain sight. How many millions of people have driven down Ventura Boulevard and seen Furman Avenue and have no idea what this is all about?
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. The earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. And God saw the light that it was good. And God divided the light from the darkness. And God called the light day, and the darkness He called night. The evening and the morning were the first day. And God said, "Let there be a firmament in the midst of the waters, and let it divide the waters from the waters." And God made the firmament, and divided the waters which were under the firmament from the waters which were above the firmament. And it was so. And God called the firmament heaven. And the evening and the morning were the second day. And God said, "Let the waters under the heaven be gathered together unto one place, and let the dry land appear." And it was so. And God called the dry land earth, and the gathering together of the waters called He seas. And God saw that it was good. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heaven to divide the day from the night, and let them be for signs and for seasons and for days and years, and let them be for lights in the firmament of the heaven." And it was so. And God made two great lights, the greater light to rule the day, and the lesser light to rule the night. He made the stars also. And God set them in the firmament of the heaven to give light upon the earth, and to rule over the day and over the night, and to divide the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And the evening and the morning were the fourth day. And God said, "Let there be lights in the firmament of the heavens, in the firmament of the heavens, in the firmament of the heavens, in the firmament of the heavens." Then spake Joshua to the Lord in the day when the Lord delivered up the Amorites before the children of Israel. And he said in the sight of Israel, Sun, stand thou still upon Gibeon, and thou moon in the valley of Adjalon. And the sun stood still, and the moon stayed, until the people had avenged themselves upon their enemies. Is not this written in the book of Jasher? So the sun stood still in the midst of heaven, and hasted not to go down about a whole day. Fear before him all the earth. The world also shall be stable, that it be not moved. The Lord reigneth, he is clothed with majesty. The Lord is clothed with strength, wherewith he hath girded himself. The world also is established, that it cannot be moved. Say among the heathen that the Lord reigneth. The world also shall be established, that it shall not be moved. He shall judge the people righteously. It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. It is he that sitteth upon the circle of the earth, and the inhabitants thereof are as grasshoppers, that stretcheth out the heavens as a curtain, and spreadeth them out as a tent to dwell in. For he looketh to the ends of the earth, and seeth under the whole heaven.
Imagine. Whoa, take it easy with the mustache, buddy. How we doing? We got people here now? Oh, more people are showing up. All right. All right, that's cool. Who do we got? Let me see what we got in the comments going on here. Chris Conley. I'm with you. All right. Jenny T.I., Target Investigations. Hey, y'all. Bobby Molly. Is anybody else here? My chat hasn't been moving for a while. Who's this? I'm with you. Yeah. I don't see it. My chat's not moving. That's weird. All right. Well, it must be just me. It's probably moving. If I look at my phone, it's probably moving. It's the computer. Okay. So anyway, next up, I have this. I've seen this. This was pretty cool. You guys want to see something cool? All right. I'll check. You guys check this out. Oh. Boom. Boom. You see how I did that? Boom.
Institute of Science.
Hold on. Let me start it over.
The only shape that can cast a shadow.
Hold on.
Previously in the Flat Earth Institute of Science.
The only shape that can cast a shadow that's curved from any direction you put the light is a sphere.
Now, the only shape we know that always casts a round shadow
is a ball.
Now, I didn't include this part last time, but I had to include it this time because I've seen this guy bouncing around in some of the Flat Earth Facebook groups out there talking smack. So listen carefully to his direct quote.
The only shape that consistently casts a circular shadow regardless of its orientation is a globe.
He seems to be repeating the words of Neil Tyson there. So let's get him in here as well, so we can see a more full lineup of the different experts making the same claim, establishing an academic consensus.
And the only thing that makes a perfectly circular shadow
would be something that's perfectly circular.
Perfectly spherical. Yes. So the only thing that makes a perfect circle shadow every single time is a perfect sphere.
Right.
Okay? No matter what angle you shine.
This argument is not original to me. The first mention I know of it goes back to 350 BC. Aristotle and On the Heavens used that very argument. And I still think it's one of the best because people can see this for themselves.
All right, you've now heard the consensus. So today I give you the long-awaited shadow origami. Here we're going to take the shadow of a ball and demonstrate how it doesn't always cast a circular shadow, directly contrary to their claim. All right, so here's our light source, here's our ball, and it looks like we got a circular shadow there. But watch what happens as we change the angle of that light source. Whoa! That does not look like a circle anymore. That is an oval. Oh, but wait, there's more. Hey, look, a pear. Now let's see how triangular we can make this. That is interesting. If someone were to try to figure out the shape of the ball just by looking at the shape of the shadow, someone might think the ball was a cone. An acorn! And now, the piece de resistance. A heart. Boom!
The only shape that consistently casts a circular shadow regardless of its orientation is a globe.
Dr. Thaler, Dr. Nye, Dr. Faulkner, Dr. Tyson, everyone watching this, I hope we can all agree that a heart is not a circle. And thereby, I hope we can all agree that your claim that spheres always cast circular shadows is wrong. Furthermore, I hope we can all agree that the shape of the shadow is entirely dependent upon the angle of the surface it lands upon. The more that surface tilts away from the object casting the shadow, the more it will alter the shape of the shadow. And since a ball has a surface that tilts away from an object casting a shadow on it, that should affect the shadow that lands upon it.
Boom, baby.
All right. Now here's the full story of what led up to my observations last time. Having studied art, I was aware of this. So I looked at the moon and said, hey, if the moon is a ball, and that were the Earth's shadow crossing it, that curved surface should warp the shadow. So when we look at a picture like this, why do we see it this way? Why don't we see a flower-shaped image when people show it in a half circle like that? So when I pulled out a ball and decided to cast that shadow onto another ball, This was my hypothesis. I was expecting it to take the curve and make it more narrow. So you can imagine my surprise when these are the results I got. I then published those results and made my point that a tilted surface warps the shadow that lands upon it. In this case, taking that curved shadow and making it straight. And it seems like I wasn't the only one who was shocked by those results, because soon after I got the video published, I got a nasty message from the anti-flat earther MC Toon, who is usually pretty respectful with me, but here he was repeatedly calling me a liar.
Liar! Liar! Liar!
Get back, witch!
I'm not a witch, I'm your wife! But after what you just said, I'm not even sure I want to be that anymore!
No, I didn't lie about anything. Those are very real results. Here I'm doing it again, and I'm showing you my setup here. There's my daughter with the light. Here's our ball that I'm using to cast the shadow. And there's our basketball. Okay.
Yeah, looks legit to me. Checks out in my book.
Straight shadow.
Good job.
All the way up.
I like seeing these type
Look
of
at that.
experiments. I like seeing it.
It is not fake. There are no lies about it. Oh, but you deceive people by not doing it to scale. You also fail to realize that a circle appears to be an ellipse unless you are orthogonal to it. A sphere appears as a circle regardless of orientation. And that was one of the things that led up to this video. I'm sorry, MC Toon, but circles don't have any corners, and this shadow has 2. But let's explore your argument that I didn't do it to scale. You are not the only one who has thrown that argument at me. Vimal Ramachandran made that very same argument on my debate board, and then Jeffrey Pinion had the balls to support that argument with a demonstration of his own. Here he is using the sun as his light source, and is taking the shadow of a ball and is casting it onto another ball. And look, it's got a curved shadow. This whole argument against me was about scale, right? Do you think that shadow's to scale? That looks about the same size as the ball there. When I did my experiment, I was trying to get this shadow to be comparable in size to this shadow. Or this shadow in NASA's diagram. So, whose model are you representing there? If you want to claim NASA's model is wrong, I won't stop you.
I won't stop
Bill,
you either.
I won't stop you either.
Bill?
Science rules.
Yeah!
Piece of shit.
You know, I actually considered doing that. But I didn't because I was concerned about what kind of fumes that would put into the air. Burning plastic can be dangerous. Anyway, if we're talking scale here, I've got to ask, what do you claim that right scale is? Perhaps you could help NASA out because they seem to be having a hard time making up their mind on the matter. Each of these diagrams are directly from NASA. I am not making this up. I've got links in this video's description. This video is brought to you by the Flat Earth Institute of Science. Thank you for watching. If you see something you disagree with, please feel free to come join our debate board. It is totally free and would be happy to hear what you have to say. So
the Flat Earth Institute of Science, I guess. I don't know. That's where I got that from. I got it from Odyssey, from this channel right here. It looks pretty good. Flat Earth Keys. I don't know. I don't know whose channel it is. Somebody's. But they have some good stuff on here. Anyways, this is my channel, by the way. If y'all don't know, this is my Odyssey channel. It's called Michelle L, so you probably don't know it's me, but it is me. And I also have 2 channels. I'll show you. These are my Odyssey channels, okay? Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures Odyssey, which I haven't uploaded to in a while. And look at that, 0 earnings per view. I'm not making any money on there. See, I have the Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures Odyssey. You know. And here we go. We'll play this one. Oh, shit.
Nana, I told you not to call me here when I'm at work. I told you not to call me unless she's locked outside the house. Well, I know y'all's ain't trapped outside the house because all y'all got is a landline. No, Nana, that's the dog. No, Nana. Don't put the dog in the laundry, Nana. Nana? Nana? Well, that dog's pretty fast, right? Should be okay. All right, how I look? All right, let's start this thing. Howdy, brick lovers. This here's Cooter, and I'm down here at Cooter's Brick Emporium. And I'm here to tell y'all, and I'm here to sell y'all brick. Y'all need to get down here right now, because we're having a one-time special, year-long weekend Break Off Bonanza. And we want you to break off too. Down here at Crazy Cooter's Used Brick Emporium, we're smashing brick prices so we can bring and pass the savings on to you. Down here at Crazy Cooters. Okay, I bet y'all want to see me smash some prices right about now, don't you? We'll watch. Smash, half price. Smash, 1/3 the price. Smash, 4/16 the price. Do you even know how much that is? Well, I do. Here at Crazy Cooter's Used Brick Emporium, we aim to please you, the fine people of this here citizenry. That's why we have wonderful payment options. Listen, y'all gives me the money, then I gives you bricks. Money, brick, money, brick, money, brick. Till it turns into a money brick. What the crud? That's crazy. If you come on down right now, you're going to get yourself some Mary Jo's Stink Be Gone kitty litter, and we all know how well that works, don't we? And these Uncle Olympus fried chitlin bits. Let's see where I'm at on this. Come on. We're going to edit this part out. That's a nice long pause there for you. Okay. Now, Crazy Cooters, we got cardboard brick. Look at the size of that brick. We got foam brick. Don't know where my foam brick is. Fail. We got hollow brick. We got paper brick. That's crazy. We even got rock brick. I don't even know what that is. But it's for sale. Hey, everything's for sale down here. Shit, I'll even sell you my raccoon. Seriously. Want to buy my raccoon? Down here, guys, we gotta have a contract to go. I want every day. So come on down the long dirt road, out by Junker's garage, across the street from Shelby's taking break, and take a turn at the old lady sitting on the bus stop, and then y'all go down past the line of rusted cars, and you get yourself some real faux brick. Town Cooter sent you. That's me. Crazy Cooters, use brick emporium. How's that?
All right, where am I at? I'm in Boston, look. Doing a little Mandela flood real quick. This is gonna be real quick because it's pouring raining out. But look, so this is the Freemason Temple. Okay? See it right here? This is the Freemason Temple right here, right? That's on the corner of downtown Boston, the one that I've covered. And look what it is that they opened up. Guy Fieri's. What up, Jellyhead? I'm doing a Mandela effect. Look, Guy Fieri's Kitchen and Bar. Look. It's in the Grand Lodge of the Freemasons. This is the first Grand Lodge of the Freemasons that was ever in the entire country. They redone it. This is the biggest one. It's still open. It's still open. I'm going in. I'm asking about the visor. Let's go. I know his name. I know his name changed too, but I'm asking about the visor today. We're going in. We're going in, guys. We're going in. Boots on the ground. Boots on the ground. Let's check this place out. Look at this. This is the Grand Lodge of the Freemasons, the first one that was ever made. Look at the chartreuse. Look at the beavers. Yeah. We're going in, Jeannie. Jeannie, I'm going in to ask about Guy Fieri Mandela effect. It's the Grand Lodge. Come to Boston. Let's go. This is inside. Can I ask you a question? Yeah. You know Guy Fieri? I don't. Do you remember him ever having a visor?
Yes.
He did, right?
Yeah.
All right. There's a thing called the Mandela effect. Look it up. He's never worn a visor. There's not one picture of him wearing a visor. There's no record of it. And if you ask him, he says he's never worn a visor before. Look it up. Guy Fieri never wore a visor. I'll look it up. I just wanted to see if you people know. Thank you. Have a great day and God bless. Boston Ray Mudflood Adventures, YouTube. Peace out. Hey, do you remember Guy Fieri wearing a visor, man? Do you remember him wearing a visor? Guy Fieri? All right. God bless. You don't remember him? All right. God bless you. They don't. One guy remembers and one guy doesn't. Boom, baby. Mandela effect. Boots on the ground. I'll talk to you guys later.
Boom, baby. You see that shit? Boom, baby. One guy remembers and one guy doesn't. So yeah, that's all the fun that I have on my Odyssey channel. You know, you guys are missing out if you ain't like following me on Odyssey. You're missing out. You're missing out on the fun. But what else do I got going on over here? Played that one. Played that one. Played that one. Okay, we're going for about an hour. Man.
Boots. On the ground.
It's weird, yeah.
I've heard somebody else tell a story about it.
I got the chorus down. It's the Mandela effect. We're shifting again. It's the Mandela effect. Everything's different again. You know? Yeah, ready? I started looking at the Mandela effect. It blew my mind. The shit wasn't correct. Trying to figure out just how it connects and what the fuck I was gonna do next. It's the Mandela effect. We're shifting again. The Monopoly man. Monocle is missing again. I think they even got to the Michelin man. In the Statue of Liberty, it keeps switching the hand.
Did you know your reality is being put to the test? The Panama Canal no longer runs east to west. Things you are sure happened never did in this reality. The crunchy cereal with the captain now has the apostrophe. I started noticing changes in like 2014. It was JFK, the 6th seat, and it seemed so obscene. Many people will try and call me a loon, but hold up, wait, they even changed the spelling of Looney Tunes.
Okay. I used to eat a Chick-fil-A every day before they added the K.
So what's causing this? Many want to know. Well, I don't think it's CERN. It's just a magic show. Satanists doing rituals while scamming mad dough. Sounds familiar, like liars that always show us the globe. NASA, NIST, CERN, and more. We really need to show these corrupt agencies the door. I don't think this phenomenon is caused by man. I think it's a great awakening, and maybe God trying to contact us the best way he can. For me, Flat Earth, Mandela, and our dreams are all connected. Looking to pull some people in that I can intersect with.
The bridge! Yeah, there it is. Alright, cool. So I didn't screw you over. Alright, cool. Alright, here we go. Can you guys hear that? Can you guys hear that?
Yeah, we got you.
Yeah. Alright. Earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. Now what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. Now what you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. Now tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. Tell me what you think you're gonna do about it. The earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? I thought you knew about it. Would you rather do without it? We're the center. The sun and moon moves around it like a clock. Can you hit a moving target with the rocket? I'm not hard to get along with. Just take a bong hit. Do you serve up any content? The stars are constant. You want a conversation for it? It makes me vomit. We never do get hit by comments. You want it. Leave another useless comment in the morning. The earth is flat. Tell me what you gonna do about it. What you gonna do about it? We know it's flat, and there is a bunch of us. Them globies munching on a bunch of snuffleupagus. You think it's cute? Then why not cuddle up with us? We know it's flat. Why you making such a fuss? My supper was the fucking best. That's just because the earth is flat. It hit me like an uppercut to the nuts. The earth is flat, and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat, and there's nothing you can do. With a Russian with the crew, don't forget to brush after your food. They got asteroids, asteroids, and asteroids too. The earth is flat, and there's nothing you can do. The earth is flat. What you gonna do about it? The earth is flat. There's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat. There's nothing you can do about it. The earth is flat. It's fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. The earth is fucking flat. How did the voice
Very good,
line
very
up?
good, bravo.
Did it line up with the beat? You know, and then I got this. I got Late Night Live. I don't know why. It's weird, yeah.
I've heard somebody else tell a story about it.
So yeah, so I also got another channel on BitChute that nobody really notices because it doesn't have my name on it, but it's me. I'll show you guys. Where is it? It's the Michelle L. BitChute channel. Let me see if I can get to it. I have so much cool stuff up here too. See, 139 subs. Not bad for BitChute, I guess, at the moment. But I put stuff up here that I really can't play, like on YouTube. Like this one's nuts. This video is nuts. You guys want to see something nuts? All right. I hope I can get away with this. I don't know actually. How long is it? Oh, this was the. This wasn't the video. I thought it was. I thought that was the fight. Actually, I think this one does get kind of crazy though. Let me see.
The news is fake. The news is fake.
Yeah, I can't play it. I'm sorry. I know a video. I can't play that one on there. Sorry, guys. But it's on BitChute if you guys want to watch it. You know what I'm saying? All right. Let me see what else I got up here. I had something I wanted to play that I could play. I got to be careful what I play, on YouTube. But my BitChute channel is off the hook. It's all the stuff that YouTube takes down I put up here. Fuck them. This is the one I wanted to play though. So this was my boots on the ground land surveyor. All right, check out this fucking this jabroni. So I'm sitting there and I'm waiting. I see the land surveyor. He's like on the corner and he's walking. He's taking his sweet ass time to get back. That's what's happening right now. I didn't want to. I had the camera nice and stable. I just didn't. I didn't want him to see that I was holding a camera, so I put it down. I didn't want him to think I had a camera pointed at him. You know what I'm saying? So I just put it on the little stoop there, like the little railing, and I mounted it down so it wouldn't be so shaky in my hand, and it actually worked out pretty good. So the guy's like walking over now, so just give him a second, he'll be there. There was two of them actually. There was two land surveyors there. You'll see. Look at all the bricks. He's walking over in a second. Here goes nothing. Here he comes. Watch. About to wake this dude up. This is my way of flat smacking people without being too aggressive. Hey, are you a surveyor? Yeah. I have a question for you, right?
just out of curiosity, when you're measuring over like if you're building a bridge over like the water and you're measuring miles and miles of distance, right? Do you ever account for the curvature of the earth in your measurements, 8 inches per mile square? You do?
For me, it's just a button on the,
Oh, they just have you press a button?
calculated with the curvature of the earth and say yes or no. Most of the stuff we do, so a couple hundred feet, so we just
do you ever you just neglect it, but do you ever think that they might be lying to us and that there is no curvature? Water always
Listen, he just said most of the stuff is so close that we just neglect it.
finds its own level.
Look, I'll rewind it.
You know,
Most of the stuff is just so close.
Bridge over like the water, and you're measuring. Oh, hey, are you a surveyor? Yeah. I have a question for you, right? Just out of curiosity, when you're measuring over like if you're building a bridge over like the water, and you're measuring miles and miles of distance, right? Do you ever account for the curvature of the earth in your measurements, 8 inches per mile square?
Yeah.
You do?
Yep. For me, it's just a button on the.
Oh, they just have you press a button?
Yeah, just.
It's a button.
Calculated with the curvature of the earth and say yes or no. Most of the stuff we do is so close. It's only a couple hundred feet, so we just.
Do you ever you just neglect it, but do you ever think that they might be lying to us and that there is no curvature? Water always finds its own level. Thrust and combustion don't work in a vacuum. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. Gravity is just a theory. Obviously, I'm a flat earther, but what I'm trying to tell you is you need to start checking it out for yourself, because we can see too far. We take long distance photography, and we can see like the Chicago skyline from the Lake Michigan shore, right? There's no way over the water that you'd be able to see that.
They just dismissed me after that. Like, all right, go about our day. Back to go back to sleep. Go back home and put on the news again. Nothing to see here, folks.
You know, pilots, they don't account for the curvature of the earth either. We asked them. Airplanes, the word plane means flat.
So, you can always ask a surveyor what they think. Sometimes they say it's flat, Other times, you get a bunch of bullshit. Look, this guy Citrus A, he's a liar and you're full of shit. Look at how nasty these people are on here. Look at the stuff look at this type of stuff they try to say. Yeah, so these people are like liars and everything else, but yeah. So you gotta be careful on BitChute. Just don't read the comments. Never read my comments. Never read my comments. So, anyways, I got a lot of cool stuff up there. I'll probably close this for a second and come back to it. Actually, who do we got here now? Whoa! What happened? We got 16 people all of a sudden. Mass Accountability Network. Oh man, I better sub that one. I didn't even know you had that channel. Yeah, so anyone want to come on? I mean, I'll send the link out. Let me see. Boom. Ready? I'll put the link right in the chat. Boom. and I'll play a song. Boom. Oh, someone get rid of. Oh, I can do it. Hold on a second. Oh, get rid of the porn. They try to get you with the porn. All right.
Man, you hear this bullshit they be talking every day, man. It's like these motherfuckers is just like professional liars, you know what I'm saying? It's wild. Listen, Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower.
I pledge no allegiance, nigga. Fuck the president's speeches. I'm baptized by America and covered in leeches. The dirty water that bleaches your soul and your facial features, drowning you in propaganda that they spit through the speakers. And if you speak about the evil that the government does, the Patriot Act attract you to the type of your blood. They try to frame you and say you was trying to sell drugs and throw a federal indictment on niggas to show you love. This shit is run by fake Christians, fake politicians. Look at their mansions and look at the conditions you live in. All they talk about is terrorism on television. They tell you to listen, but they don't really tell you their mission. They funded Al-Qaeda and now they blame the Muslim religion. Even though Bin Laden was a CIA tactician, they gave him billions of dollars and they funded his purpose. Fahrenheit 9/11, that's just scratching the surface.
Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower. Tell the truth, nigga. Bush knocked down the tower.
They say the rebels in Iraq still fight for Saddam, but that's bullshit. I'll show you why it's totally wrong. Cause if another country invaded the hood tonight, it'd be warfare through Harlem and Washington Heights. I wouldn't be fighting for Bush or white America's dream. I'd be fighting for my people's survival and self-esteem. I wouldn't fight for racist churches from the South, my nigga. I'll be fighting to keep the occupation out, my nigga. You ever clock someone who talk shit or look at you wrong? Imagine if they shot at you and was raping your moms. And of course Saddam Hussein had chemical weapons. We sold them that shit after Ronald Reagan's election. Mercenary contractors fighting a new era. Corporate military banking off the war on terror. They controlling the ghetto with the fear of attack, trying to distract the fact that they engineering the crack. So I'm strapped like Lee Malvo, holding a sniper rifle. These bullets will touch your kids, and I don't mean like Michael. Your body be sent to the morgue, stripped down and recycled. I fire on house niggas that support you and like you, cause innocent people get murdered in the struggle daily, and poor people never get shit and struggle daily. This ain't no alien conspiracy theory, this shit is real, written on a dollar underneath the Masonic seal.
Y'all don't rap for dead presidents. I'd rather see the president dead. It's never been said, but I set precedents.
Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth, nigga.
Bush knocked down the tower.
Tell the truth, nigga.
Bush knocked down the tower.
Tell the truth, nigga. Bin Laden didn't blow up the projects. It was you, nigga. Tell the truth,
City
nigga.
Records was 80 seconds away from the towers. Some cowards fought with the wrong building. They meant to hit ours.
All right. Well, hey Ray, what's up? What's up, Melanie? How you doing? Cool. All right, well, check this out. I'm gonna play this. I like this documentary. I don't care what anyone says. All right, this was one of my favorite documentaries a while back. So might as well just play it. I found it. It's on my BitChute channel. Actually, I didn't even know it was there. I forgot I even uploaded it. But since we're doing like pretty much, I've been showing pretty much flat Earth stuff.
This is a Reader's Digest version containing many of the interesting parts of the flat Earth theory. For those who have already started seeing things with new eyes, it will be mostly a recap, but there could be a few new angles you haven't looked at. For the rest of you who are new to this, the first question is invariably, is this a joke? Because it's a joke, right? And that's where we start, because it's one of our two basic childhood facts. 1 + 1 = 2, and the Earth is a globe. We're taught this before almost everything else, and that right there should give you a clue on how serious this secret is. But for those who have forgotten their history, Here's the modified Men in Black version. For the first 4,000 years of our civilization, we believed that the Earth was a flattish disk surrounded by a solid dome barrier called the firmament. All of the 5 major religions had their own version of this, and the churches enforced the belief. Then, around 1514, a man named Copernicus created a new model of the world. He stated that if the Earth was spinning around 1,100 miles an hour and circling the sun at 60,000 miles an hour, the world was then round. And while the math more or less worked, there was a problem. It was 1500, and the technology to prove such a theory wasn't there. The first balloon to carry people wasn't invented until 1760. Sailboats were the only travel over water, and the fastest thing on land was a horse. But the new worldview was promoted and took hold. The religions adapted to handle the new reality, and life moved on. More importantly, the globe model was quickly introduced into the education systems. Over the next 500 years, the challenges to this model faded, to the point where the globe was accepted as universally as physical laws such as gravity. Read that again if you didn't absorb it. For 20 generations, people believed that the Earth was round because there was a globe in every classroom.
Someone's here. Someone jumped in. Who's here? Let's see who it is. All right. We'll get back. We will get back to this. Voynich is here. What's up, Voynich?
Yo, dude.
What's going on with you?
I'm a bit under the weather still. I'm doing better, but
you feel sick. You know,
yeah,
it's weird. You know, it's weird. Like,
I never have flu or fever, but yeah, I've been having it for 4 or 5 days now. So
my little girl was sick, right? But not really sick. She just had like a runny nose for a few days, and she was cranky. And now she's better. She's doing better. Michelle felt a little sick for a while, right? Like just like a runny nose and shit like that. It wasn't like a fever or anything. My little girl felt like she had a fever, but
I had like maybe 1 or 2 degrees higher temperature.
Then like I got a little bit of a sore throat, but that was it, and then it went away.
No, it started with a sore back and
my muscles are always sore.
Tired legs.
Yeah,
I was like, I never have that, dude. That's like maybe the 3rd time in my life. I never have that.
And Singe Man is sick right now. That's why he's not here.
Oh.
Yeah, he was supposed to be here with me tonight. Flat Earth Ninjas. And then he said he felt sick all day. He's been taking showers all day and night because he felt sick, like cold and hot showers. And then like he felt a little bit better for a while. He called me. I could tell he was feeling better and he was ready to do the show. Then he just took a nice long bath, and then all of a sudden he's like, I could tell he felt really sick. Yeah, I could tell. He was like, I can't do the show. I was like, it's fine, man. So prayers go out to Singe Man. I hope he feels better. And I hope you feel better too. Prayers go out to Voynich too. I hope you feel better. But you know what? It's just gonna make your body stronger. It's just gonna make your immune system stronger. You're gonna pull through. You're gonna be fine. It's just the natural course of your body detoxing and getting rid of toxins. Maybe it doesn't do it every year. Maybe it does it every 5 years. You know what I mean? Everybody's body's different, But that's all it is. And in the end, you'll be happy. You'll be fine. You'll pull through.
Okay, Dr. Ray. Dr. Ray.
You're a fighter. You're a fighter. You're a fighter, boy. Drink some chicken noodle soup. You eat meat, right?
That's the worst advice.
What?
Chicken noodle soup.
It works. It works good. It makes me feel better.
Chicken soup, not just chicken soup.
You know what else? You know what else works? Can you get like Jamaican tea over there? The Jamaican teas, the Cersei, the bitter melon plant.
No, I don't know. I never heard about it.
Look it up. Okay, I can't talk too much about it, but just look it up. It's one of the most healthiest things you could do in your life. Yeah, it is. Okay. They sell it at the Jamaican store over here, and they sell it on Amazon. And it's a plant. It's a bitter melon. Actually, I'll show you.
Oh, and since I have this sore throat, I also noticed that my smell, it's not like my smell is gone or that I smell less, but when I breathe, it feels like my nose is completely dried out, like I've been swimming all day in the swimming pool,
Yeah.
with all the chlorine. You
Yeah.
have this certain kind of feeling in your nose, right? I have that now for 2 days. That's weird.
Now, I'm gonna show you this, right? And I'm not giving out any medical advice or anything like that. All right. I just know that I've tried this particular tea. And,
Okay, Dr. Ray. Okay, Dr. Ray. I hear what you say, Dr. Ray.
It makes me feel great. Okay. But I'm gonna show you what it is. Okay, so
what
this
it is.
This is all the different brands they make. This is how you spell it. It's pronounced like the name Sarah C, right? But it's Cerasee.
Yeah.
Cerasee. It's a plant. This is it right here. Okay.
Yeah.
It grows in Jamaica. Okay. It's an herb, right? That's all it is. They don't mix. It's not a mixture of herbs. It's one straight herb. There's not even any nutritional fat. There's not any nutritional facts even on the thing, really. It's just like, look, it's just like one herb. And what you do is you mix it with peppermint and ginger tea, right? So you take the Cerasee tea and you mix it with the peppermint. Well, that's what the Jamaicans do. They mix it with the peppermint and the ginger. This is the one I get right here. This one right here. This is the brand I get right here. Caribbean Dreams, baby. Boom. It's like $2, dude. It's cheap.
I did make myself some ginger tea today.
Yeah.
I did that.
Yeah, ginger. Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing. But I just want to show you. I just want to show you guys something else real quick. Okay, so why am I talking about this stuff, right? I'm like just showing you guys some random tea, like a random plant. All right, watch this. And I'm not even gonna really read it because I'll probably get in trouble. But I'll just show it on the screen, and I think that'll be good enough. I think you guys can read.
When I've been lying in my bed, like with my with this thick coat on, right, with this thick sweater on, under the blankets with a sweater, and still getting the shivers, like,
Yeah.
Oh, dude, bad.
Yeah. Well, I'm telling you, like a nice warm cup of tea always does good. Here you go.
I always drink.
All right, look. All right, here you go. Can you see it?
No.
All right. Well, hold on 1 second. I don't know what that is. All right. Can I? Oh, I'm not screen sharing. That's why you can't see it. Oh man, they're trying to.
Okay, that was weird.
What's up?
It was acting weird.
Yeah, it's
Never
been acting.
mind. You're here now.
Yeah, it has been acting weird, but I just want to show you guys something. Okay. All right. You have a screen on that you can read? So you see what it says?
Yeah. No, I can't read it.
All right. I'll read what I can. Made from the leaves and the stems of the bitter melon, bitter gourd plant, Cerasee is used throughout Jamaica and the Caribbean as a potent... Can you read that? Apart from its ability to help from the body, Cerasee is known to healthy good. You know, and I can't even read it, but you see what I'm saying? It does everything. Look,
I can't read it. It's too small for me.
You know what? I'm just gonna have to read this and just.
I can read. I can read it. I can read it.
It's important. This stuff is important. Okay, guys. That's all I'm gonna say, and I'll just take it down. It's there. All right. It's important. That's why. Yeah. All right. Just look it up. Look into it.
I tell you another one that's good, Ray, is moringa tea. Moringa. From moringa
I know.
leaves.
You're right. Yeah, the moringa.
I got some.
Yeah, you got some. You got some moringa.
Yeah, I got some.
How much it cost? How much it cost? How much?
Oh well, I got some. I got some up here for pretty cheap. It was on sale, but usually I order it off of Amazon.
Yeah.
Usually I order it off of Amazon though because it's.
Have you ever seen the Irish sea moss? Do you know about the Irish?
I have some. I have it. I have that too.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I have it.
Yeah.
Yep, I have it.
All right. Well, anyway, so
I get
got
all
this.
the natural stuff.
I got this
I do
video. I
all
want
that
you.
stuff.
All right. I want you Bible people to go over with me. All right. I seen this today pop up, and all right. Here's the deal. I always have a question, right? So, I was reading the Bible in prison, right? That's when I started reading the Bible. I was really bored, right? I wasn't really into God. I was just trying to understand the Bible because I was like, I'm gonna be here for a while, so I have time. So I'm just like, they gave me a Bible, so I just started reading it. It was the new international version. They asked me if I was like, I'm Catholic. I don't know. They gave me the new international version, so I was reading it, and it's like, in the beginning, God did all that, and then there was Adam and there was Eve. There was Eden, there was Adam, and there was Eve, right? It says those were the only two people, right? Then there was Cain and Abel, right? So, like, there was 4 people, Adam and Eve, and Cain and Abel, right? Okay.
No.
Well,
That's what
Adam and Eve had other
that-
sons and daughters too, but they just weren't
That's what the
mentioned.
Bible, but that's what all the Bible says, though. You can't say something that the Bible doesn't say. You can't just.
Well, no, it does. It does actually say that they had other sons and daughters, but they just don't name them.
Where does it say that?
That's why I wanted to have my Bible with me, but I left it at my.
All right. Well, anyway, so I've been asking this question for a long time, because it says that God put a mark on Cain, right? First of all, I want to know what the mark was, like what it looks like, because I haven't seen it yet. And also, like he put a mark on Cain and he sent him out, right? And he said, I'm putting this mark on you so that nobody else will harm you, right? Well, who else is there? If there was only 4 fucking people, like, so.
No, because, well, it
all right,
doesn't
go ahead.
tell,
I'm not trying to like shit on the Bible. I'm asking serious questions here. What's going on, voice?
it doesn't tell us the whole story.
Yeah,
but it refers to other creation, because it also refers to Lilith, right?
But it doesn't say that in the beginning, though. In the first, I'm talking about the very beginning, Genesis, the first fucking scripture. Sorry, I don't mean to swear. The first part of the Bible, right? Genesis,
yeah,
right? That it doesn't tell us about Lilith. I mean, and maybe it
Well,
does in the
there
Jewish
is
version.
more. Lilith is mentioned further into the Bible.
Big fat echo.
Yeah, because I'm screen sharing. Hold on 1 second. Hey, this one too, but let me see. Is this the one I wanted to play? Let me see if this is it. Yeah, this might be it. All right, so this is going to be an ad. Hold on 1 second.
Always.
Yeah, this is it. This is all right. So a video pops up today. It's by this channel called There Is No Place Like Home. Okay, I think they're in the community because I subbed them from somewhere. So anyway, I didn't get
This one is
permission really
going
to
to
play
get
this.
me into trouble, but I'm getting used to that at this
All right,
point.
so let's see. She's asking the same kind of question.
Hi everyone, I'm Shelly, and you're watching
Question
There's
the
No Place
narrative.
Like Home. Today I'm back with another.
Adam and Eve and the others. You see, and she puts with a question mark. She already got 5,537 views, 641 thumbs up. So, I mean, I think it's gonna be a winner. So let's just play it. Shout out to whoever's
narrative
channel this
video,
is.
and
Question the narrative.
boy, do I think this one is going to get me into trouble, but I'm getting used to that at this point. And the topic is Adam and Eve. Were there others besides them? First of all, let me just say this. When it comes to Christianity, we need to realize there is the Word of God, and then there is Christian tradition. Usually it's really clear that they're in agreement. Other times, though, it gets a bit murkier. Most believers, like I used to be, are so steeped in Christian tradition that they will deem anyone who questions the.
She said she used to be, so does that mean she no longer believes in the Bible? Is that I don't know. I'm just wondering.
Christian status quo, a heresy. And
That means she's not steeped in the tradition as much anymore.
Question what the Bible says, but how it's commonly interpreted. There is nothing wrong with closely studying the Word of God. That's what He wants. Luke 10:27 tells us, He answered, love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your strength and with all your mind, and love your neighbor as yourself. The Lord wants us to use our minds. We are to be Bereans when it comes to.
Oh, she just doesn't believe in the like what I'm saying. Like, I get it.
Studying the Word of God.
There's a difference between churchianity and Christianity.
Most Christians.
Christianity is following Christ.
Uh-huh.
Churchianity is following the church's traditions.
So, like the Catholic Church, you're saying?
Yeah, well, any of the churches, most of the churches. Like if it's a 501c3 church, then yeah, they're
What does that mean? What does that mean, Jenny? 501c church. What does that mean? I've heard
501c3. That's because 501 refers to there's 501 scriptures that they are allowed to read. They cannot read any other verses out of the Bible other than those 501 verses. If they get caught by the government doing that, then they lose their tax exemption status.
Yeah. So, all right. So it's all about money, is what you're saying.
Yeah, everything's about the money. It's all about the money.
No, it's not about money. Don't you get it? It's about control. It's about controlling.
Well, it's about that too. It's about that too. But I'm just saying, as far as
no, it's about controlling the narrative. It's not about the money.
Uh-huh.
The money
well, and for the government, yes. For the government, yes. But the church,
no, Jenny, it's about controlling the narrative.
Yeah.
It's not about the money. It's not about the money. Don't be silly. Don't be a child. Don't be a child.
No, I'm talking about the churches themselves.
No, it's not about the money.
They want their tax exemption status.
Yeah, but it's not about the money. It's about controlling the narrative. It's
so what?
Control.
They don't want us to know certain things about what happened in the Bible.
Yeah.
And that's why the government's controlling it. That's why the government's using money to control it.
Do you believe, like, I heard that, like, there's 200 missing books, dude. Do you believe that? Like, is there, like, there was over 200 books and now there's only 66. So there's like 100 and something missing books out of the Bible. Is that right? Well,
I guess indeed it's way larger, because most of the other scriptures, holy scriptures, are also like way larger in volume, right?
Yeah.
Like if you see the Bhagavad Gita and the Vedas, in India, and I don't know about the Quran that much actually, but of course, there's many apocryphal scriptures, right?
Yeah,
that's what it's called.
Apocryphal.
Apocryphal. Yeah. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah.
And,
I have the apocryphal books too, but I left all that at the apartment.
The apocryphy, right?
Yeah.
Apocryphal.
So those are just the things that are not included in the
66
canon, so to say.
Yeah. All right. Well.
Notice that there's 66 books in the Bible now, right? Because they took out 14 books. They took 14 books out of the 1611 King James, had 14 more books. And they removed those, and all those books are the apocryphal.
So there was the apocryphal was there in.
So there was 80. There was 80 books.
Before
there
1611.
Was 80 books.
Before
1611. In 1611 there was 80 books in the 1611 King James book.
Yeah.
The King James, the 1611 King James Bible had 80 books.
I bet you.
But they redid the King James, and when they redid it, they removed 14 books out of it. Those are the apocryphal books.
Wow. So that's crazy, Jenny. I never knew that. Thank you.
To touch on. And I've even seen that there are some who will just automatically dub anything that goes against Christian tradition.
There are a lot of people in the churches, though, that do love money, though. They preach this prosperity gospel. I've witnessed it. I always hated that shit. I never could get with that.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Because it always made me feel like, okay, well, I must be doing something wrong because God's not blessing me and blah, 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 because I'm poor. I stay poor and all the time and I have nothing. So I must be a sinner and worthless and all this and like not doing the right things. because otherwise God would be blessing me, right? Well, that's what the
Yeah.
churches teach, but I found out that that's all bullshit.
Yeah, well, let's get back to this Adam and Eve's topic, okay? Because I don't want to get too far. I don't want to get too far off.
Things that I have delved into never alter what the Bible says. It's just a matter of interpreting things differently than what mainstream Christianity would say. And I don't believe that there is anything wrong with that. And I think that in this day and age, we really need to be careful that we need to search for the truth ourselves, not a truth, the truth, because I'm going to say that there is only one truth, and that is in God's word. So what other place would we look for the truth but in God's word? And again, I'm not interested in how mainstream Christianity interprets things. I want to know what was actually intended. And some of it is pretty hard to decipher, and we may never know the answers this side of heaven. But I'm never going to accept something just because man told me so. And if you visited my channel before, you know that this is nothing.
Oh, everybody should pray. We should all pray for Bill Miller real quick. All right, because Bill Miller's father just passed away, and he just lost his wife. So, and she didn't pass away, but they split.
They
So
divorced, right?
Yeah. His wife's still alive, but
yeah, it was.
I just want to say
nasty-
a prayer for him real quick. Heavenly Father, please bless Bill Miller. Help him out in which any way he needs. Help him get through these tough times. We all love him, and through Jesus Christ, amen. Boom. You know what I'm saying? Because I feel bad for the guy. You know what I mean? He hasn't been around, but I asked him to come on the show last night or the night before. I was like, just come on your cell phone, because he doesn't. He's living in his he has an apartment, but he doesn't have no furniture. He doesn't have his computer set up yet. He's not really completely. And then his dad just passed away, and poor guy. He helped me build this show so much.
Never rains, but it pours.
He was here every single night for a while. You know what I'm saying? All night. And he just, he would be here right now if he could.
Yeah, man, it sounds like
tough times.
Tough time for Bill.
Yeah, I hope he pulls through. I hope he's all right. So everybody pray for Bill and donate to Bill too. He needs some help. You know what I mean? He really does need the help right now. He's rebuilding his life back up.
New to me. Some of the taboo topics that I've covered so far are biblical cosmology and the age of the earth, the gap theory, Genesis 6, the sons of God and the Nephilim.
Can you mute while you vape, please?
What's up?
Can you mute while you vape?
Connection into what people call extraterrestrials, the reptilians, and the Nakash. Then there is the possibility that the millennial reign has already happened and that we could possibly be living in the short season that is mentioned in Revelation 20. And lastly, I looked into the divine council, and I believe that I tied that in with the sons of God and the Nephilim, but I have mentioned it several times. But the point is that, yes, I have delved into these topics before. And if you've watched my videos before, you know that I will not come outright and say whether I think that something is right or wrong, because I am just searching for the truth. And I am not, I'm trying very hard not to be arrogant and say I 100% know that this is the truth, because if it is something that really can be interpreted in multiple ways, I don't want to be that person who refuses to look at different sides of the topic, because that's one thing in our homeschool is that I'm trying to teach my children to look at different issues from multiple viewpoints. And so I don't want to be guilty of not doing that myself. So anyway, so now I have a new one. The question of if Adam and Eve were the first and only humans up until the birth of Cain, or if other men and women were created around the same time that they were. So first, let me just tell you a little story from about, I don't know, maybe 18, 20 years ago, before I became a born again believer. I was going to my family church. It was more of a tradition and more of a curiosity. I found just religion fascinating. I found it something to do. But at one point in time, I did decide that I was going to take it upon myself to read the Bible. And in the church that I was going to, that is never something that we were suggested to do. We would just go there every Sunday, and they would have the little excerpts that they wanted us to read together during the service printed out on the bulletins, and we would read them together and go home. And there was, again, never any mention made of reading the Bible yourself. But I thought to myself, well, if God wrote this to us, he wants us to read it, doesn't he? So I did. I started at Genesis, and I thought, okay, I'm going to start reading this on my own. But right in Genesis, I started to have questions about the way that some things were written. And I actually went to the pastor of that church, who was standing, I will never forget, he was standing in the narthex with his wife, who happened to have like a master's degree in religion. So, and I asked him this question that I had about what's something that I read in Genesis 1. And he didn't even have time to answer me, because his wife just blew me off and said, the Bible isn't meant to be read that way. And that was my first clue that I needed to get out of that church. And I did get out of that church soon after. But first, let me show you the story, or I shouldn't say the story, but the passage that I was specifically speaking of when I asked them these questions. So my first question began in Genesis 1, verses 26 to 31. And let me just quickly read this. There's a reason for this.
This is what the same question I had right where this is where I started asking the same questions. It's weird, strange.
Don't worry. And God said, let us make man in our image, after our likeness, and let them have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over the cattle, and over all the earth, and over every creeping thing that creepeth upon the earth. So God created man in his own image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created he them. And God blessed them, and God said unto them, be fruitful and multiply, and replenish the earth, and subdue it, and have dominion over the fish of the sea, and over the fowl of the air, and over every living thing that moveth upon the earth. And God said, behold, I have given you every herb bearing seed, which is upon the face of all the earth, and every tree, in which is the fruit of a tree yielding seed. To you it shall be for meat, and to every beast of the earth, and to every fowl of the air, and to everything that creepeth wherein there is life, I have given every green herb for meat. And it was so. And God saw everything that he had made, and behold, it was very good. And the evening and the morning were the sixth day. So it tells us here that on the sixth day, he created him, and male and female, he created them. But then I got to Genesis 2, verses 5 through 9. And again, I'm just going to quickly read this. I have a point for this. And I have to say that after
Ad alert. Oh, yeah. Of course, they're going to put something crazy up here, huh? All right.
over, it tells you everything that God created in the 6 days, and on the seventh day he rested. Okay. And then that was the order of creation. Now we're in the second chapter. And every plant of the field before it was in the earth, and every herb of the field before it grew, for the Lord God had not caused it to rain upon the earth, and there was not a man to till the ground. But there went up a mist from the earth, and watered the whole face of the ground. And the Lord God formed man of the dust of the ground, and breathed it into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living soul. And the Lord God planted a garden eastward in Eden, and there he put the man whom he had formed. And out of the ground made the Lord God to grow every tree that is pleasant to the sight and good for food. Okay, I'm just going to stop right there, because to me it seemed like this was another creation of humans. So there was the one that was spoken of on day 6 in the first chapter. But here we have a different story of a man being created to work the garden. And I know, like, what people will usually tell you is that it's just a retelling, right? But there is some evidence in further passages in the book of Genesis that would suggest that there were indeed other people created on day 6, and that it was not just Adam and Eve.
Hey, Bill, how you doing, man? We just said a prayer for you. How's it going? I hope you're all right.
Now, first of all, let me just point out here. So this is going directly from the Hebrew to the English, and this is Genesis 1:27. And I just want to
Yeah, we're
show you
live,
that
Scotty.
it says,
We're live, Scotty.
so created God man in his own
Beam me up, Scotty. Beam me up. Was never said.
image. In the image of God, he created him. Male and female, he created them. Now, you can look at this and you can say, okay, well, when it says singular him, it's talking about Adam. And when it says them, it's talking about, because male and female, there were two people, you would use the pronoun them. But I will tell you that, or could that also possibly mean when it says he created him, meaning Adam, and then male and female, he created them, could he have created other people who were also living in Eden? Because I think one thing that's important that we need to remember is that Eden was a place. The Garden of Eden was a specific area of that garden. So was Adam placed in the Garden of Eden while there were other people made in the image of God who also lived elsewhere in Eden, just not in the garden? And the garden is where God walked, and I believe the divine council would have been there in the garden as well. And again, there is some evidence in Genesis 4, we're going to go to next, that will hopefully at least spark some curiosity about, because this is something that I really had a hard time with. I grew up, even though I didn't become a believer until I was in my 30s, I still grew up going to Sunday school and to hearing all of the stories. And Adam and Eve were the first and only humans when the world was created. And so this was something that I really had a tough time with. And it was only recently that I just had this aha moment where I was like, wait a minute, it would make so much more sense if there were other people. So now we're going to go to Genesis 4:13-18. And I hope that I'm not boring you to tears, but this is something that I find completely fascinating. And it's something that I've been thinking about a lot recently, because it just, I don't know. Did you ever come across a topic that really, like, once it gets
What's up, Dean
into your
HD?
head, you just cannot stop thinking about it? And this is how it has been for me. And I have to say, this has actually helped me to delve even deeper into God's word as I have been searching the scriptures for, evidence either for this or against this. So let's just read through Genesis 4, verses 13. Well, parts, I'm not going to read all of 13-18, just parts of it. So actually, let me just start in verse 4. It just says, Adam made love to his wife Eve, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Cain. So Cain was the first child of Adam and Eve, and then they had Abel. And most of us know the story of what happened with Cain and Abel. And so after that all had happened, let's just start now at 13. Because this is when Cain is being punished for what he did to Abel. And it says, Cain said to the Lord, my punishment is more than I can bear. Today you are driving me from the land, and I will be hidden from your presence. I will be a restless wanderer on the earth, and whoever finds me will kill me. Who's going to kill Cain? Who? If it is just Adam and Eve and Cain, who is he talking about? Whoever finds me will kill me. Let's go on. But the Lord said to him, not so. Anyone who kills Cain, again insinuating that there are other people there, will suffer vengeance 7 times over. Then the Lord put a mark on Cain so that no one who found him would kill him. So Cain went out from the Lord's presence and lived in the land of Nod, east of Eden. So now here we find out that there is a land called Nod, east of Eden. Who lives in Nod? I don't know. You would think that since he went out from the Lord's presence and lived in Nod, that is not where Adam and Eve were living. So who does live there? Next, Cain made love to his wife. Where did he find his wife? and she became pregnant and gave birth to Enoch. Cain was then building a city, and he named it after his son Enoch. Who was he building the city for? If it was just Adam and Eve and Cain and now his wife, who was he building the city for? And so you could continue asking questions like this over and over and over again. And the common answer, the answer that I actually used to give like clockwork was, well, the Bible tells us that Adam and Eve had other sons and daughters. So, and they did have other sons and daughters, but it doesn't add up in the timeline for them to have the other sons and daughters at this point in time. It seems from the way that Genesis is written that the other sons and daughters were not born yet. And I have to point out that we talked about how in Genesis 6 with the sons of God and the Nephilim, they didn't expand on it. Like they just assumed that the reader would know what they were talking about. And it seems like that's the case here too. You know, they just assume people are going to know who these other people are that they're talking about. But here we are, you know, fast forward thousands of years and we're like, who are these other people? So yeah, lots of questions. And then chapter 4, verse 25 tells us Adam made love to his wife again. And again, I have to show you, this is talking about everything that transpired with Cain and how he left and went to Nod and then got his wife and then they built a city. And after all of this, that is when Seth was born. And she gave birth to a son and named him Seth, saying, God has granted me another child in place of Abel, since Cain killed him. Seth also had a son.
So I was just able to.
So Seth, it seems from the way that this is written, Seth was born after all of that transpired. And then down here it says, at that time, people began to call on the name of the Lord. And that is something else that I never noticed before, but I found an article that was talking about Dr. Michael Heiser and a podcast that he had done. And that is a question that I never actually thought of. So I'm just going to show that to you. So this is what he had to say. And he actually asked a lot of the same questions. I'll leave this link in the description box. A lot of the same questions. Where did he get his wife? Who was he building the city for? And now down here. At that time, people began to call upon the name of the Lord. Genesis 4:26. Heiser points out that the verse doesn't translate to they, which would be the correct term for referring to Adam, Eve, Cain, Cain's wife, Seth, and Enoch. Instead, it uses people, which suggests others outside their immediate lineage. And that would make sense. You would think that it would say at that time they began to call upon the name of the Lord, because we've just been talking about this family. But now it gives a generality. At that time, people began to call upon the name of the Lord. What people? And so now here we are in Genesis chapter 5, verses 3 and 4. And it just tells us that when Adam had lived 130 years, he had a son in his own likeness, in his own image, and he named him Seth. Which Gary Wayne, I'm reading a book by him right now, and he points out that it's odd that it says that Seth was born in Adam's own likeness. It does not say that about Cain and Abel, which I'm not really exactly sure what that means, but it is something neat to point out, but not really pertinent to what we're talking about today. But this part is, after Seth was born, Adam lived 800 years and had other sons and daughters. So after Seth was born, he had the other sons and daughters. And chronologically speaking, and Genesis seems to be very orderly, Seth was born after everything that happened with Cain and Abel, which means that the sons and daughters would not have been born until after that also, which means that the other people that Cain was afraid would kill him would not have existed if they were his siblings, because they wouldn't have been born yet. His wife would not have existed if he was going to marry his sister, because that's what everyone assumes. They had other sons and daughters. That's who it was. I don't know. I don't think that that's what happened. But then the whole idea of another civilization, we can say, of people, another group of people who were living apart from Adam and Eve, but were created around the same time as them, then you have to ask, but what about the fall? If Adam and Eve sinned, why would it have affected the rest of the people who were there? And for me, I think that is just answered by the fact that when Adam and Eve sinned, the whole world was cursed. Everything was corrupted. And yes, that would have fallen to the other people who were there as well, because Adam was the one who was going to be a direct descendant of the Lord Jesus. So he was the one who had kingship at that point in time. He was the one that was hand selected by the Lord to tend the garden, to live in the garden where God walked, where the divine council possibly could have been. So he was it. And yeah, it would make sense then if the animals were cursed, if the plants were cursed, if the whole world was cursed, if there were other people here, unfortunately, that would have fallen on them as well. So in this line of thinking, I believe it's very possible. I'm not saying 100%, but it is very possible from the things that we have read in Genesis that there were other people. There were others. They were just not in the garden. And I have to actually go to a really interesting article that I found about this whole thing. And it's a really long article, so I promise you I'm not going to read the whole thing. But it's called First Human or First King, the introduction of Adam in the Eden narrative. And I'm just going to start down here. The overlooked others. There are several features of the Adam narrative that readers tend to overlook or to dismiss too quickly when reading through the original couple paradigm. For example, one important clue that this is not an original couple story is the fact that it makes several references to other human populations already sharing the world with Adam. All through church history, Christians have wrestled with childish questions, which are often the best kinds of questions, like who was Cain afraid of when he was sent east of Eden? And where did Cain get his wife? And who inhabited the cities Cain founded? Such questions have typically been explained in ways tailored to fit the original couple thesis. However, Genesis itself offers no explanation for the origins of these populations. Indeed, there is no indication that the narrative expects us to be surprised by their presence, nor is there any effort in the narrative to connect those groups with Adam. It was Augustine who first proposed the explanation, which has since become mainstream. Augustine suggested that Adam's other sons and daughters mentioned in a later pericope might account for the populations met by Cain in this account. And Genesis 5:4 does ascribe more sons and daughters to Adam and Eve after Cain, Abel, and Seth. But nowhere does the writer identify those offspring with the populations whom Cain initially feared and later settled among. Augustine's proposal is just that. It is a proposal from Augustine, not an explanation by Moses. And I have to point out again that Seth and the other sons and daughters were born after what we read transpired with Cain and Abel, after he was banished, after he got married and built the city. Even if Augustine's hunch is correct and those other people were Cain's siblings, it remains profoundly telling that the author of Genesis never bothered to draw out that connection. Telling us where all humans came from is not the burden of the text. Unless we presuppose that Adam is the father of all humans and interpolate Augustine's proposal into the text, the most natural reading of those people groups east of Eden is to regard them as genuine others, unrelated to Cain and unknown to him. Rather than introducing Adam as the father of all humans, the emphasis of the narrative is on something else. The focus of the text is on Adam as humanity's first, and until Jesus only, universal king. And that is what it really comes down to. It comes down to the fact that Adam was highlighted in the book of Genesis because Adam was the first universal king. He was the one who was a direct descendant of Jesus Christ. Of course, he would be the one who was going to be highlighted. So here we have Adam as cultivator,
Ad alert. Wow, there's a lot of fucking ads in this one. Sorry, guys. They're all crazy, too. Crazy fucking ads. All right.
And, you know, I could read this to you. Instead, I will just leave a link in the description box because I probably have already bored you with all of the verses.
Well, by the way, that link will not be in my description box. I have no idea what she's talking about. But you can go over to her channel and check it out.
That I already read to you. But I just wanted to show this to you because this was really interesting. And again, we still have also this one from Dr. Michael Heiser, which explores the same questions that I had been asking, except then he added that last
Thank you,
one
Jenny.
about that the people began to call upon the name of the Lord. I had never thought of that. But this is something that really gives us food for thought. And I think that it really changes for me the way that we do look at Genesis.
Did it answer?
And even the flood in general, because someone had
Did it answer my question? No.
pointed out that the flood could have been
But it was interesting.
a punishment for the lineage of Adam and possibly not for the other races who were there. And I'm not saying other races as in that they were like humanoid or anything. They were human. It's just that they were not Adam. They were just other people. But that's just a video for another day.
Yeah.
But, you know, I have been getting so many really interesting emails, and it takes me forever to go through my emails. So I'm sorry if you have sent me an email and I have not responded. I have like over 60,000 emails. So
Jesus.
I'm a little overwhelmed, but I did want to read one to you that I found extremely interesting. And I really want to start highlighting.
I hope I don't ever have to respond to 60,000 emails. That would be nuts.
Emails that I get from people more often in my videos because you guys really send me some really amazing stuff. This particular email was so well written and so thoughtful that I just had to share it with you here. And I'm not going to share the entire thing, but I just wanted to share certain parts of it. And again, I think this email was probably sent to me about 6 months ago. So again, I'm sorry.
All right. I don't really care about the email too much. I don't want to play the whole video anyway. All right, what do you guys think? Anything? Any thoughts? Anybody? Jenny?
Yeah, I think it's a good question to ask, right? It's hard to get an answer, but yeah, I mean, I've tried to study the Bible. I don't know, 15, 17 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you come up with a lot of questions, you know, when you start to read it, and when you try to yeah, you try to create a timeline for yourself, right? Like this happened then and then so long ago, and if you really want to get into it, you can actually um, come very far to how old the world is, and who actually lived where, and which races come from which names in the Bible, right?
Yeah.
But dude, it's such a intricate job that it's almost undoable to create an image in your head about like what's been happening. It's a lifelong task, I think.
Yeah. Some people believe that the book of Revelations is beginning, Revelations 13 is beginning 2023. That's where they think we're at.
Yeah.
Well,
I
kind of agree, maybe, because like you know, like what's about to happen that by next year is like the book of Revelations 13. So
yeah, pestilence, hunger,
what's up?
and hunger, right?
And the mark of the beast.
I do think that the gap theory could be true. I do think that could be true. But I also think that as far as like where it says that Adam and Eve had other sons and daughters, like I don't think that was necessarily something that happened after Seth was born. I think that there were probably more sons and daughters born after Seth, yes. But I think some other sons and daughters were born before Seth as well.
Oh,
like around
so
the
you
time.
think Adam and Eve were getting it on the whole time and just having kids left?
Because like why would they wait that long? Like why would they just have like Cain and Abel?
They were getting
and
busy.
let Cain and Abel grow up to become adults
With just two of them?
and not have any more children
When they have all
besides them,
this-
and
they
then
have
wait
all
until
this extra
after
land?
and then wait until after Cain kills
Yeah.
Abel to start having more children. That's not natural.
Yeah. You know what else I heard? Some
No, they would have been having children the whole time.
Do you know what else I heard?
It's biblical.
Which is weird, right? The Bible doesn't reference whatever happened to Abel's body, right? Cain and Abel, Cainable. Did Cain eat Abel?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it does say that Abel's blood cried out from the ground, so he might have just left him there
Yeah,
on
it
the
does say that.
ground.
It does say that. Yeah, it does say that. Yeah.
So if his blood was crying out from the ground, he was either buried in the ground or just left there where he was killed.
Yeah. I don't know. It's all very interesting stuff. I have another video that I would like to play that looked pretty interesting, but I think I'll take a break while I roll my joint. So I'll play a song real quick. I like this one. It's got some gospel in it.
Yeah, nobody knows half the trouble I've seen at the pub with IVs and my blood's a live pee. Straight vodka and whiskey, they lock me up quickly, then want to convict me for this disease. And my mom and pop give me, yeah, I'm an alcoholic, and they were alcoholics. All it was fun till I pulled out the wallet and dumped out amounts of brolic. I'm not a baller, I just rap a lot. I grew up on Scarface and rap a lot, used to scrap a lot. But here's an afterthought, I regret it, it's pathetic. Can't even go to Canada, see half my fans at rock. October 22nd, last time I took a drink. That's right, I look at things half full instead of half empty. The glass rule, yeah, it's mad tempting till I think about my dad's drool and his ash sent me from his cremated body that I keep to this day. And my mom and pop's wedding vase beneath where I stay down in the basement. Adjacent to that is where my sister found my dead mom. She's headstrong, that day was dead wrong. She found her comatose due to an overdose. People ask me how do I coast, I tell them the Holy Ghost, Father and the Son, the Trinity as a whole. But they don't want to hear divinity is the goal. Don't limit me as a soul or mention the old. I'm not doing push-ups, nah, I'm benching the globe. Besides the fact I get so sad with no dad, judge won't go lighter on the sentence like a Zippo ad. So I gotta do my time like a man and write rhymes while I can. Your pencil won't fit inside of my hand. Try as I can, can't shake my faith. I told the devil like, go ahead, make my day to infinity and beyond. The sun's what I see past it. One more bar and I'm done like a relapse. But I feel as if
So I got this video. Let me see if I can share it. This is pretty interesting too. I got some pretty interesting stuff going on tonight so far. So far so good, right? All right. Let's see what this is. All right. Are all old photographs fake?
The one thing we get in the comments is about what people call the vanilla skies, the white skies. And you understand film and photography a lot better than me, and you have solved this mystery. So I'm gonna hand it over to you, man. Walk me through it.
And even I myself am by no means a professional or have as big of an understanding of it as I possibly could compared to a professional photographer. So the way that this film works is the sensitizing dyes were designed to pull the color red on the spectrum is shadow. The exact opposite color of red on the color spectrum is purple. Blue is right next door. Photography is painting with light. Human skin color, doesn't matter what race you are, shows up as red on the color spectrum. So this early film was designed to pull reds as shadows. That way, the shadows show up on film, and the blue shows up as white. Therefore, the skies show up as white. That's photography 101. Ever since Vanilla Sky came around, there has been zero attempt from any of these Tartar advocates to take the time to educate themselves on that matter and to then do what you're supposed to do, which is go and debunk that. Debunk this science behind the sensitizing dyes. Now, as celluloid film evolves, you get to the point where panchromatic film comes out. Panchromatic film is also black and white, but you see the development of the sensitizing dyes get to the point where they can now register blue and pull details. So when you search panchromatic film photography online, you can see images of clouds in the sky, as well as all the shadows, which is the red spectrum of the color spectrum showing up as shadows. Basic photography.
So I hadn't actually looked into this orthochromatic photography before me and you started talking. So you put me onto this. And just to back up what you're saying, it says here that photography has indeed advanced since the good old times. And what the good old times means here is that when photographs were sensitive primarily to the blue region of the spectrum, and you go down, and it's exactly like you're saying, until the 1870s, the good old days, it was generally accepted that blues would appear lighter than greens and reds. And orthochromatic photography refers to a photographic emulsion that is sensitive to only blue and green light and thus can be processed with a red safe light. And as this type of film was not sensitive to red light, it increased the blue sensitivity that causes blue objects to appear lighter or whiter. And that goes back to what you're saying, because blue and red are opposite ends of the spectrum. So I think for me, that's enough of an explanation. That makes sense. The sky's blue and it's oversensitive to the blue spectrum, so it's coming out lighter. So the skies are white. But that won't be enough for most people. So we should be able to test it. I've got up 4 photographs in GIMP. Now in GIMP, you can desaturate and do a mono mixer. So you turn the image to black and white. And these are my photographs. Now we're going to turn our blue and green up and our red down. That looks like a 19th century photograph. And as you can see, the sky's gone white. If I undo that, the clouds have gone. This one, again, turn the blue up and the green and the red down, sky has gone white. It looks like a 19th century photograph. Turn the blue up, turn the green up, and turn the red down. There you go. The sky's disappeared. And it looks like a 19th century photograph. Wouldn't you agree?
It's all pretty simple when you do the research.
And that's the thing. It's like this. That's why this has to be correct, because you can actually test this. You just go into the mono mixer, you turn them all up, and you turn the red down. That's pretty much, I mean, that is pretty much a 19th century photograph, isn't it? That's what we're seeing. And that's it. And this is really what I mean when I keep saying that it's argument from incredulity. Is it to argue that there's some sort of photo manipulation going on because the skies are white? It is ignorance, because you don't know, or I didn't know, about the processes of early photography. And then once you learn, and it's the same with the exposure times and people disappearing and people moving, because once you know that, it makes sense. And there's no mystery anymore. And that's a good thing, because then we close that down.
It's never going to be closed down anymore.
Never. It's never gone. It's just like, oh God, it's endless. That's the thing. We need to talk about the photo manipulation as well, don't we? Because that's something that comes up a lot. That the 19th.
That's pretty crazy how he made like regular photos look like old photos. Did you see that, Jenny?
Yeah, that was crazy.
That is pretty crazy, huh?
No,
So,
he just he knows what he's doing, right? He knows exactly what to.
you know a lot about photographs, right? Boy, you were talking about it. Wasn't that you on here before talking a lot about it? Or was it someone else? No, it wasn't you. It was someone else. I had someone else on here that knew a whole shitload about photography and all that. Thought it was you. Sorry, I got you.
Century photographers could photo manipulate, a bit like we can today with Photoshop.
Everyone's always going to be creative with whatever form of art exists. So I think in this term of photo manipulation, photo cropping, it all has to be taken on a case-by-case basis. I myself have seen photos that have been trimmed, manipulated, if you want to use that word, altered. But a good example of looking at that would be the music industry. If you hear a song where an artist uses auto-tune, it doesn't mean that every single song uses auto-tune. It's a case-by-case basis. So I don't think we can just conclude that every photograph has been
that's cool, Machine
manipulated
Head.
And there's a
But
worldwide conspiracy.
I guarantee you 100% if I search for pictures from 1929 at the end of the road is an old world building, I bet you a million pictures like that would come up.
Because yes, we do have a select amount of photos that appear to have been edited.
Yeah, and it's a bit
I'll do
like
it in a
this,
second.
This one here that's been cropped. I mean, it's quite easy to take this out of context and say, oh, look, it's evidence that they've messed with the construction photos. But I suppose the first thing to say about this is that it's actually, we've got clouds. It's not a whitewashed sky. So there's that. This actually goes back to what you're saying about a case-by-case basis, because this belongs to part of a larger archive. If you go through, you get more images, and you can see there's an image in the background here. You can see there's, I think you call them awnings. It says 80DS, blah, blah, blah. So this is a photograph on top of another photograph. And as you go through, that's that original image. There's other forms of cropping. So, you know, this was probably just cut out when the photographer was doing it. It doesn't mean these are fake. And another thing to say about photo cropping, you know, I took this photograph and I can easily crop it and mess around with it. But it doesn't mean I didn't actually take the photograph and that this structure does not exist. It just means that they, like us, were trying to make a better image all the time or playing around with them. You know, whether it was being doctored for a magazine or a journal or an advert. So I don't think that's enough evidence. They need to be looked at individually on a case-by-case basis.
With this example that you're showing, case in point, just because you're cropping the sky, it has nothing to do with the foreground of the photo.
Yeah.
So if there is evidence of a photo that's been cropped, it's a selective area. It's not the whole entire photo.
But, you know, with that said, they did have photo manipulation back in the day. So this is actually a composite image. It's manipulated. This guy wasn't actually there. And you can see with the horse, I mean, it looks very fake. And there were loads of these type of things, you know, double head. So this is playing around with that exposure.
And this process can be done through the camera at the time of the photo, if I'm not mistaken. But you can also do this in the darkroom. You cover up certain parts of the photo paper, you expose it to the film through light, and then you do the other side. And this could be two different pictures that were taken, two different exposures onto the photo paper in the red room, and bam, you have a manipulated photo.
Yeah, exactly. So this was the sort of thing they were doing. You got ghost images and funny stuff like this, blowing his head up. And this is a renowned fake. So yeah, it did exist back then, just like it exists today. Doesn't mean every single photograph is faked, but also as well, I mean, if you're arguing for the Tartarian hypothesis, using photo manipulation in the 19th century is not going to work in your favor. You're actually shooting yourself in the foot. And I'll explain why, because the thing is, if you're arguing that all construction photos have been photo manipulated and they're fake, then why stop there? So there are a few photographs of empty cities or empty scenes. Well, how do you know if they could manipulate photos so well? How do you know they didn't just remove all the people to make a better image? And it's the same with the empty construction sites. When we see an empty construction site, how do you know they didn't just remove all the people? Because if they were that good at photo manipulating, you can't just cherry pick with it and say that, oh, they've manipulated the construction photos because it suits your argument. It means that every single photograph is now vulnerable to that same argument. And here you could say, well, where are all the people? Or maybe they just removed them to make it a better image. They didn't actually zoom in and see the blur.
What's up?
The exposure.
Machine Head is at work.
Oh, all right. No, because he mentioned something about a picture that he had, and I thought he wanted to.
Yeah, he probably doesn't. I don't know if he has it with him or not, but
it's all good.
And it's the same. It's the same with the World's Fairs. It's that how do you know the World's Fairs actually look like this? This could be a fake photograph. And really, when you think about it, this does actually look quite fake. This looks like an advertisement, you know, for the fair to make it look dreamy and amazing. And I'll show you why. I mean, yeah, because this.
So those of you who don't know, they say the World's Fairs, like all the buildings were just facades, and they put them up for the World's Fair, and they weren't real buildings, and they just knocked them right down right after the World's Fair because they were just facades or something. But some people think, you know, they definitely look like real buildings. So
this is the same structure, and this is in the archives, and there's 3,000 images of this World's Fair being constructed, and you can see all the timber, you can see the plaster, but this
they lit up by themselves with no lights.
Yes, this looks like this is a more realistic image in my mind. This looks more real than the other image. You can see all the details. So really, it's cherry picking. You know, those photographs of all those lovely buildings that are not here anymore. Well, how do you know they ever existed? Maybe those photographs are fake. If they're faking photographs so much during that period, maybe it was just propaganda, tourist propaganda to make a city look better than it was so people would visit or move there. So yeah, by arguing that the construction photographs are manipulated and fake, you then create an invalid argument, you know? It invalidates your entire window into the past. You can't just claim that all construction photographs are fake without any substantial evidence, but then believe an image of a seemingly empty city taken with long exposure and use it as proof of a reset. It's cherry picking.
It was actually pretty comical. I was watching Campbell of Autodidactic, and he was getting kind of frustrated because he was trying to understand that how a long exposure time has anything to do with the sky in a photo turning white and the building in the foreground turning black. And I totally get his frustrations because that's like me going up to a toaster and putting bread in it, walking away, coming back 5 minutes later and be like, hey, why don't I have any toast? You have to understand how the toaster works, and you got to push down to get the toast. The long exposure decides how much light enters the camera and stains the film. The sensitizing dyes I was speaking of earlier, that decides what turns to light and what turns to shadow. So if you leave the exposure open for too long, the whole entire photo is going to turn out white because you let too much light in. So my humble opinion is, before you go on the record, maybe just take like 20, 25 minutes to research a topic, because otherwise you're going to come out here looking like Joe Biden, all confused, like, I don't know which way to walk.
Well, that's that's no problem for Cam, because he likes to be amazed and he likes to wonder. He doesn't need to know.
What,
it's like,
Campbell?
oh yeah, it could be so wonderful. I was just been dreaming, and
you watch
Autodidactic
Autodidactic?
Dream time in Tartaria, and with all this antiquitech around us, right. Flying carpets, eh? Yeah. It was even more wonderful than that, Cam. Dude, people never stop telling those fairy stories to each other, dude. Yeah. I'm glad somebody talked some sense about this. I really love this conversation.
Woody Nichols and AWA, they're on it, right? You think so, right?
Yeah,
a lot
I
of
love
people are hating on them right now for this. But
no, I love it.
I like it. I think they're right on. Yeah.
I don't like the. You need some suggestion. You need some fantasy, and then you need some truth. You do some research.
Yeah.
And then you try to find out like what's real about that.
Yeah, and they did some real research on some photography right there. And they showed it, and they showed how you can they actually showed how they.
It's not rocket science, right? They tell you it's got to do with colors and sensitivity of the film material. That's what it is, and you can simulate that via Photoshop.
They've been doing some good work the whole time. AWAR has been doing really good work. I never really paid attention to Woody Nichols until recently, but I've been an AWAR fan all the way since the beginning, and he, I've talked to him before, like on Odyssey and stuff like that, and
cool.
He's all right, he's cool, and he's usually like ahead of the pack on this mud flood research. So that's why it says like a flip flop production. You know what I mean? Because he's flip flopping. He's changing his mind, but there's nothing wrong with changing your mind if you find new research that contradicts what you've already learned, right? Like if you, right? Like that's what we're supposed to do, not get stuck in the same.
Yeah, I've gone through that. I've gone through that because I got caught up in all that Hebrew roots stuff for a while, and then I come to find out that a lot of that stuff that I was falling for wasn't necessarily correct.
I have no idea what you're talking about, but yeah,
well, I'm just saying. I'm just using it as an example of we might be thinking that we're so sure on something, but then we get new information and it changes things. It reveals more truth to us, and then we have to change our mind or just stay stagnant. Because if we don't, we just stay stagnant.
I'm just trying.
But as long as we're breathing, we're still learning.
I'm just trying to staying in this game, and it ain't easy.
Yeah. Right hook. Slang, you my brother. Yeah. Alright, look. Yeah. The weight on my shoulders is like cargo, and I don't wanna know how deeply that my scars go. It's like the fetus in the womb by Leonardo that got me feeling like Buscemi out in Fargo. As a kid, I would just stare up at the stars though, and pray that eventually I'd have a God's flow. Remember riding in my father's Monte Carlo. 2 months later, he dead, and I'm in a fog grove. Poppy, mommy, I love you, but what do you do when it's trouble? How do you process that life is a beautiful struggle? I can end it fucking all without moving a muscle, and I'm too old to let the left hook loose in a scuffle. How do I deal with a designation to be ill? As far as Marciano, separation isn't real. I don't believe in the philosophy that schism kill, cause every time I kiss my son it warm my inner chill. I'm trying to stay sane in this game, it ain't easy. Hey, I done made my own lane and I swear you'll believe me. Hey, I live in this world full of anger and hate, and nobody is safe in this place with my gun on me. Trying to stay sane, it ain't easy. Nothing's equivalent to the deep brain I was given, and what I'm giving is something for you to sit in and figure the derivative of it. Even if you can
love it. Most of them hate it, but fuck them, you can suck my dick when it's uncovered. Son, everyone under the sun, where it's coming from is somewhere close to living with nothing. I've been dealing with it, no one said I can't be living about it. Just paint my fucking canvas with the pictures I'm hearing about. It's seeking every day in my life. It's getting old, a couple mil, man, damn it'd be nice. How many shows do I gotta fucking murder? Put my hat in to make a splash. The industry's like a sea of infinity, you're blinking trash. Ha, all I can do is laugh at it while I'm struggling with sobriety like a classic addict. Someone call the record labels and let them know that I don't give a fuck if I make it and never blow. I'm trying to stay sane in this game, it ain't easy. Hey, I done made my own lane and I swear you'll believe me. Hey, I live in this world full of anger and hate, and nobody is safe in this place with my gun on me. Trying to stay sane, it ain't easy. Hey,
feel the hellfire, the heaven on ya. Think someday I'll reach my dreams, but I'm never gonna. I gotta screw loose and a deuce. You got some old lies, I got some new truths. When the hellfire comes and it's burning ya, you either find out that you was or it burning ya. I'm still fucked sleeping on my friend's furniture, but I stay determined cause I know what I can turn into. They told me that I couldn't do what I did. I saw the future, I just knew as a kid I would visualize a life that I grew up to live. When you listen to me rhyme, I tell you who the fuck is the legend rebel, the peasant devil, the hardcore MC. Smash anyone against me with heavy metal. My balls are big enough to break walls at every level. My music called kids from all towns and every ghetto. I'm an anomaly, mommy, nobody's calming me. Stopping my lyrics from spreading, I'm more like gonorrhea. Life isn't easy, is it? When all you see is a blizzard. I'm going back to Dimmick, I think I need a visit.
I'm trying to stay sane in this game, it ain't easy. Hey, I done made my own lane and I swear you'll believe me. Hey, I live in this world full of anger and hate, and nobody is safe in this place with my gun on me. Trying to stay sane, it ain't easy.
All right, I got a couple of Mandela Effect videos. One of them is Voynich's second favorite channel. What's up, No Despair Bear? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. You there? Where you at? You somewhere.
Huh? What?
Huh?
I'm present.
Oh.
What's up? How you? Where you at?
What's up, right?
How you doing?
I am fucking fantastic.
Yeah. Did you go to Flattoberfest?
I'm still here. See.
Oh, that's where
see-
you're at. Oh, let me put you full screen then.
Yeah.
Let's get some exclusive No Despair Bear.
There you go.
Flattober. What? That's your hotel room?
Yep, this is the 8th floor of the Hyatt Regency, and
Oh, you got a hotel at the Hyatt. You're
yeah,
balling.
it's
You're
like
balling.
yeah, it's not like the richest fucking place down here. Trust me.
The Hyatt in Boston is like shaped like a pyramid. Is that one shaped like a pyramid?
It's fucked up. Yes, it's not a pyramid, but it's fucked up.
It's like steps, right? Like a pyramid looking step.
Yeah,
thing. Yeah.
it's fucking weird.
Yeah. Turn your phone sideways so we can get a full screenshot. It'll go full screen. It'll take it. Not yet, but it might.
I just turned it.
Nah, it's not gonna work for us.
Yeah, that's like the
Sometimes
back.
it worked last night. Yeah, it's just probably the phone. Oh well. We tried, but
we tried.
But that's pretty nice. So what people? So when are people actually going home? Like I know Singeman already left.
Did he? I seen him last night. We had breakfast with him after.
How was that? How did that go?
Oh, we had a hell of a time, man. We had breakfast at Denny's, and then we all kind of like went our separate ways. But I stayed around today, and I think most people left either today or definitely tomorrow morning. But it was a good time, man.
Yeah, I know. I streamed the Chief Crow concert, dude. It was awesome.
I gotta watch yours. I gotta watch yours.
My version came out pretty good. I don't know. I didn't check out anyone else's yet, but
I hadn't either. Time Sue said she sent you or jumped in or something. Something to Sue, and she said that
tonight.
Yeah, earlier tonight before she left, she got like a little ride to her hotel, and I stayed out there out front of the karaoke bar we was at. You have to check out Stavely stream tonight, man. We was wild.
Yeah, I know you guys. I know you guys are doing a big stream.
We was wild down there at the karaoke bar earlier tonight.
Oh, it was karaoke night tonight.
Yeah.
How many karaoke nights did they have? Like more than one?
I think Thursday and Monday is all I heard them say.
That's cool.
Is it Friday? But maybe it's Friday too.
Did you sing? Did you get up there and sing something?
I did tonight, but I did Friday night. And
what did you say? What did you sing?
I sang "Country Boy Can't Survive."
Oh, you did it?
Hank Williams Jr. Yeah.
How did you do? You had fun at least, right?
It was good. I had fun, but I was a little loud.
Yeah.
I kind of screamed a few times.
It's tough. I've been singing on microphones too lately, and I've been having trouble with that. It's like
you gotta like be a little more mellow or something.
Yeah.
I haven't got the hang of it, but
it's like when you're used to talking on YouTube and yelling, and you don't have a microphone all the time, and you're yelling on a cell phone, and then you try to you have a microphone that's like real sensitive.
Yeah.
You can whisper.
It makes a difference. It makes a difference.
Yeah, it's nuts.
We had a good time here this week. Yeah, perfect weather.
Yeah.
Other than the chemtrails, they fucking sprayed a few times, but you'll have that.
Yeah, I'm glad everybody had a good time, man. That's the whole point.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I was gonna go. I was working. I was trying to go. I was trying to get down there. I don't know.
Well, all I can say is there's always hopefully a next one or a next event or a next gathering we can all get to somehow, some way. No matter where we are, we need to try to gather together with like-minded people.
Yeah, and that's
no matter what the event, no matter what the place, we need to gather together with like-minded people that get it.
And that's what me and Christian are saving up for. We're trying to get on the road and come meet a bunch of people and play some music.
Oh yeah, hell yeah!
Get some.
I missed that, Daddy, dude. He was here last year or at Spartanburg.
Yeah, he I don't know. He was with his kids this weekend. So
was he?
Yeah, he was. He's a really good dad. He really is.
I don't fault him for that one bit.
Yeah. So
he's got some good kids too, man.
Yeah.
I don't fault him for that. Like I said, he's already been down here, and he's kind of already been down here and done that.
Well, the thing is, we got to make our way down to South Carolina anyway. The first place we're going, because we need to get. He has a PA system down there somewhere. And
he said he had it locked up in a storage building or some shit, right?
Yeah, yep, and that's what he said. We got to go first. So
yeah,
we need it. We need it for the sound to make it loud.
Well, there's several people here, so if y'all can get it and
we'll find a spot to play down there. Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
I'd say
we'll have a meetup.
Attendees, because there's several people that live around this area.
And we're going to be going to Alabama to Jen's house, and we're going to be going to Seattle to Sailing Fair Man's house. And our last stop is Daryl's at Flat Earth Farms.
Dude, man, Daryl's there tonight, just hanging out. Daryl was with us tonight. It's fucking trip.
Daryl really wanted me to come. It sucks. I didn't go.
I know, but hey,
it was Michelle's birthday too, So I
blame it on Michelle. Blame it on Michelle.
She didn't even.
Michelle, I get it.
She didn't even do nothing with me for her birthday. You know what I mean? Like she was like sick and she went to bed. I was like, oh, well, I could have probably went. Like I just sat here and did nothing. Well, actually, I was kind of there because I was live streaming the Chief Pro concert, and it kind of felt like I was there because like everyone was like, "Hey Ray, what's up?"
Yeah.
And like I was in the room for a second.
Dude, Chief Crow, he's a shit, dude. I wish how many times he's performed, because he hasn't performed a whole lot to my knowledge.
Yeah.
Like when he does perform, he's so fucking good at it, man. Like it's like he should perform more. I mean,
he does. If you watch his channel, there's a few live shows on there. Yeah. I caught him one night on a live. He playing live. Yeah. If you his channel, yeah. Sometimes he.
But I mean, he's good enough to perform in live venues, a couple times a month, and to have good audiences.
So have you got? I have a Mandela effect here. Like, have you ever noticed a period at the end of the newspaper like that?
No.
Okay, so let's check this. Let's see what's going on here.
Upload number 3, July 8th, 2021. I stumbled on this early this morning. Last night, my girlfriend and I had Mandela effect argument blowout number 1000. I mean, imagine being her, what I call a number, aka numbskull, and she's around me every day. She's made multiple discoveries that I've made videos of over the years. She knows it's real, but she doesn't give a shit. And she hates Recall Vector with a passion. But she loves me. Anyhow, we get through the night. And this morning, I asked her an old one that I never discussed with her. And her instant response was Smithsonian Institute.
Institution.
The current history, it's the Smithsonian Institution. So I went looking for residue to show her, and I saw a period at the end of the newspaper names.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
I know. Most of you aren't looking at old newspapers like I am every day for years. But I never saw them before today. They just popped up for me.
See, the thing is, this guy, he gets a lot of his residue from newspapers.com. You know what I'm saying? So like he's always looking at old newspapers. So you know what I'm saying? He noticed it.
It seems that the period stopped being used once the 1930s hit. Check out this crazy S and look at that D. And why the fuck does the first D look different than the second D, which looks normal to me? For those of you that are searching for residue in old newspapers, have you ever seen a period at the end of the name before? Look at that font.
Yes.
Give me the heebie-jeebies. I mean,
It's crazy.
it's kind of scary looking. The fuck is that? Look at this period. Looks like AI. These look like newspapers that you would find in a Black Mirror episode. You know, it's easy to compare memories between ourselves, but it's impossible to compare the memories of yourself. How the fuck do I know that all the memories in my head are really from the same reality stream? Sure, it seems like multiple reality streams with different consistent histories are merging together, but sometimes I get paranoid and imagine that I've been digitally copied into an independent sim, and the other reality streams exist with consistent histories, unchanged, with no residue of any other streams. And this mindfuck reality is the USS Callister and Captain Daly. Is artificial intelligence. One could successfully argue that residue could be found in both scenarios. I sure would prefer a reality stream merge is happening than USS Callister. That's my fucking nightmare.
So the spelling of coconut. So basically, look, it's spelled with an A, coconut.
Yeah, it's dumb.
I don't know. What do you think, Voynich? How do you spell coconut? What about you? No, anybody? No despair? Anybody? What do you think?
COCONUT.
So there's no A?
No.
Not in coconut.
Well, there is now, I think.
For my nuts.
What?
That's
Say what?
Look, he's showing
Nuh-uh.
it. Look at the screen.
What?
What are you doing? You're not what are you doing? You're on the stream and you're not even paying attention, Jenny. What's going on?
Get the fuck out of here! What? Oh, I'm sorry. I was making an RSO coffee.
Good for you. Good for you. I wish I had RSO.
When did that change?
I can't believe that shit though. There's an A in it?
I don't know. That's what they're trying to show. Or there was an A.
There was never an A in it before.
Well, why is it showing all these things with an A in it?
Triple D's has something
Wait
to
a
do.
minute. I've got something in the refrigerator that's got coconut in it.
Look
I'm
right
gonna
now.
check it.
Yeah, check right now.
Yeah,
Jenny.
I'm going to check.
And
I've
show
got
us.
some coconut coffee
Show
creamer.
us. Show us.
I got coconut coffee creamer. I'm about to check it.
All right, see what it says.
If that thing has an A in it, I'm gonna flip.
If you flip, then I'm putting you full screen.
No, it does not have an A in it. He's spelling it wrong.
It doesn't have an A in it now, so it
No.
did have an A. So what they're trying to say is
Look.
it did have an A in it, and now it doesn't.
No way. Look.
What does that say?
Can you see it? Can you see it?
Somebody's
Yeah.
fucking.
Somebody's fucking with us.
It says COCONUT, just like I spelt it
But does
from
that-
memory.
Yeah. Everyone
From
check it out.
memory, I called it off, and it's
It used-
exactly the way it's spelled on the carton.
Space Brother said it used to have an A. Space Brother said it used to have an A. He's gonna check.
What?
Well, why is it showing all these ones with an A? I mean, they could have someone could have made these.
Yeah,
I don't know. Like,
somebody else's time.
maybe he's talking about a different kind of cocoa. He's talking about cocoa nuts, probably. Like,
the same
like
thing.
cocoa beans. Cocoa beans. Sometimes people call them cocoa nuts.
It's the same. What you think? There's a difference?
No, it's a totally different thing. It's a totally different thing.
Is it a different?
A cocoa nut is a
Voynich.
cocoa bean.
Voynich,
A
what do you think?
coconut
Let Voynich
is a
talk.
coconut.
He grows things. What Voynich? What do you think?
It's cacao.
With
It's
an A at the-
cacao. That's
Yeah, cacao nut.
CA. There's cacao, of which you make chocolate. That's CACAO. And then there's cocos. It comes from the coconut, right?
Yeah.
That's how I know it.
So how do you spell coconut?
Yeah, without the A.
Without the A.
Oh,
So
come
this
here.
So they're trying to
Hybrid.
say it
Wow.
had an A. It had an A at one point, and now it
Yeah,
doesn't.
clearly.
Some
I never
peo-
seen it. I have seen it. I have seen it spelled that way, but maybe once or twice.
Like
Yeah.
I said, though, they got to be talking about the coconut, not the coconut.
There's two different
No, they're
ones.
not talking about the coca. They're talking about cocos. They're talking about cocos.
Oh, they're talking about cocaine.
No, coca.
Cocos.
No,
Cocaine.
cocoa. Like,
Cocaine.
chocolate. Where chocolate comes from.
Yayo.
No, that's cacao.
They're talking about They're talking about yayo.
No, this is coke. What? This is cocos. Cocos. They're talking about cocos.
Well, this is definitely confusing.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
No,
Well-
it's not confusing. No. Cocoa is cocos.
Yeah.
Cacao is for chocolate. It's cacao. Yeah, it's cacao or cocoa. There's a difference, okay?
All right.
And the cocoa and the cocoa is the same as cocos. That's it.
These cocos.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do some these.
No.
Where's Tommy? Oh shit.
Oh, jeez.
Hey, can you rewind it a bit?
Yeah. What do you want to see? You want me to? I can rewind it. How far?
Just a
Like here?
Just a few frames. No, that's way too far. No.
Right here?
Yeah, no, a bit further.
This one?
Yeah, let it roll. Let it roll.
All right.
Let it roll.
All right. I'll let it roll.
No. That's too far back again.
All right. Let it roll from here. All right.
Yeah. Because I thought I saw something by Schweppes, but without the W. It only said Schweppes.
Oh,
Instead
really?
of Schweppes.
Maybe.
Hey, look what else I got, Ray.
What up?
I got a caramel. It's got RSO and a bunch of other stuff in it.
That's awesome, Jenny.
These things
Just
will
stop it here,
blast
stop it
you
here.
to the moon.
What would you say? That was it? That was it, Voynich? Was it
Yeah,
right there?
that was it.
Oh, fuck. I missed it. Hold on, Jenny. Right here, this one. Yeah, Sheps. Yeah, you're right, boy. Hold on, I'm going to go back and pause it. Hold on, I'm going to zoom in on it.
But it's not. No, it's something else. It's not.
It's something
the
else.
Schweppes.
But that is
It's
weird,
something
though. Yeah.
Yeah, cocoa nut.
Yeah, that's a different spelling.
Yeah,
it's weird.
Have you seen it before, Anthony?
No, not like that. Okay.
I guess it's just something else to watch out for.
Yeah.
Something else we got to look out for when we're out in public now. When we're food shopping.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
Because a coconut is different than a coconut. It's so close, but it's so different, you know?
Yeah. Well, none of these videos look appealing to me.
Yeah. Fuck them, Ray. Fuck them.
Fuck them. But I'm just trying to. Sometimes they give me good suggestions at the end. I was watching this one earlier, Prescription Thugs, but I can't play that. What's that? Whoa. That looked kind of weird.
So that whole Flattoberfest was quite. It looked pretty awesome, dude. It looked better than all the other years together. I think it was, huh?
Yeah, okay.
There was most people there this time that I've been to since I've been to the last couple of years. So I wasn't there. I think it's the biggest year so far. You know, the biggest most days.
I can hardly hear you. I don't know what's up with the mic.
You're glitching in and out.
Really?
But a little bit. You were.
To get back next to the 5G window.
Yeah.
Can you hear me better next to the 5G window?
Yeah.
Only what I want to forget.
Yeah. No, this time was pretty large. I mean, there was several 100 people there. Yeah.
Wow.
Both Saturday and Sunday.
Sometimes I like going to the smaller things better because it's like you have more time with people to talk and chill and when there's so many people swarming everybody.
Yeah.
You can't even get a word with nobody. You know what I mean? It's better to have like smaller gatherings, but the big ones are cool too. You know?
Yeah.
It looked like a great atmosphere, great energy there, dude.
Yeah,
that's what I saw.
Everyone seemed like they were having fun. I wish I went.
Like, not have a good time. I mean, there's no turmoil, no fucking nobody up in arms about anything. You know, the whole time I was there, both Saturday and Sunday, there was nothing, no beef. Hell, I had some guys talk to me. I was out there eating some of Dr. Love.
You know, I'm gonna play this one because Voynich loves it when I play Hitler videos on here. Every time I show something about Hitler, Voynich is like, "Ray, stop playing shit about Hitler."
I like it. I like my Adolf. You know that.
All right, let's see what this is. All right, let's see the Hitler Mandela effect.
I like my
not his eyes, not his eyes. The spelling of Hitler. Okay.
Spelling?
Really?
Hitler with one T or Hitler with two T's?
Come on, this guy.
What?
Sometimes I get the feeling that this recall factor just pulls it out of his ass.
Another boy.
F.
Wait a minute. His eyes were not blue.
No, I know. That's a change
They
too.
were brown.
That's a change too.
Spelled H instead of F. Residual evidence exists, and it's real.
But you know the thing about his eyes though, I'm not sure because like they say his eyes change. Like some pictures are blue and some pictures are brown, but he had a lot of body doubles. So like one of the one with blue eyes could have been his other body double, and nobody really noticed. It just looked just like him. When they found his body, supposedly the Russians took it. Him and his wife killed themselves or whatever.
Yeah.
And then like later on they checked the bones out, and it wasn't his body. They never found his body. It was just one of his lookalikes that shot themselves. You know what I mean? So he had a ton of lookalikes. So that could be the reason for the color of the eyes.
What do you remember?
You'll rise to greater heights than that, my boy. One day when you're older, you'll understand.
So yeah, they were chanting Jews when I...
That's it, John. Practice makes perfect. Now remember what I told you. Never talk to strangers. You're probably wondering why.
That's a long rest day, bro.
That's crazy. That's
Oh, I got some. I got a nice one about Hitler too.
What do you got?
Can you play it? I will. I will send it in private chat.
Yes.
It's a funny video. About it's about the Jews. It's about Hitler in a funny way.
Where is it? Oh, I see it.
But in a funny way.
It's yeah. All right, boy. Yeah, I see it.
You see it?
Yeah. Let's see what it says. All right, we'll take a chance on this one.
Yeah, you can take a chance on this one. I'm sure.
All right, so it says,
So yeah, they were chanting, "Jews will not replace us." That's what they were chanting in Charlottesville. Jews will not replace us. Now, as a Jewish person, when I heard that, I laughed so hard. Jews will not replace. So yeah, they were chanting, "Jews will not replace us." That's what they were chanting in Charlottesville. Jews will not replace us. Now, as a Jewish person, when I heard that, I laughed so hard. And here's why. What the fuck job do you have that you're worried the Jews are coming for you? We don't want to work at Hobby Lobby. We good. All right. TV? Oh, are you saying the Jews control Hollywood? Because you can leave. If you want to interrupt me with anti-Semitism, get the fuck out of the show.
Oh God. Yeah, that was pretty good.
So yeah, they were chanting, "Jews will not replace us."
Oh, how crazy is that? How crazy is that? The guy's actually serious.
Yeah.
Oh, dude.
It's crazy. Some crazy shit. Yeah. Yeah. So
the guy in the audience just says one word, no, 2 letters, TV. And he just gives us TV. And he's a racist and anti-Semitist and oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
You can't say you can't say nothing. It's crazy. I'm trying to think where I should. I think I had more stuff to show. I think I had something else I was showing. Hold on 1 second. What happened to it? It was over here. Yeah. Hold on 1 second. I'm almost there. I'm looking. I had some shit to show. I was about to play something over here, and then I got. Oh, it was Mark Sargent's thing. Remember we were playing his thing? Let's get back to that. I wanted to show this. Might as well. We have nothing else going on, right? All right. Let me see. All right. I didn't want to cut him off earlier because it's pretty. It's like basic stuff, but it's good to relearn it, restudy it. And it's funny because, like,
They sat in.
Just pay attention.
There was no proof.
The first flat Earth
Hundreds
cruise.
of years went by, and still civilization had no way of proving the theory. Planes were invented around 1900, but until 1957, nothing could go high enough to give a true perspective of where we lived.
Or so they say.
That's when everything got strange. The United States and Russia both sent up rockets high enough to take decent pictures, and what they saw scared them a great deal. How do we know they were extremely concerned about the sky? Because the US and Russia immediately started firing nuclear weapons straight up, and they kept firing for the next 4 years. A few things to keep in mind here. First, this was now 1958. Nuclear weapons were very expensive and hard to come by. These also weren't nominal yield 20 kiloton toys we used on Hiroshima. This was high kiloton to low megaton, and we couldn't get them up fast enough. And the strangeness continued in other places. In 1959, only a year into the atmosphere bombardment, 10 nations, including the United States, made Antarctica off limits to any colonization. A treaty was put in place and to this day remains intact. Over 50 nations now have signed off on this treaty. Do you know any treaty that has lasted that long between all industrialized nations? Moreover, Do you know any piece of real estate in the world that is owned by no one? You would think at the very least one of the large oil companies would use their huge financial resources to explore this region, and yet they don't even petition the idea. The short version of the discovery is this. By 1958, the military had discovered the very solid upper and outer edges of our world and had to create a way to put up do not enter signs without looking obvious. It was tricky, but if there is one thing I have learned about the authority, it's that nothing is left to chance. Most of the work had already been done for them, so their job was primarily in the details. The sky part of the dome was much higher than commercial air traffic, so the only thing they had to worry about there was the space program, which is immediately militarized. The outer border had the natural benefit of not only an extensive ocean, but a scaling decrease in temperature and a steady increase in iceberg frequency to discourage ships, all leading to a permanently frozen landmass that could not be used for any form of agriculture. This ocean and ice layout had worked well for thousands of years because the technology of the current civilization didn't evolve quickly. Sailors avoided cold weather seas whenever possible, and oxygen levels get low enough to harm people, even on high mountains. The brilliance of the design comes in the simple fact that human males are corrupted by power. Corruption so total, in fact, that they would rather hide the world itself rather than risk their power on it.
Just human males or females too, maybe? I don't know. What's that? What's that, Mark?
Maybe an ancient...
What's up, Voynich?
He said human males are
Yeah.
able to corrupt for power, and I'm like, what about females?
Yeah, females are getting pretty crazy too.
Right?
The females are getting nuts, Voynich, like overpowering. Yeah.
Real? Like, I had this woman stay with me for 5 months last year, and she was a fucking Jezebel.
Yeah, exactly, Jenny.
Fucking control. She wanted to fucking control me in my fucking apartment.
Jenny's on our side.
It's okay now. She's gone, Jenny.
Yeah.
Fucking be that way too.
Jenny, come back to us, Jenny. Come back to us. We're watching a flat Earth. We're watching a flat Earth video.
Scroll or book. Perhaps an interdimensional being told the tale of what the world looked like. But this was all but dismissed because even the most powerful leaders of the day couldn't reach the borders. And if they couldn't, what chance did the general public have? It's one thing to be told of the giant impenetrable dome, but it's a whole different animal when you finally stand right next to it. Then the tough decisions have to be made. Do we keep the secret? And how far are we willing to go to keep the status quo? Once they decided to keep the secret, no expense was spared. The rapid progression of rocketry science had to be addressed quickly, and so the moon missions were created. Matt from the NASA channel was right in his thinking that you needed the moon mission event to stage a picture of the Earth from deep orbit. And that couldn't be more true. Establishing NASA as the frontrunner of space exploration also diverted people who would have otherwise created their own space companies for profit. The best engineers, technicians, and pilots were recruited to the NASA space program. Once there, they were compartmentalized on a need-to-know basis. The astronauts know of the deception and are sworn to secrecy under the penalty of whatever motivates them. Private space programs are discouraged, sabotaged, or absorbed into the NASA fold. Private sector spacecraft are just not going to be allowed for several reasons. The most obvious is the collision with the dome itself. The telemetry data from such a mission would show an impact failure at a certain altitude, and if repeated, would raise questions NASA is prepared to answer. There are 3 perpetual questions about our world that can't be eliminated, but avoided at all costs. These are the questions you should ask yourself and others if this protective layer is going to be lifted. I'd like to preface this with a thank you to Max Malone, a conspiracy hardcore who has a knack for boiling down debates to a single paragraph whenever possible. It was he who said, after over 50 years and thousands of hours of space travel footage, both by NASA and other countries, There is no exterior shot where the astronaut completes the simple act of panning the camera 180 degrees, let alone a full 360-degree sweep. This has never happened on any moon mission, exterior space station, nothing, ever. Statistics will tell you that this would have already happened by accident years ago, but it hasn't, and it won't. This is because of the rule they cannot break, the same rule that applies to television set shows that never show the fourth wall. Why? Because there is no fourth wall. Number 2, when you search online for pictures of the Earth from space, 95% of what you will see is a collection of artificial composite shots. In 2000, when I did this search, there was exactly one picture by NASA showing the bottom part of Africa and Antarctica. Now that picture is hidden within hundreds of simulated images. There are HD cameras everywhere, and no one is taking a shot of the Earth because you can't get enough altitude to do it. Number 3, the commercial air travel routes for the Southern Hemisphere are wrong. This is an easy thing you can check out in 60 seconds. Take a map reading of the distance between anywhere near Australia and anywhere in South America. It's a straight shot across the South Pacific. Now find your favorite travel site and try to get there nonstop. See what happens. The routes start turning ridiculous. I used to business travel for years, and I've never seen anything like it. It's the one thing in the general public world they can't hide, the actual distance between these two places. On a round world, the flight is easy, just a straight shot across an ocean. But on a flat world, it becomes the greatest distance between 2 points. There are no
Which
shortcuts.
chat is that
They
in?
stretch with multiple connections and layovers.
Okay.
It's only blind luck that the United States was in the
Chat,
north.
which
Why?
one is that on?
What do you mean?
There's a porn site in the chat on one of the streams.
It might. I don't see it, but it might be Singe Man.
Battle Boston Ray Mudblood Adventures.
I'll take care of
It's
it.
traffic.
Someone
Would
of the
have
other
raised
ones.
eyebrows.
Just give me a second. I'm getting something up.
I know.
I'll check.
It's madness. It's lunacy. There are people who will tell you straight to your face that all the leaders of the world are lizards, and yet these people laugh out loud when you say the words flat earth. I was, and still am, a huge conspiracy guy. I literally ran out of new tin hat topics to research, and I still wouldn't look at this one without embarrassment. But every time I glanced at it, there was something unresolved. And once I saw the near perfection of the whole plan,
Thank
I
you,
was hooked.
Thank you, Jenny.
Do your own homework. Ask the questions. Get past the possibility and see if you can move into an even bigger picture. Like who built the dome and why. That's where it starts to get really interesting.
God built
and
the
things
dome.
start opening up. I know I said years ago that the greater good was something that should be preserved. That JFK, Pearl Harbor, and 9/11 were inevitable. I still believe it. And I understand however, has run its course over the last 500 years. It's time to start again. If that means we end up getting the attention of who or what created this place and force the reset of the world, is that such a bad thing? Flat Earth Clues, Part 1, The Empty Theater. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. The clue you have to look at is built upon another conspiracy that has been around for decades, namely the space program. Most of those watching this are aware of the varying theories revolving around NASA, the Apollo program, the space shuttle, the International Space Station, and so on. The clue itself isn't based on one of these highly debated topics, but the lack of one, more specifically, motion pictures based on actual events. This, like others in the series, is something you can check out for yourself. Everything you need to reference this is online. To begin, Think of all the movies involving space travel you've seen in your lifetime. You'll start with the obvious: Star Wars, Star Trek, Alien, just to name a few. In fact, if you go through your own personal list, you could probably come up with over 100 different off-world movies without breaking much of a sweat. That part is easy. For the second group, try to come up with space movies that aren't fantasy-based.
Sorry, my phone is really sensitive.
As Red Planet, Gravity, Mission to Mars,
I know, it's all right. It's not your fault.
2001, things like that. These films will usually take on a not-so-distant future theme and where we could be down the road. And it's still a pretty good-sized list. These first two groups of films are encouraged by the authority because they reinforce the globe model through assumption. The entertainment system demands that the globe view and solar system concept is a given. Therefore, the actual worldview must also be true. Or to put it another way, if you're using your suspension of disbelief as you watch a movie like, say, Gravity, then subconsciously you're reinforcing the movie right on top of the real world. The more of these movies you watch and enjoy, the more the lines blur between what you want to believe and what you actually know. Watch enough movies about Mars, and you will be less astonished when NASA announces an actual mission to Mars. Same with the moon, other solar systems, and so on. Releasing the movie 2001: A Space Odyssey in 1968, right before the actual moon missions, was no accident. It took the greatest director of all time 5 years to make, and several people who saw the theater screenings claimed that many military groups were listed in the credits, only to be removed years later. But 2001 is just a side note of this clue. For those who really want to dig into Stanley Kubrick's hidden vision, I highly recommend the documentary Room 237. A link to it is below as well.
Right.
Now you are aware of the first two groups of space films. There are those that contain
What's up,
generous
Jenny?
amounts of fantasy.
I think I might have did something. I might have did it wrong when I was trying to deal with that bot.
You did it. You did all right.
Because I hit the block. I hit the block thing, but I don't think it really got rid of it out of the chat. It's
still
just
there?
I can't.
I don't see it
I
in there. Though. I think you did get rid of it. I was looking. I don't see them. I looked in Boston Ray. I looked in Boston Ray Mudfoot Adventures. Now I'm going over to Singeman's channel to see if it's over there.
It's on Late Night Live. It
Yeah,
was
that's
on the
Singe-
Late Night Live.
Yeah, that's Singeman's channel. So we gotta take care of.
Yeah,
we gotta
that's
keep
the
an eye
one.
on it.
That's the one that it was on.
That's not my channel. I let that's his channel. So everyone's
Yeah, so
that's
I don't know.
That's our third backup channel. Here, I'll put the link into the chat. Well, it's been going in the chat, but
I don't know if it's still in there or not. I just
Never
can't
mind.
see it.
Yeah,
These
yeah.
bots, these bots don't keep spamming.
Yeah,
they just do it once or twice,
don't let
and
them.
that's it.
Yeah, don't let them ruin our stream, Jenny. Let's just keep it going.
And those who try to paint our near future. These two groups are easy to find. The third group is a challenge, and again, that's where things get interesting. The moon missions concluded in 1972, and even though it's still considered the greatest achievement by mankind, no fact-based movies were made regarding it until The Right Stuff was released in 1983. Now you might say that it had only been 11 years, and maybe it was tough to get the rights, and so on. But that's not what made the film interesting. The movie ran extremely long for 1983, coming in at 3 hours and 12 minutes. It was an exhaustive look at the astronaut selection process, the competition, and the training facility itself. But when the credits rolled 3 hours later, chronologically, they had only gotten to the low Earth orbit missions. Just for fun, Google The Right Stuff movie and see how many spacecraft you can find. It won 4 Academy Awards and did a great job at the box office, but the Apollo missions were never touched. The only other major motion picture that involved the actual moon program was Apollo 13 in 1995, a full 12 years later. Apollo 13 only covered a single moon orbit and no landing or close-up reference to the previous missions below them. And after 1995, that was it. Nothing. Hollywood is known for leaving no stone unturned, with reboots and sequels to nearly everything. Yet in almost 60 years, there has never been a single moon mission movie based on actual events. Hundreds of science fiction films reference it. Everything from Superman to the Transformers, but literally nothing that covers the moon's surface. 6 complete moon missions involving multiple vehicles, moon buggies, playing golf, and no one wants to touch it. Now, to be fair, there was a TV miniseries in 1998 covering the subject. It was produced by Tom Hanks, who got involved after starring in Apollo 13. There has been no professional production of any kind since then. Again, just for fun, Google From Earth to the Moon TV series and see what you find. The why is easy, and the clue revealed. If Hollywood makes a movie about the moon landings, and it's indistinguishable from the real thing, then how do you know which is real? It raises some subtle questions involving stage technique and how long they've been in place. If Hollywood could fake it now, then when did they first have the ability? There is one other movie which stands out, and I mention it because I can't believe it ever got made, is Capricorn 1. The film's plot involved the faking of a Mars mission and how it could be accomplished. In short, it's part of the Conspiracy World Bible. I highly recommend it, and the link is below. To summarize, all space movies are encouraged by the authority, except for the ones that are based on actual accounts. Those are not allowed. The moon program has been buried in entertainment because the moon cannot be reached. It's either outside the barrier or just a highly rendered image, like any planet you see when entering a video game. The world is flat, and this is just one clue. So do some of your own research and ask questions.
Astronauts to the moon.
Flat Earth Clues, Part 2, The Bird Wall. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue revolves around one of the most remarkable men you may have never heard of, Richard E. Byrd, and his relationship with Antarctica and the secretive missions he carried out there until his dying day. Some of you have followed the legend of Richard Byrd through the Hollow Earth theory. We aren't going to be covering any Hollow Earth in this video, but instead focus on the man and his involvement with the South Pole. The Reader's Digest version of Richard Byrd is as follows. Born in 1888, he became an American naval officer who specialized in feats of exploration. He was a pioneering American aviator, Medal of Honor winner, polar explorer, aircraft navigator, expedition leader in the worst environments in the world, and the youngest admiral in the history of the Navy. In addition, his list of awards takes up several pages in Wikipedia, including 3 ticker tape parades in his honor. In short, he was Indiana Jones on steroids. Some people will say that Roy Chapman Andrews was the real Indiana Jones. And you might be right.
Indiana Jones' hat is
Richard
different.
Byrd beat Indy 6 days a week and twice on Sunday. I mention all his accolades to paint a picture of credibility and trust. The governments of the United States and the world trusted his judgment and leadership, and took advantage of every chance they had to put him in charge of special missions. The first large-scale mission was an expedition to Antarctica in 1928. This was noteworthy because even though he had just flown over the North Pole in 1926, all expeditions from 1928 on were focused on the South. The expedition lasted 2 years, and during it, at the age of 41, he was promoted to admiral. His second Antarctic expedition ran from 1933 to 1935, and his third from 39 to 40. While in Antarctica, he was also an advisor for other countries who had their own expeditions, including England, France, Germany, and building off previous countries' expeditions from Belgium, Japan, and Sweden. He then helped lead U.S. Navy fleet operations in World War II, was present during the Japanese surrender in 1945, but then something strange happened. He went back to Antarctica. Now, some of you aren't surprised because he'd been there since 1928, and I agree with you. It's the how that's interesting here. His fourth trip to Antarctica wasn't an expedition. It was a military operation called Operation High Jump. Commanding an entire aircraft carrier group that included 13 support ships, 700 men to the South Pole, for reasons that are still shrouded to this day. Some say they were chasing the remaining Nazi fleet, even though Germany had surrendered a full year earlier. Others say there was a Nazi base established in Antarctica during the war, when Admiral Byrd was absent. None of these theories are important for this video.
It's called New Schwabenland.
What we do know is that the U.S. had sent an excessively large military force to the ice, all under the guise of peaceful intentions. During this operation, Admiral Byrd told a Chile newspaper this: "The most important result of his observations and discoveries is the potential effect that they have in relation to the security of the United States. The fantastic speed in which the world is shrinking," recalled the Admiral, "is one of the most important lessons learned during his recent Antarctic exploration. I have to warn my compatriots that the time has ended when we were able to take refuge in our own isolation and rely on the certainty that the distances, the oceans, and the poles were a guarantee of safety." After the operation, Admiral Byrd toured the States and gave interviews, the most interesting of which is a national television show in 1954 called The Longines Chronoscope. A horrible name, but a decent show. I've added a segment of it at the end of this video and linked it in the description. During this television interview, he first spoke of an area beyond the South Pole as large as the United States, which no one had set foot on yet. He then went on to say that there would probably be expeditions year after year because the US government had really become interested. The interviewers then probed as to why the interest in the South, when any perceived military threat from Russia, keep in mind this was 1954, would be from the North. He went on to say that it was the most valuable and important place in the world for science. It involved the future of the nation, an untouched reservoir of untapped resources, including coal, oil, minerals, and uranium. He added that at the time of the interview, there were 7 nations currently engaged in Antarctica, including Russia, Australia, Argentina, Chile, and New Zealand. During the interview, the Admiral talked about planning the next military mission to Antarctica. It was called Operation Deep Freeze and ran from 1955 to 1956. The mission was completed, and he supposedly returned home. Now, this is where you come in and say, so what? And normally I'd agree with you, except for what happened next. Nothing happened next. The missions just suddenly stopped, and that was it. No other expeditions, military or otherwise, were conducted on the continent, ever. Then a treaty was put in place banning any country from doing basically anything. The end. And if you're wondering what you're missing, it's this. Admiral Byrd goes on television, says that this massive body of land, most of which sits on a plateau 2 miles high, is rich with every resource you could ever want, energy rich, pristine, with no indigenous population or plant life, and every country that has sent teams is ready to carve it up like a big turkey. Not to mention, there's an expanse of land larger than the United States they haven't even looked at yet. And out of the blue, everyone just calls the whole thing off? There are no environmentalists in 1959. This is land of diner food and 20-cent gas. I'm calling total BS on this one. The dollar value of the initial resources find would have fueled armies of greedy companies. So what happened? They found the edge, that's what. And the last thing they were going to do was let unsupervised companies near it, regardless of the money. Even if it was hundreds of miles away, you couldn't allow resource corporations even into a safe area, and then years down the road as they expanded, tell them, oh, sorry, you can't go beyond this point. When the companies ask why, what would you tell them? And now the interior of Antarctica is off limits, with no revisions until the year 2041. You can take tours of the outer islands, but there is a hidden line enforced by the military that you will not be able to cross, because the interior is actually the exterior edge. It's there, it's hidden, and it's protected. The Earth you live on is flat. So do some of your own research and ask questions. Please feel free to email me at msargent23@comcast.net or 303-494-6631.
Our very distinguished guest for this evening is Admiral Richard E. Byrd.
The North Pole used to be a no man's land, but these are the days when, by buying a ticket on a commercial airliner, you can fly across the North Pole and drink a cocktail at the same time. Yet only 30 or more years ago, about 35 years ago, our guest tonight found out whether there was any land north of the North American continent. He made that first discovery flight, and I must say that Admiral Byrd, our guest tonight, is not only our greatest living explorer, but he's been an inspiration to countless Americans. Admiral Byrd, you've been to both the North Pole and the South Pole. Is there any unexplored land left on this Earth that might appeal to adventurous young Americans?
Yes, there is. And not up around the North Pole, because it's getting crowded up there now, because they find out it's really usable, not only to live in, but militarily. But strangely enough, there's less in
Hey,
the world today.
I mean, this is nice. He actually talks about the North Pole, and
It's been seen by human beings.
Yeah. Hold on one second.
this is good. He talks about the North Pole when the North Pole never was there now.
Wait,
What is he talking about?
Oh yeah, like what? The North Pole.
It's getting crowded at the North Pole. What do you mean?
It used to
The
be
sea?
ice. It used to be ice on the map, and now it's not, right?
It used to be ice, and it used to be also land.
Yeah, I remember. I remember when I went to school, they used to show us the North Pole, and there was land there. But then, like,
Yeah.
what do you think about the map behind me? Like, isn't that the North Pole in the middle? Hold on, let me move out of the way a little. I don't know where we're
Yeah.
at. Like, so that map shows the North Pole, right?
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Yeah.
Is it? There's no hole there. There's something there. So, and that's from 1592, I think.
Mhm.
And it says scientifically correct as is. But what? So what you're saying now? If you look at the map, what's there, boy? What's on the maps now? I don't know. I haven't checked lately.
Well, if you look at it now, Greenland actually took over the place of the North Pole, and next to Greenland, there's two huge islands. Now, there's two huge islands. Look at the map. I made a short video about it.
You made a video about it. What is it on your channel?
Yeah.
Can you put the link in the chat and I'll bring it up. I'll play this video until you put it. Can you do that in the private chat? I'll bring it up. I'll play it because it'll be cool. It'll add to this, and I'll just keep.
No,
this
you
going.
shouldn't. You shouldn't play. You can just play a short bit of it. You know that.
What?
explains-
It's a long video. You're saying?
No, it's short, but I'll search it.
Yeah. Whatever. I'll bring it up. I'm just gonna play this until. This is only a half hour long, but I'll play yours in the middle.
North Pole from Middle America.
This gets pretty good, but it's what's interesting is what he says at the end.
And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
And all he's really doing is asking the right questions.
Bottom of the world.
You know what I mean?
Admiral, an expedition to which I believe you're the advisor is now en route. What is that expedition doing?
Well, that's the icebreaker Etka.
Oh, it's
And
okay.
it's
You could swear in here, Space Brother.
It's going down to the.
Yeah, well, of course, that was the time when you could ask questions. Try asking questions nowadays
No,
and see what
no,
happens.
no. I'm talking about Mark Sargent. Mark Sargent.
And upon the
He's just in this documentary. It just seems like he's just asking questions. Like he's explaining some history.
Oh, okay. I thought you were talking
know what I'm
about
saying?
the interview.
It's not like
I
yeah,
thought
he
you were
just-
talking about the guy that was interviewing Admiral Byrd. Was
He's
asking
proven
the right
he's
questions.
it's called Flat Earth Clues because he's giving you questions to research. You know what I
Right,
mean?
right.
He's giving you clues.
I got you.
He's giving you
I-
clues
I
to
got
go
you.
on that will bring you further into the flat Earth if you decide to go
Right.
that route. What's up?
Just totally disregard that because like I'm just high, okay?
All right. So don't speak unless you're 100% sure about what you're saying. All right, let's
No,
go.
but I just misunderstood the whole thing, what you were saying.
I know.
We will base
It's
the
cool.
bigger.
Okay. Hey, I
What's
want
up?
to say. I want to say something about this interview because
Yeah.
it's promoted or sponsored by Long
Yep.
Giants,
Uh
right?
huh. Yep. You see it right there in the background. Long
And it
Giants.
says
Yep.
Long Giants chronoscope.
What
So
is it?
time
What is it?
viewer.
Jesus.
Wait, hold on, Voynich. What are you saying?
Are you going to tell us why you were wrong again, Jenny? Because or
Yeah.
what mistake you made?
No,
Please, come on.
listen, I thought he was when he said that he was
on
asking the right
We
questions. When
we
he said he's
understand.
asking the right questions, I thought he was talking about the interviewer.
Yeah,
But he was talking about Mark
you are
Sargent. But he was
going to
talking
tell
about
us where
Mark
you were wrong
Sargent.
and that it was different.
Now I
Yeah,
just
okay.
But I
lost
just
it.
misunderstood it because I just
Yeah, I know. So
I'm not.
All right.
Never
I know
mind.
you misunderstood. So who cares?
All right, Voynich. What were you saying about
No,
Long
but it's
Giants? man?
funny.
I want to hear what Voynich has to say. Voynich, what are you
I
saying?
don't hear anybody laughing, but okay, it's good. Good, that's funny. Hey, chronoscope, yes, chronoscope. So time view and Long Giants. Long Giants is the. It says the most favorite. No, the world's most honored watch, right? And Long Giants is the one that actually pierced Jesus for the last time, right?
Is it? Wait,
Yeah.
Lon Giants is the
So-
name of the person who's seen Jesus for the last time?
No, who pierced
who killed him?
gave like the lethal
The death blow? And he must have been Roman,
Holy
right?
shit!
He must have been
What?
Roman, right? Because they said
Yeah.
the
So
Romans
that's
were
why
the
he was.
Right.
That's why he was. Is called a watch and a guard, right?
Yeah.
And so the world's most honored watch. You know what? You see what they're doing there?
They're mocking God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's true. That's true. Because yeah,
And,
it was
and you know what else too? Like
Longinus.
a lot of people think there's
Longinus
like
or Longinus, however you say it.
yeah, but there's a lot of people who think that this Admiral Byrd tape is bullshit. Like I've heard, I heard a lot of people say that it's just propaganda. That none of it's true. And then Admiral Byrd wrote a few books, and they get a little crazy. He talks about seeing like UFOs and all this crazy bullshit nonsense. And
But listen,
yeah,
if it's on the TV, it's propaganda.
but there is there might be some truth in here, so you don't got to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Yeah.
But it's just something to keep us going, keep us talking.
I do think that Admiral Byrd has like all the qualities to it of a propaganda story, just like any Disney movie.
Yeah.
It's got,
and the way that his name Bird, like, oh, he's a bird, he can fly.
Right?
He can fly.
And look at his face. He's like everything a man of that caliber should be, right?
And Larry Bird he played for the Boston Celtics, and he was number 33, right? Wasn't he? So is that
Casted. I think he's casted and groomed for the role that he played.
Yeah. So there's a lot of connections there with the name Bird, but yeah. All right, let's play it a little bit more.
That is being planned right now. So I'm willing to say to you that there will be a number of expeditions that will follow, I think, year after year, bottom of the world, because the government has really become interested.
Well, Admiral Byrd, I can understand. I think everybody can, the interest in the North Pole, because it's so near our greatest challenger, Soviet Russia. But why this interest in the bottom of the world? Nobody living down there, is there?
No, it's pretty cold. There's only one permanent resident. That's the emperor penguin. The little ones live further north.
Oh yeah, this is where he talks about the giant penguins.
I'll tell you one reason they're interested. It's by far the most valuable, important place left in the world for science. That's why the scientific groups all over the nation are really interested.
The science,
more important than that,
the scientisms.
It has to do with the future of the nation, those to come after us, or even during your lifetime, because it happens to be an untouched reservoir of natural resources. And You know, as the world shrinks with an ever-increasing acceleration, far-flung places once useless, like we thought the North Pole was, and no man's land, become very useful.
Why does it look like there's a
The
black
bottom of
box
the
over
world
Longinis?
will
You
be
notice that, boy?
not
Like they
only
blacked
to
it
us,
out or
but to our
something?
allies.
I didn't do that.
Does it? I was going to ask you. Does it?
No, I think it's blocking out the time that's running. You know, as it does in some videos. They
Oh,
run it.
the old
Thus
videos with the
bringing these
time?
places
Yeah.
closer.
Yeah.
And in the future, I can see a time when it will be very, very important strategically.
Well, has the development of air power increased the strategic importance of places like the
very much
Palma Peninsula, was it?
very much so. Even now, if anything happened and we lost the Panama Canal, we would have to control the islands just north of Antarctica, which are part of Antarctica. Then between there and Cape...
Admiral, you speak of resources of Antarctica. What are they? What are the natural resources?
Well, we've found enough coal within 180 miles of the South Pole in a great ridge of mountains. It's not covered with snow, enough to supply the whole world for quite a while.
Well,
that's the coal. Now, there's evidence of many other minerals. We are pretty sure there's oil. Now, that coal shows the bottom of the world. Now, by far the coldest spot in the world. Where that coal is gets 100 below zero in the winter.
Well,
it was once tropical. So we think there's oil there, and there's evidence, probably uranium there.
What do you mean, Space Brother? You miss acid? Just look around. It's still around. They legalized it in a lot of states. You just got to order it from a state that's legal.
is it any secret?
Hey, Kim Ray.
The only thing that would be practical to
What's up?
actually go after, I suppose. Everything else would be economically unfeasible, wouldn't it?
Well, as we recklessly expend our resources, the time will come when we'll have to go after that stuff down there.
Well,
you know, I avoided what you said about uranium.
Oh, what's up, Kim Ray?
I don't want to have the world fight over the Antarctic.
And Robert, is there a competition among other nations to try to get information about Antarctica and possibly to secure some of these resources?
Well, yes. There are now 7 nations very much interested. Russia is interested tremendously. That I'm sure of. Australia has an expedition.
Always got to throw the Russians in there,
the
right?
Argentine.
He's like, he's like, I'm sure about that.
New Zealand,
Russia, for sure.
Britain, and so on. Now, you can understand those people down there being interested because they live down there. The New Zealanders, the Argentinians, the Chileans, and Australians. And so we don't do much about claiming anything.
Admiral, you make
They-
this sound.
why wouldn't they claim anything? If I was down there, I'd claim everything. I'd be like, "This is mine. This is mine. I'll put a flag. I'll put a flag over here. I'm gonna take a dump right here. This is my toilet. You know what I mean? This is where I'm gonna sleep. I would take the whole fucking place over.
This is Toilet Island.
Yeah, like listen,
This is
listen.
Kitchen Land.
This fucking guy went down there with a whole fucking fleet of like Navy vessels and fucking like B-52 bombers and shit, and airplanes and all kinds of shit and tanks, and he didn't claim nothing. He's like, no, I just left it alone. He's like, dude,
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Likely story.
you know, like I would be like,
Cool
all right,
story, bro.
I'd be like, I'd be like, all right, that's my Penguin Johnson right there. That's my Penguin Snowflake. I start naming the penguins and shit. I'd be like, yeah, that's my penguin. Don't fuck with that one. You know, I'd be like, all right, I'd grab a couple penguins first for myself, you know, just to have as pets, you know, because I seen him in these videos playing with these giant penguins. They're like the size of people, right? There's like these giant penguins down there the size of people, right? Yeah, I swear to God, they might show it on this. And then like I'd be like, all right, so I'd take a few penguins for myself. I'd be like, all right, that iceberg is mine. That iceberg is mine. I'm putting a flag over here. I'm putting a flag right there. You'd see Boston Ray flags all over the fucking place.
Flat Earth Clues, Part 3, The Map Makers. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue looks into the USGS, otherwise known as the Map Makers of the World, and a few surprising things that they and others have in common with the flat Earth idea. All the reference links are provided in the description below, and I encourage you to check them out. For those of you outside the United States, USGS stands for United States Geological Survey, a scientific branch of the U.S. government. Formed in 1879, and with the help of the ever-expanding American Empire, they quickly became the premier map makers of the known world. Currently, they have around 9,000 employees and an annual budget of over $1 billion a year. They also have extensive science departments covering biology, geography, geology, hydrology.
Hey Ryan, I saw you
and
leave
many
a comment
programs
about a new
tied to
Witsit song. Can you
Their
leave
motto
the
since
Can you
the
leave the link
1990s has been
in the
science
chat
for a
and I'll
changing
grab it?
world. And I'm going to show
I'll
you
check it out.
how true that really is. What does this large, really boring government group have to do with the flat Earth? To understand that, you have to look into their origins, which is in geography. To do this, you'll need to open another page that specializes in maps.
Yeah, but it's RAY.
The maps you see in this video are from Wikipedia, but there are others you can reference as well.
He knows how to spell my name.
The wiki list of map projections isn't much to look at as a whole, although there are a number of interesting takes on the world view. Not only do they have just about every...
Did you go to Flatfest, Ryan? Were you there?
Every perspective when it comes to the land we live on, but some detailed information...
Yeah, that would be cool if we had 100,000 penguins, like actual penguins for the mud mob, and all had mud mob t-shirts on, and then we could bring them places like when I do civil rights audits and let go a whole angry mob of penguins on people. That would be cool.
On where the
Yeah,
map
right. You gotta come up with a new T-shirt with penguins on it. This is Mud
I can't
Mob.
do it. I'm not part of the penguins. I can't do
Now,
it.
some of these will be very familiar, especially the ones that you would see on your classroom wall. There are a number of variations here, but the one that has been debated on recently would be this one, the Gauls-Peters, which accurately shows the size difference between the continents, the most obvious clue being that the white continent of Greenland is actually tiny compared to Africa. But I digress. If you keep going down through all the different shapes, you'll get into...
You can also see it on this map, the new islands next to Greenland. You can see it on this map. Look at the northern side of Greenland. There's all kinds of new islands
unbroken
there.
ring of ice. In Wiki, it's called the azimuthal equidistant. And just to make it easier...
Greenland is just the North Pole now.
AE for short.
It's so crazy.
Why is this map so interesting? Well, if you're looking at the wiki page, you'll spot a few reasons. The first is that in the notes section of the map, and I quote, used by the USGS in the National Atlas of the United States. It also mentions that it is used as the emblem of the United Nations. Of all the maps on this screen, it is the only one that references a group of any kind. And if you keep this page open and navigate over to the Flat Earth section of Wiki, you'll notice towards the bottom of the page a similar map. I've referenced it here, and you can tell quite easily it's identical.
Look, here there's still a North Pole. Here there's still a North Pole in this one.
To make things even more strange, we go back to the USGS model.
And there it's gone.
You see that it was first proposed 1,000 years ago. And you may think, well, that's a bad link. So you compare it with the person who proposed it, and you get this guy, Al-Biruni. Who was Al-Biruni? Well, he lived around 1,000 years ago and was considered one of the greatest scholars of his era, schooled in multiple sciences. Have you ever heard of him? I hadn't. Maybe it's multiple bad references in Wiki. Well, no, because NASA knows who he is and named this moon crater after him. So why is the USGS using a version of the world map designed by a 1,000-year-old Persian scientist? Because it's correct. That's why. So to be clear, let's compare them again. The United Nations flag, the USGS official map of the Earth, and the Flat Earth model. All identical, but one isn't recognized and instead ridiculed as an outdated look at the world. And this is one of those political quandaries that the authority gets stuck in. The short version is this. The government is on the same page as the flat Earth, but they can't admit it, even in confidence. We know the Earth isn't flat, they say, But it really is. We know you use the same map as we do, but ours is just an image. And anyone who says differently is obviously crazy. It makes you wonder how long the USGS has been using that model as an official reference. The United Nations started using it for their logos in 1945, and then made some final adjustments in 1947. And the UN flag also raises a few questions, like, why isn't Antarctica represented on the map? Is it supposed to be assumed in the outer circle, or perhaps the spiky olive branches on the outside? They don't mention it anywhere online. And this is what I like to focus on: the gaps, the holes in the plot, the unanswered questions. The USGS using the same map as the flat Earth, but not saying why, not recognizing it, or that you can't link the very same image from the Flat Earth Wiki back to the actual AE definition of the projection. The authority figured out in the 1950s all of the borders of our enclosed world, and have done a great job hiding it over the decades. But the world's a complex place, and there are clues out there just lying around. I think it's time you saw some of them.
Astronauts to the moon.
Flat Earth Clues, Part 4, Shell Beach. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue covers the near-perfect design of the flat Earth model and will break down some of the logic behind the decisions made. It sounds like a big task, and it is. But to start, let's look at something small, like this little guy. Take an ordinary mouse and put it into a glass cage. It doesn't have to be a mouse. It could be a snake, a lizard, an insect. It makes little difference for this exercise. People identify with mice because they're used to seeing them in lab experiments. Mice also don't have any sinister connotations. They're seen as relatively innocent and benign, the perfect test subject, as it were. I have yet to meet anyone who has a bias against the lab mouse. So the mouse goes into the box for the first time, and the reaction is always the same. It explores its surroundings, and more importantly, tests the barrier around it, probing for exits or potential exits. The mouse inspects every inch of its new glass home, and at some point settles into the acceptance that the walls are indeed solid and that it may be there for a while. Every so often, it will repeat the process, again checking the boundaries of the cage, just in case something has changed. What it doesn't do is act like it would in the wild, because it realizes that it's in a form of captivity. The glass box doesn't even remotely resemble its natural environment. You could put this box in the middle of a forest and the mouse may feel slightly better about its situation, but it still knows that it's been trapped against its will and will settle into a non-native lifestyle. You could take all the other small animals that could be substituted for a mouse, the snake, the lizard, the insect. It makes no difference. The result will invariably be the same. Repeated probing for escape routes, then acceptance. Take the same animal and now put it into the middle of a 100-mile square wildlife preserve, surrounded on all sides by a similar type of glass enclosure. The creature doesn't even bother to rush the size of the preserve and start testing the boundaries, mostly because it's out of visual range. It could be days or even weeks before it even encounters a single fence. The animal's routine is spent doing what it normally would do. It eats, it sleeps, it breeds. It does everything that it would naturally do in the wild. If one day the animal approaches the fence, there might be some curiosity, but any anxiety is quickly resolved by just turning around and heading back into the vast expanse from which it came. The fence does not pose a potential problem for the animals in the preserve because it is so small compared to the expanse they live in, and dwelling on it doesn't hold any interest. We're assuming here that the fence is high enough to discourage flying creatures as well, deep enough to stop burrowing classes, and if you want, reaches the floor of any nearby bodies of water, stopping any clever aquatic types. The point here is that all creatures great and small inside a giant wildlife preserve, when encountering the fence, wouldn't care. They would all, in their own way, just shrug and move on with their lives.
Real quick. We're going to take a pause from this for a second. indoctrinate Ryan, the one who. No, I'm not going to use a penguin mascot. No, I'm not going to do that. He sent me this new song from Austin Whitsitt that looks pretty good. So listen, I want it to look right. I want it to sound right. I'm gonna take this all off the screen. I'm gonna go full screen with it. It's a music video by Austin Whitsitt. Whitsitt Gets It. His channel, sub him. I guess you know what I mean. He has more subs than me, so it's not like he needs my help. But like, so either way, like sub him, sub me, sub her, sub Voynich. Voynich has a vid. Did you put your link in there too, Voynich? Didn't you have a video for me to play? Yeah, you did. Okay, we'll play those two right now. 2 in a row. Ready? First, the Arts at Witsit song. And I put the link for the song is actually for Arts at Witsit's channel is in the chat. Someone put it in there. So I'll try to get his link. I'll put it through. All right, let's do this. Okay. Now you should be able to. Can you hear me now? Okay. Okay. That was all fucked up. All right. This still ain't no sound. There still ain't no sound, right? You couldn't hear that, right?
Yeah.
You couldn't,
No,
right?
no.
Ain't no sound. There still ain't no sound. You couldn't hear that, right?
Echoing too.
What is that? What is no? What is that scraping?
There still ain't no sound. You couldn't hear that, right?
Echoing too.
What is that?
Okay. Now, all right. Sound. Mic check. Mic check. All right. Now let me see if
Okay, that's better.
something happened when I
Oh
tried
no,
to present.
it's doing it again.
What is it doing?
It's like
like that's
the
because,
ocean.
all right. Yeah, that's the fan from my computer. The microphone sensitive. All right. So there you go. All right. So why won't it play sound? Hold on. I'm gonna play one. Let me play something else first and see if it'll freaking come in. Hold on. Did you hear that? Could you hear that, Jenny?
Yeah.
Okay, now tell me if you can hear this. Sometimes when my sound gets wonky, it fucks it up, man. I don't want it to play. This sounded good. I was just listening to it in the other room. Oh man. The struggles of and the strifes of Ray. All right, tell me if you guys can hear this. Can you hear that?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, good. All right, perfect. All right, I'll settle it.
Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth, they get curtain, we locked in. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Background the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth, they get curtain, we locked in. 18, 23. Revelation read, nation get a seed, medicated mean, generate disease. 18, 23. Pharmacy to creep, patient get deceased, navigation needs, taken by the beach, running around with your head chopped off, won't shut it down for the feds, the cost won't dumb it down for the people lost, so sorry, that's your ego, sorry, fun around cause the sky's a clock, won't shut it down unless I get off, can't gun them down cause the word my Glock, and thanks to y'all, we can't be stopped. Like the Suburbans, they watching, back always swerving and stocking, back on the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in, like the Suburbans, they watching, back always swerving and stocking, back on the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth like a curtain, we locked in. 1984. Knocking at the door, should've read George, food supply absorbed, wonder what's in store. 1984. Fighting to explore what's beyond the shore. Censorship is war, better bring your sword. Better than veteran, don't wanna let him in. Ain't got choice but to let him in. I float in the ethers, coming through the speakers. You're talking to see me speak, but you're not about it. Type of legal confounded with thoughts of profound. To people they drown. I wonder what sounded to the perturbation, reverberation. I heard the hate, and I swear to fake and absurd debate. When people still in the matrix station, waiting for station to say it, take a debate or regurgitate it. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Back on the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth, they get curtain, we locked in. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Back on the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth, they get curtain, we locked in.
I love it. Actually,
you might be asking.
He's got his rap voice going on. You know, he's got a better voice than like the last song I heard from him was probably a while ago. But I know he's been making music a long time. But the last one I listened to was it Globetards? And it just sounded like I'm a rapper and I make music and I can rap too. And it sounded good, but it sounded like whoever produced it kind of like they didn't really rap it on the beat. Like they had to slow his voice down a little bit to fit him. And I had to do that a few times too with people, but it always sounds better when it's on point like that. Like that was nice on point. It flowed all the way through. You know, I was bobbing my head. You know what I mean? You could feel it. You could feel the flow. You could hear he got his voice. He figured out like what type of voice to use. You know, in rap they call it finding your footing. But he's been doing it for a while, so he probably has other songs that are good like that too.
Yeah, he does real quality music, dude.
Yeah,
And
yeah. It
also
sounds
what
like
he does with
it
his,
sounds like
with
studio. It sounds like studio quality. Like yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. I got.
It's probably he's the kind of guy that he does it all himself. You know.
I'll show you guys my music. I have a ton of music of rap.
He probably just. I think he does it all himself. You know, the recording and the producing. I don't know for sure, but I think so.
Well, I heard him rapping with like Chocolate Cyan, or whoever that is, and so what the fuck? I gotta log in. Hold on 1 second. Hold on. All my music is on BitChute because YouTube couldn't handle my music. I can play something. Hold on, let me just log into this bitch. All right. So, like, on my on the Michelle L Odyssey channel and the Michelle L BitChute channel. Okay, I'll show you guys. I have created playlists of my music, of my albums. I've recorded full albums, and they're not all that great quality, but I spent a lot of time on them. So, like, let me see. You would go over here. You go to playlists. And then, boom, I got Mudflood Adventures playlist, Late Night Live playlist, Civil Rights Audits, and Ray's Music and such. So, under Ray's Music and such, my albums. Snake Presents. Because they used to call me Ray the Snake. That was my name. That was my rap name. Ray, a.k.a. the Snake. Snake Presents. Because it was my alter ego. You know what I mean? Like, in rap, I rap like I'm hearing voices. And I rap in different voices. and it's like my style. I have like a bunch of different voices in my head. I talk to myself in the raps. It's crazy. And these are all the songs right here. You see what I'm saying? So it all tells a story. Like the first album right here is called Bop, Docked, and Free Again. I got bopped. My boy got locked. And when we were both free again and we made the CD, and then you got The Trials and Tribulations of Ray Betts. That's some tough shit I went through. Okay. And then you got The Ramblings of a Manically Depressed Drug Addict. And that was one of my best CDs. But I have more that I'm going to upload too, like newer ones. Like the songs I've been playing. I have a whole CD I did with Pluma that I've been uploading some of them, but there's one song on here that I want to play. Let's see if I can find it. It's not too far in. Let's see if this thing will even play for us. Interesting. This was my album cover. You know. What's going on here? All right, it's playing now.
Man, how my motherfucking right back. If you really hey, on my
That's my dog.
No, I'm not in the ass. I'm waiting. I'm bossing in the pig of the old you see.
Hold on.
Into a banger.
It's like I should have divided the songs.
Away, even at BK. I hope they all die, then I.
No.
Wanna catch me on a.
No. I think it was back here.
Don't spit small. Sit bedtime. That I did. I might. 18. You need it. I wish I had the. God fast. Arm with his fang at an angle.
Yeah, here it is. This one. I'll play two. I'll play a few.
Rap the rat-a-tat when I let off the Mac. We go the clip and bounce right back. I got the potential to stab you with.
So keep in mind, this CD is called The Ramblings of a Manically Depressed Drug Addict. Okay? I was on drugs, and I was depressed, and it was The Ramblings of a Manically Depressed Drug Addict. You ready?
I'm a mutt, I knocked you up, cause we like it raw and rough. Just think for an instant before you bump it in. Showing skin, kid, how many other men has she probably been with? The probability is killing me. How's my sex life with your ex-wife? She's the slutty type, sucking on my blowpipe while I'm taking a snipe. That pussy's overripe, I couldn't take the hype. I got the potential to stab you with a pencil. I'm a power-up example. Hopefully those pills release dopamine. I want my valve open and you're playing with fire and you're gonna get burned. Now snake, it's your turn. When will you learn? When will you earn enough loot from your 9 to 5 that you won't have to pump drugs from the beginning of the day to the end of the night? Even the fucks who completed school right are in the same shitty drug program. Yo, man, I need a crow damn programs like your mom's toe jam. Food bar wants a new car, but he's so fucking fat he wouldn't get too far. People call me the snake cause I'm spitting venom. Bitches get him. Trick, you gonna let him beat you up like we do to the kids who get him? Yo, no more killing time for me. Yo, now, when we spit it like that, I can kick it and rap the rat-a-tat when I let off the Mac. I hold the clip and bounce right back. Want me to spit it like you? I can't. I'd rather buy dope than eat food. Yo, now, want me to spit it like that? I can kick it and rap the rat-a-tat when I let off the Mac. We hold the clip and bounce right back. Want me to spit it like you? I can't. I'd rather buy dope than eat food. My songs make addicts relapse. Hit the trees fast, so I run up on you with a ski mask. I should have paid the buck for the snack wrap. Now my stomach's feeling the backlash of the jab crap. FedEx for my check so I can get wrecked. I already said I ain't playing with a full deck. I didn't get paid, but I'm still getting laid. Sticking spikes in my arms, I'm taking it to the grave. Everything I rock here is brand new. I can roll 5 grams in a big bamboo, can you? I love popping pills. Right now all I can take is 1,200 milligrams of Seroquel. Keep pussy on a pedestal. Snake, is that all you got? Thought you said you were hot. Better off smoking pot overseas in a coffee shop. I'm cooking crack out the glass coffee pot. I ran out of paper, still smoking reefer, getting higher than the skyscraper. My pack of buds crushed up my face like what? Pull out the blade, now you cut leaking guts. Your bitch turned out a real nutbag. Christmas time singing carols, drinking nutbag. When Bets is in the passenger seat, you best pass me a sheet. I'm driving around the parking lot looking for a fucking pocket spot to spark the pot. So now, when we spit it like that, I can kick it and rap the rat-a-tat-tat. When I let off the mag, roll the clip and bounce right back. Want me to spit it like you? I can't. I'd rather buy dope than eat food. So now, when we spit it like that, I can kick it and rap the rat-a-tat-tat. When I let off the mag, roll the clip and bounce right back. Want me to spit it like you? I can't. I'd rather buy dope than eat food. Bitch love gurgling down on my dick waist. Ask your new man how my motherfucking dick tastes. You got something to say? I'll break his jaw when I'm shit-faced. Damn, Snake, you have some sick ways, and I don't know enough about guns to rap about gats. All I know is the trigger you pull that and your brain's flat. You make me wanna just disappear and shoot coke and heroin in my arms until I hear bells ringing in my ears. I should be in jail and Po-Po will take me there. Society is fucked up. You can drink from the bottle, can't make a blind hollow. In the movies, the hotties always give head and swallow. In reality, I could be dead tomorrow. When it comes to selling drugs, I'm insane because I expect different results when I keep doing the same things over and over and over again. So now, when we spit it like that, I can kick it and rap the rat-a-tat-tat. When I let off the mag, roll the clip and bounce right back. Want me to spit it like you? I can't. I'd rather buy dope than eat food. So now, when we spit it like that, I can kick it and rap the rat-a-tat-tat. When I let off the mag, roll the clip and bounce right back. Want me to spit it like you? I can't. I'd rather buy dope than eat food. Snake, I must admit I've made mistakes, like the time my haze was fake. Don't you have another bag to make for all the days I wait to bake and all the nights I laid awake? I'll break your face, and then I'll just walk away. I gotta sound like I'm in Dr. Dre, and right when I'm locked away, that bitch wants my cock today. My life's a game like Monopoly, it's because I want to play. Okay, but today, you get on my nerves like a tweezers that won't grab. We're trying to pull out a hair, you rip open a scab. In the mirror you laugh to, and in the bed. Not having no herb is making me mad. When things are going too good, expect the worst. When you're strolling through my hood, bitch, protect your purse. Besides that, respect my turf, never neglect your word and your careers in the dumpster collecting dirt. My name's Ray Best and I'll bet it hurts. When you're spreading your legs, you're making my first. Open your mouth now, I'm chasing your thirst. I'll bash you in the face, I'll walk away and I'll smirk. Shut up, Ray, you just make it crap worse for yourself. What do you grab and just curse me? Else you find see you first. Yeah. Snake dude, don't let him break you, turn you around and anally rape you. Leave him alone, no, leave him with a fake tooth. Snake dude, they're trying to shake you. It's not your time yet and they sure can't make you. I hate you. You're a stupid bitch that I am pissed at. You can hit that, your clothes are mismatched. I'll have you kidnapped and break me off a piece of that Kit Kat. My dick in your face, my nuts in your chin. We're at the ER, they're rushing you in. I'm in it to win, and I ain't gonna stop till I'm finished, you bitch. Good cop, bad cop, happy cop, sad cop. I'm the master, I'll bash you with a padlock. White cop, black cop, fuck that cop. What about the Asian cop? Ray stays on top because I smoke a hazelnut. Your eyes are great, bitch. Your other guy's a gay who wants to die today. Don't lie to Ray. I slipped on a sock on the floor and slammed my cock on the door. Oh, fuck, what you watching me for? Snake, don't let him rape you, turn you around, and anally rape you. Leave him alone, no, leave him with a fake tooth. Snake dude, they're trying to shake you. It's not your time yet, and they sure can't make you. I hate you. You're a stupid bitch that I am pissed at. You can hit that, your clothes are mismatched. I'll have you kidnapped, break me off a piece of that Kit Kat.
think you've seen him though.
Bets, light it up. Great bets, light it up, kid. Hey, the name's Ray. Why can't he ever put the shit away? Even at BK, he leaves his trash and he just throws away the tray. I want my trees today. They whisper, is he okay? But will they ever say to his face, please, Ray, make another weed play? Why don't you do what we say I need? Yeah, I'm serious. Now I'm getting curious. What are you? I'm a German Jew. Have a game too. No wonder why I hate myself. I'm always fighting with myself like methadone. It's in my blood. Ancestors used to kill each other. Not my father and my mother. When I think it makes me wonder, fuck it. First you smoke it cause you like it, then you smoke it cause you need it. You liked it more than I did, now you smoke it cause you weed it. Stagnant and conceited. I'm not the only kid that can bring up weed and deceive it. Just pop another pin, how long has it been? It's astronomical. Pass the grass, the match the has, back to back, scratch my ass, crack my back, pass the has, match the sack, bring it back, it's comical. Pass the sack, but bring the cash along with you. This is not a game, this is not a joke. People know my name and how much pot I smoke. Try to not choke. Snake has a plan. It doesn't matter, man. I'd move the keys to Matapan only if I had a band. I need my fucking Ativan, aka Lord Ataman. Shit's raw, I'm gonna grind me. Try me, run up behind me. I'll turn around and stab you with the shiny. Boing, I'm the going. That bitch was a slam bit. Saying oink, 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 oink. That shit's raw, I'm gonna grind me. Try me, run up behind me. I'll turn around and stab you with the shiny. And boink, I'll come to the doink. That bitch was a slam face saying oink, 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 oink. Do I look like a trash picker upper? You ain't something big enough. Lock the door, suck a cock, you whore. I rant, I am Hornet. Phantom Gourmet, you're going to be my whore today. Hooray, hooray. When you talk to other guys, it gets me salty like my fries. That is the time that everyone must die. Waiting for the bus, this sucks. Another not in service. Why you getting nervous? I'll have you saying, Snake, I already heard this. I never smacked a bitch that didn't deserve it. What's the purpose? Your head's harder than the coffee in my thermos. If you get judged by coffee, you won't deserve it. Putting cocaine on my warrant, so she signed it before they served it. Now they're searching, didn't find it, and I just wanna put it behind me. They found 7 grams of haze. I guess they have their little ways. That's why I say, Boston, DCU, what's wrong with you? Your informant's a junk though, too, as junked out as you. Just looking for money, they think snitching is funny, cause they're sick. They're looking for a fix when they snitch. They were wrong, Salvini went along, fell for the smack or in the thong. Ha! You got me dead red-headed, and oh yeah, the Red Emerald's Motorcycle Club wants their look back, Feeny. They're always watching me, trying to stop me like an apostrophe. And quite possibly, it might happen to be a catastrophe. Where'd you learn how to rap so quick, man? Me, I rap quicker than quicksand. I do it for the ballers, I do it for the hood. I do it for your mother, and ooh, she looking good. My shit's raw, hardcore and grimy. Try me, run up behind me. I'll turn around and stab you with a shiny. And boink, out comes the doink. That bitch was a slam dick saying oink, 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 oink. My shit's raw, hardcore and grimy. Try me, run up behind me. I'll turn around and stab you with a shiny. And boink, out comes the doink. That bitch was a slam dick saying oink, 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 oink. Yeah. Smoke that shit. And I'm out. Spit that shit that you heard about. Be about what you're spitting the words about, not what you heard through the word of mouth. So you like what I say when my words come out. Mixing this and mixing that. Answer rack will pick the trash. You found a ball of crack.
It makes all the whores wanna holler back. They hit me with conspiracy and I don't really care. You see, as long as my girl's here with me, seriously, Ray it is. Carelessly, you don't know what day it is. I ain't talking shit, but she's your mother when you spit. It looks like you're having a seizure, brother. And you're still trying to figure out why trees turn colors. Or what I pray to heaven was saved. When you try to collect, I ain't even opening your letter, you fag. Better hope your property isn't in an evidence bag. Finagle or bagel, you faggot, I hate you. My pick mangles off your arm with his fang at an angle. So take that fake cash or I'll stab you in the face fast. I'd rather be robbed on the streets than be robbed by police. The ones with the badge of the thieves. Pop, fuck, the free again. Oh, you getting locked again by them pussy cops. You don't want to talk to them. Plus you won't be able to talk if your lungs won't fill up with oxygen. So stretch your fucking trap before I make them have to teach you how to walk again. You'll never want to talk again. A gift not enjoyed is like a flower that doesn't blossom. Just pull down your pants, bitch, I'm climbing up on top ya. It's mental, it's all about the size of your pencil. Go piss where you wash your dishes, where's my brain? Most of it's missing. My homie got cooked down at Stony Brook. Now his mom's is crying and little homies is shook. It's a recession, now they charge him for dressing. If it gets any worse, my dick broke through the protection. Stay crispier than rice, snap, crackle, and pop. I snap, crackle, and pop. My gat crackle and pop. I got that crack in that pop. Pull the Mac on the spot. That bitch crackle and pop. Blow your brains out the top. Tackle, tackle my cops. Black shackles he got. Fast pass me the pot. That I traffic a lot. Next time I get caught, cups crackle and pop. Make that crack on the spot. Cook it up in the pot. Snap, crackle, and pop. My Mac crackle and pop. And when we in the sack, I make my bitches back crackle and pop. Detective Feeney's watching the crack shack on my block. But I don't give a fuck, cause I ain't gonna stop.
Dope tracks, Ray. Dope tracks, yo.
It's almost done. So, yeah, so that was like a few songs off of my album, one of my many albums. That it's different. It's not.
I like it.
You like it, right?
Yeah.
I can rap my ass off. It's so true, brutally honest to like what happened to me in my life that like it's truth, but it's not like the same type of truth. What do you guys think? Sound is back. What happened? There was no sound the whole time. You guys heard it, right?
Yeah.
You guys heard? Yeah. All right. Well, I don't know. Hi ho. Sherry's here. It must be getting to be that time again. Let's see who's here. So, oh yeah, Voynich's video. Let's do that real quick. All right, I'll give a shout out. We still got 11 people watching. It's all right. It's late. We're gonna keep the stream going. Those are some unreleased Ray the Snake old school tracks now on YouTube. Never before put on YouTube. So there you go. Enjoy. Some music that you can listen to that's not from the mainstream.
No, you should start. No. I send it to you with a timestamp. So you should play it like 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, I fucked it up. All right, let me see if it'll go back there.
You fucked it up.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's see if the sound comes out. Tell me if you can hear it.
What the fuck are these islands here?
Yeah.
What is this? I know it's enlarged. So do you know these islands next to Greenland? Here?
I never really paid attention. I don't think so. They look kind of new.
Yeah, what's this?
It's like a bunch of land, right?
I don't remember those islands there.
No.
Look, dude, it's huge. It's Canada.
It's like
Canada. It's Canada above Greenland. Do you remember Canada
yeah,
above
it's like
Greenland?
it's like the size of Canada,
See,
but
they're
it's
everywhere.
yeah, it's spread out. So there's
No,
like
but it is Canada too. It is Canada. It's
there's
where most
islands.
they are, and even these artists.
There's more land popping up everywhere.
So
huh?
creative. Look, here it is, but smaller. Look, this is Greenland.
Yeah.
Right. And here it is, but it's way smaller.
Wow.
Way smaller. But it's higher. It's more north.
It looks different. Yeah, it's in a different position than it was, but still, like, what is it?
And why is Greenland painted like this? By the way, why doesn't it? Is this Greenland's flag? I never knew.
Yeah, that's weird. I know because it has the flags of everything else, so that would make sense. But
yeah, so that's what it is. You know that Greenland had a flag?
No, I didn't know that.
Oh. What happened? Did you stop the video? No. No, but yeah, that's what I wanted to show. Like this new islands next to Greenland. I never saw them.
Dude, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I'm sorry.
I can hear you. Yeah.
All right, let's see if you can hear the video. It's dude, my microphone. It's like the cord that plugs it into the computer is like.
Okay.
And it keeps coming out, and then when it comes out, it fucks up the sound for everything. Let's see if you can hear it. Could you hear that?
Yeah, maybe I wasn't talking.
Right here. Can you hear your voice? You were
No.
talking. Yeah?
No.
No?
No.
All right, let me go back. This is what happened a minute ago. Fucking bullshit. All right, stop the screen share. All right, let me try to redo it. Share screen. Share audio. Oh, all right. Sorry, boy. It sounds like cars are driving by or something. Are you ready?
He doesn't hear me, right?
Can you hear?
It works now. Yeah.
Right.
Everybody's still saying hello and hi and all. Okay. Okay, so that works. And so here it is too, right? It's huge. It's huge. But look at this one. It's not here.
Yeah, it looks small, like barely anything. Just that one little piece, and that might not even be
here,
it.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it sticks out even more north than Greenland.
Did you find this on your own?
By the way, Greenland looks. Yeah, I noticed it. I start because every time I see a globe or a map, I look at like if there's a residue, right?
At all. Yeah.
It was pretty smooth edged, and so
It's crazy.
You know, I saw a video of globe, and I thought like, what's that next to Greenland? And I was like, huh? I don't remember that because I know that since the North Pole disappeared, Greenland took over, right? But now, but now there's two islands next to Greenland that are also at the North Pole.
Yeah.
So, and I noticed that a day before I made that video, and then after I saw that, I started looking it up, and it's on every map now. But as you can see in this map, it's not there. You know, it's somebody who cut it out from wood. So what's up with that? Did he miss it, or did I just?
I'll put the volume back.
Do you guys remember that?
Wow.
Let me know in chat. Do you guys remember those islands there?
I've seen.
Well, you look at it.
I don't remember them like that, but I've seen maps with them on it like that now. Now that you mention it, but like I don't know. I never.
Look at how huge, dude.
I know it's bigger than it. Like it's a lot of land. Like you could live on one of those little islands.
Huge.
Like one of those little islands is
huge.
It's like the size of Dominican Republic. Each one.
It's as large as Europe in this picture.
Yeah.
I know it's enlarged.
You notice how all the maps like look different? It's weird how like the continents are different sizes and stuff.
This is more or less the shape of Greenland. Yeah, I know the projection is skewed, so to say.
Weird.
But this island group is this new island. It doesn't even have a name, does it?
It doesn't.
Yeah,
Canada.
Queen Elizabeth Islands.
Oh wow.
Canada.
I never
above
even heard of that.
Greenland. Really?
Why haven't we
There's-
heard
there's-
anybody?
Above Greenland.
I
There's
like. I've never
there's
heard
loads
anybody.
of island
go ahead.
groups called the Queen Elizabeth Islands. I think
I've
there's about 4 or 5 island groups called the
Huge.
Queen Elizabeth Islands.
I've never heard anybody say, "Hey, I'm going on vacation to the Queen Elizabeth Islands." You know what I mean?
Because these are the kind of islands that you don't go to. That you don't go to for a holiday.
Why? They don't want us to go
Oh,
because they don't want us to go there.
Exactly. Yeah.
There's something there they don't want us to see, obviously.
Yeah. Yeah.
Queen Elizabeth.
They got secret islands
It should scare
everywhere.
the shit out of you. If you read Queen Elizabeth Islands, you say, okay, turn around.
Well, I don't know how it goes with map making, but I figure like some of the people that make maps might not really work for them. You know what I mean? Like they might be just regular pilots that can know how to draw maps that go up in the sky and like sketch it out.
I think it's weird.
And
I never saw it.
And then when they show us maps, they might not
Not
put
that
it,
big.
They might not put it on, and then like regular people like oh, look at those fucking islands, draw that on the map, and then then it starts showing up on maps.
It's everywhere now.
Yeah, you never know how I don't know how the science.
Look at how ridiculous
map
that
making works. It's like,
No.
Look at that map.
it's crazy.
No, come on.
Greenland is even bigger than Africa.
Either that or that shit was like under the water before.
Look at
and
it.
it's coming
No,
and it's coming to the surface now.
Really? It really. No, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Yeah.
Is that it? Pretty much.
Yeah, that's it.
That's cool, man. Yeah, that's definitely something that we should watch out for on maps.
Something that I noticed, I might be wrong, but I never noticed such a big island next to
So we still
next to Greenland, and so it's now actually habituating the North Pole. These islands, together with Greenland.
In the North Pole's the center where the toroidal field supposedly comes out, where if we go anywhere close to it, it'll suck us apart, right?
Wow.
Did you know about
That
that?
would be something.
Well, that's what they say. They say like the in the center, there's the North Pole. It's like a toroidal field, and that's where the whole toroidal field of the Earth comes from. And the Northern Lights, when you see the Northern Lights and stuff, that's the toroidal field, and like all the different colors in the sky that you see. And they say like if you we can't go close enough to the North Pole because if we do, it'll like rip us apart. But I don't know if
I want to
that's
see
true.
that for myself, and I
I don't know if it's true, but that's what I've heard people say.
I think it sounds way cooler than being eaten by the bugs.
Yeah. Eaten by the bugs.
It's quite a spectacular way to go. You're going to be torn apart by the magnetic forces. It's going to tear you to pieces all at once. Well, I mean that's a pretty cool way to go.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like if you were like suffering and you had like cancer or something really bad and you were in a lot of pain and you're just like, I can't take it no more, just go to the North Pole. It'll take care of it for you.
Dr. Ray has some advice.
They won't let you go there anyway. Don't worry about it.
However, if you take a human, male or female, regardless of education or nurturing, and put them in the exact same wildlife sanctuary, the response would be quite different. When the human approaches the glass fence, they don't see it as a minor distraction. They pause, they wonder, and more importantly, they ask questions, either internally or amongst others. Why is the fence here? How far does it reach? Can I dig underneath, or climb over, or go around it? These questions continue in a way you might imagine. But eventually, a bigger question jumps to the top of the list. Who built the fence? It is that which changes not only the type of questions being asked, but how the human being or beings look at their world. The giant wildlife preserve suddenly gets smaller. Each new fence border discovered starts to artificially constrict their expanse, even though the dimensions haven't changed. Before long, the preserve, their home, loses some of its relevance. The fence is a reminder of the unknown. It provokes fear and endless speculation within the human. Given enough time, the importance of the preserve continues to be reduced, especially in relation to the fence. And the reason why it's so engrossing for the human is simple. It's there. It's real. They could see it and maybe even touch it. Adding more humans to the equation increases the disparity of this situation by orders of magnitude. Have you seen the fence? Do you know how long it's been here? Have you ever known anyone that's been outside it? It's older than us. Who is responsible for the fence? What can we do to appease the group that created it? You can see what this might lead to. A long-lasting group hysteria would entrench itself within the population, grab hold and never let go. The fence is bigger, older, and wiser than they are. It humbles them, it angers them, and it is forever. It is their proof of a higher power. Maybe not God, but certainly God-like. No civilization, regardless of technology, discipline, or age, would be able to cope with the existence of it. For the human psyche, there are just too many questions that go unanswered. Life would never be able to progress normally. To summarize, a garden variety wildlife preserve would work for 99.99% of all the world's life forms. For human beings, however, you would need to make some modifications, or really just one big one. So let's take a look at a few examples of how this could be accomplished, and from there expand it. The first failed example can be seen in the 1998 movie Dark City. This is a good starting point to get you in the right mindset. The premise here is that an advanced race creates a small flat Earth area, complete with a traditional dome. The design, however, is initially flawed in that they built the city all the way to the outer edge, leaving no room for error. To compensate for this, they altered the memories of the human population on a regular basis, therefore repressing any long-term investigations. However, in movies, there are always anomalies, like the police officer who realizes that even though he remembers visiting a place called Shell Beach, there is no way to reach it because Shell Beach is outside of the flat world and never existed. He just keeps going around the circular city that has no exits. In the end, another man, the hero of the movie, makes it to the edge, steals the advanced race's power, and creates an ocean, which really should have been there in the first place. Move from there to a movie released only 4 months later called The Truman Show. Inevitably, all flat earthers have to take a hard look at this movie from a technical point of view. The movie follows the same lines as Dark City, but in a much more relatable premise, that of a giant television stage built so that the outside world can watch a person go through his life without any knowledge that he is living inside a flat world, surrounded by a physical dome. The movie is interesting on several levels, including construction. Using their existing model of a small town, bordered on one side by a large lagoon and wilderness, and the other a seemingly expansive ocean, while better than Dark City, still had its flaws. For one, it was less than 20 miles across, and even though Truman's desire to explore was repressed, there was still a chance that he would venture to the outer edge, which is where the movie ended. But for the most part, it worked. Truman believed the entire scenario because he was born into it, and then lived 30 plus years without any reason to doubt where he was, which could be said for any of us. If it wasn't for the, and we'll say movie mistakes, that the studio fell victim to, then the show would have never ended. And this then raises hypothetical scenarios like, how many kids like Truman could you have raised inside that dome? 10? 50? Now, logistically, you can see how it might be problematic in keeping tabs on that many kids, especially as they got older. But with enough sleight of hand, it could be possible. A fictional situation just like that was made into the 2004 movie, The Village. And even though it turned into one of those M. Night Shyamalan plot twist things, the premise was very feasible. A wealthy group of idealists buy a large parcel of land in an existing wildlife preserve, create a small town from the 1800s, and raise children there. They pay off government officials to keep planes far away and spread a myth that monsters live in the forest. As far as the kids are concerned, they actually are living in a small Pennsylvania town in the 1800s. And being born into it, why wouldn't they? If the story continued, eventually the elders that founded the town would all pass away, leaving the children to pass on the legacy, free from any burden of guilt that their world was not what it appeared to be. And keep in mind, this was done with very little land manipulation and no dome. This then circles back to how many actors the fictional Truman Show really needed to hire. Other than the leads who did product placement, the rest of the town could actually just live their lives like anyone else. Use phone lines to call outside, go to restaurants, watch television at home, and so on. But again, I digress. Assuming the technology was possible, how many people like Truman could you keep in a dome the size of, say, a state that was hundreds of miles across? Probably thousands. If you kept expanding the size of the dome to a few thousand miles, well, then you're talking millions. But when it gets that big, something interesting happens. You don't need the actors anymore. Started up like The Village, and within just a few generations, everyone is oblivious. And you can leave them to their own devices. Starting to sound familiar? In fact, the larger you make the enclosed world, the less micromanaging needs to be done. It gets easier as it scales up. This brings us back to the missing modification you need for the human race. To keep the storylines consistent and remove all the hocus pocus of monsters in the woods or that you can't get to Shell Beach, you place in gradual negative reinforcement, one that creates an illusion of choice. Say, for example, that Truman went out in the sailboat the same as before, but this time the dome was twice the size and the simulated ocean far larger. How far would he travel before getting hungry, thirsty, or tired? The movie ending is then in doubt. And if you compare this scenario where you are now, then you start to see it. Look at the flat Earth map again. Continents grouped in the center, surrounded in all directions by hundreds of miles of salt water. Think about how much further ancient ships would have traveled if you could drink what you were sailing on. As you move closer to the edge, the temperature starts taking a nosedive. Then you start seeing icebergs. If that doesn't stop you,
You
then
think seamen drink water? No, they drink beer.
Climb 2 miles up with no plant life or indigenous livestock animals. And if you had the wherewithal to make it that far, you would still have hundreds of miles of endless ice and snow. It's easy to see why so few people have gone the distance. Compare this to the upper ceiling, which is much easier to maintain. You simply decrease the oxygen rates so that every 1,000 feet up, it gets more difficult to breathe. This slows down exploration over mountain ranges and discourages limited control flight, such as balloons. Also keep in mind that the dome itself doesn't have to be that high in relation to the outer ring. With commercial aircraft capping out at 10 miles and rockets less than 400, the dome would actually look more like a stadium roof, depending on how you wanted to display things like the sun, moon, and stars. An enclosed world with these type of safeguards would be able to sustain an unknowing population for, say, what, 4,500 years? Then you could artificially introduce a globe model into the scientific community before the civilization technology reaches a point that could lead to discovery. And 500 years later, here we are. A civilization inside an amazing structure, doing what we would naturally do, while the authority stands by the gate and fears the consequences if we ever found out for ourselves. So do some of your own research and ask questions.
Astronauts to the moon.
Flat Earth Clues, Part 5, The Status Quo. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue covers the inevitable and sometimes frustrating question of why the authority would go to all the trouble of hiding the flat Earth. My hope here is to show you different angles and a progression of events, all of which lead to a very changed world, both physically and mentally. To open, we have to go way back to when the world was a much more simple place. You had your 5 major religions, including Buddhism, Hinduism, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity. Each of these groups had their own version of what is known in Genesis as the firmament, or the flat circular world enclosed by a solid dome-like barrier from where the creator or creators looked on. I'm not going to explore all the subtle differences between the groups. Suffice it to say that it's interesting that despite their differences that led to acts of horrible violence between them, there was no real Earth model debate. So around 500 years ago, the science community, led by Copernicus, who probably had a little help, introduced what we now know as the heliocentric, or globe model of the world, which in turn changed the solar system, galaxy, and so on. The religions, seeing that this globe model was gaining popularity, feared a loss in the fan base, so they all adapted their religion to include the globe model. From their point of view, it was a small change from a circular to a globe world, and really, in a few generations, who would remember anyway? So the churches, mosques, temples wrapped up their flat earth model in a metaphoric soft cloth and put it in the drawer with the good silver for safekeeping. Remember this, because we'll come back to it later. And hundreds of years went by, with science promoting all the aspects of the globe, and the religions promoting their beliefs upon this globe. The world kept spinning, so to speak, and everyone was happy. Then in the early part of the 1900s, you get this pesky explorer named Richard Byrd. He has family money, all the right connections, and secures basically unlimited funding and the government green light to probe every piece of unseen territory there is. It was inevitable, I guess. A young man who has an unquenchable desire to see all that there is to see, and then granting him the tools needed to accomplish this goal. He pulls a Truman and gets lucky, crossing the vast salt ocean, avoiding the icebergs, arriving at the frozen coastline, and he keeps going. He was never going to stop. One day, after crossing hundreds of miles of high-altitude ice and snow, Admiral Byrd sees it, a barrier. And to him, it's just a barrier, not the barrier. He is but a tiny speck in front of it. It stretches out on both sides as far as he can see, and straight up so far that he can't discover the beginning of the arc. The great explorer now has a new challenge, finding the shape of this thing. It's much like a blind man describing the elephant. Until you feel out the whole thing, what do you really know? If you look at the AE or Flat Earth Overhead Map, you see the problem. To even determine the scope of the outer wall, you have to circle it. It would have taken months, if not years. You could use a series of ships going in opposite directions, or planes, but there are refueling stations that need to be built, and so on. His task was challenging to say the least. Admiral Byrd kept laying the groundwork of the great discovery until his eventual death in 1957. A year later, the United States and Russia found the upper edge. From there, the math was easy. And moreover, you could actually see the real world. Then, of course, there is the decision, or deception, depending on how you looked at it. The authority made the call to hide the actual shape of where we live, then sealed off the outer edge from prying eyes, and created the space program not only to reinforce the globe model, but to control it. There was really only one reason they cared about this, and it takes a while to process. So let's look at the immediate effects of actual disclosure and work our way up to the authorities' biggest fear. For this exercise, we'll look at releasing the news today instead of, say, 1958. While 1958 would have been easier, it's much more relevant and entertaining to explain it in modern terms. We start with a press conference by, let's say, the United Nations, who have discovered that the world is indeed enclosed in a giant high-tech dome of unknown origin and age. The public reacts with wonder and awe, trying to take in the sheer scope of this announcement. Facebook crashes, Twitter crashes, entire mobile networks crash. It's like hitting a beehive with a sledgehammer. News organizations around the world send teams to the outer edge to confirm the finding. and the general public is glued to their media devices. That's the good news, the excitement, the revelation, the positive shock. Then the bad news starts coming in waves, some of which you might not expect. The first is the immediate disbanding of NASA and all other world space programs, for obvious reasons. Most governments will secretly pardon these groups and keep them immune from class action lawsuits, the lawsuits themselves coming from NASA investment groups, claiming fraud. Regardless, everyone at NASA, despite their good intentions, is out of a job overnight. And this is where you would say, good, they deserve it. About time they stopped lying to everyone. Oh, but it doesn't stop there, because every contractor and subcontractor that are exclusively tied to NASA, they have to shut down as well. Fine, a few thousand jobs lost, no big deal. And the ripples continue to spread, some bigger than others. Observatories all over the world closed their doors, and the reasoning is this. If you've been looking at the ceiling for decades and couldn't tell it was a ceiling, then what good are you? Every university in the world that has an astronomy or astrophysics program, well, they don't anymore. Stephen Hawking, his book writing days are over. Carl Sagan, no more nova in syndication, I guarantee it. Those professors are going to have to retool their skills and be prepared to answer one giant question. How did you not see it? Weren't there clues? People start finger pointing, and it will continue for years. And still my fellow flat earthers will say, well, hell, that doesn't sound too bad. So some nerds around the world lose their jobs. So what? You don't get off that easy, is what. The finger pointing at the now defunct NASA will then turn to finger pointing at the government, who directed the whole thing. This is where we run into some dangerous ground, involving things like the Ark of the Covenant, the Holy Grail, and the Ring of Power. And you say, you lost me. I was with you until you started bringing up religious artifacts from movies. And you're supposed to be lost. Of the 5 major religions we mentioned earlier, those being Buddhism, Hinduism, Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, none have been able to produce a supernatural object over the last 5,000 years. And trust me, it would be beneficial to do so. The Ark of the Covenant would benefit Judaism, the Holy Grail Christianity, and the Ring of Power, well, that benefits someone else. Maybe I'll leave alone for now. The point is that all religions are actively seeking their leverage against science. You've heard of the division between church and state. Well, here it is. Advantage church. The barrier becomes a giant religious symbol, and since it is backed by the Big Five, it also becomes universal. The Big Five then go into their drawer with the good silver and pull out this belief that was forgotten but not lost, and say, we knew it all along, and science lied to us. Temporarily, all religions unite against science, who has been only moderately weakened by the removal of their astronomy and astrophysics divisions. But the public won't care, because they will listen to the group shouting the loudest, and no one yells louder than the church. They will scream with righteous fury that the dome was built by our God, your God, and the people will turn to science and hear nothing but crickets. And that's where the world changes, because in times of great stress, the public will want words. And while religion has no shortage of them, science simply is incapable of taking leaps of faith. I'll take a glass half full approach and say that anyone listening to this is probably an intelligent, rational person, one who can make informed decisions outside of the conventional doctrine. But for every one of you, there are hundreds, if not thousands, of mouth-breathing troglodytes who will not walk but run to the respective house of religion and say, you were right about this. What else can you teach me? This is what fills the current authority with pause. The unknown response to that question. Will religion take the high road and work with what remains of science to discover the truth? It's possible, I suppose. It's also possible that religion will combine this technologically advanced society with a revitalized and aggressive doctrine that then transforms daily life into something that makes the book 1984 seem like a Saturday morning cartoon show. I'm hoping that mankind will prove me wrong, but so far, that isn't the case.
Astronauts to the moon.
Flat Earth Clues Part 6, Depth Perception. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue looks into the inevitable design question below the surface, or more specifically, how thick the flat Earth design would need to be. To start, let's quickly recap the design features so far. A basic dome structure made up of advanced high-density material, thousands of miles wide, and at least 100 miles in height. The ceiling of said structure being projected upon by an ultra-high-definition system using super LED technology and a combination of 2D and 3D imaging to simulate all celestial bodies, including sun, moon, stars, and so on. This ceiling is then protected by a scaling decrease in temperature and oxygen levels to the point where human life isn't naturally sustainable above 4 miles. The lower surface of the dome structure consists of an organic layout of continents grouped at the center, ensuring that no land bridge exists to the outer ring. This is then surrounded by hundreds of miles of salt water in order to limit sea travel. The salt oceans are then adjusted with a scaling decrease in temperature as the outer area is approached, to the point where salt water freezes, forming icebergs, further reducing sea travel. The outer ring is then elevated to a height of 10,000 feet, reducing oxygen levels, and a buffer zone of 300 miles is created. This zone is devoid of all life forms that could be used as food, further discouraging land travel. That all sounds pretty good, but we left out one thing: depth. Keeping human beings away from the ceiling is easy because it requires higher technology. Protecting the outer ring is a little more difficult, but can be accomplished with layers of negative reinforcement. Protecting the actual common ground is a different challenge, because digging is basic. Everyone knows how to use a shovel, and most construction requires a generous amount of digging. In addition, natural resources such as coal, oil, minerals are harvested through large-scale digging operations. So it's safe to say that any human population is going to be digging a lot of holes because it's easy and it's necessary to continue their way of life. That being said, how thick would you need to make the flat Earth model so that people didn't accidentally dig their way through? You could use the same method as the outside barrier and create a series of undesirable layers, ending in a solid barrier. But the ever-expanding increases in general population would create an unnecessary risk. If the bottom of the flat Earth was composed of, say, an unbreakable material, this would pique the digger's curiosity, and if repeated all over the world, would raise suspicions of design. While a solid barrier works at the end of a frozen wasteland where no one is venturing, or allowed, it doesn't do much if it's found in a mining quarry or someone's backyard.
Hey, what's up,
that
Joe?
you need
Joe
something that
Martinez.
hasn't
You
been
want
used
if
up
you
to
want to
this
come on
point.
here with us and
A
hang
scaling
out,
increase
you can.
in temperature, all the way to an ignition
The more the
flashpoint
merrier.
and then beyond.
Where
Now
are
you
you
will
at?
jump in and
I'll put the
say,
link up
well, of course,
for anybody.
we all know that there is molten rock below the surface. We see it in volcanoes and, well, volcanoes. Yes, you do. And we've all seen the cross-section diagram of the globe Earth, which shows ever brighter bands of molten structure and so on, which is why I included the wiki link in the description that covers the official view of the Earth's structure. And I quote, "Scientific understanding of the internal structure of the Earth is based on observations of rock in outcrop, samples brought to the surface from greater depths by volcanoes, analysis of seismic waves, measurements of gravitational and magnetic fields, and experiments with crystals at pressure and temperatures characteristic of the Earth's deep interior. In short, they have no clue on what's below them. None. In fact, the deepest holes ever drilled which I've also linked in the description, only go down 8 miles. To repeat, no one has gone below 8 miles anywhere. And every drilling survey is the same, a scaling increase in temperature to the point where drill bits stop working. And you come back and say, but volcanoes. Yes, there are volcanoes, holes in the earth where molten rock is produced, under pressure, I might add. Certainly that can't be artificially created. No, we can melt rock right now. It's called a smelting plant. What do you think your car is made out of? Melted, reformed, and polished rock. We have the technology to do this. It all comes down to scale.
Look, there's the North Pole. There's the
Yeah.
North Pole.
All right,
Good
let me
old
pause
North
it.
Pole.
All right,
50
hold on.
miles.
Good call, Voynich. I was looking at the phone. Hold on. Let me see. Where is it? These things. Oh, I hate these things. There it is. All right. What the fuck is it? It looks like a icy land mat. Oh, this is like what on the? Is this a flat like on the flat Earth? Is it? Kind of looks like like the dome.
That's
right?
That's the next picture coming through. If stop moving. Just use
Go back a
like
little bit. Hold on. I'll press play and
frame. You can do frame by frame.
Oh yeah, you told me. You
In
taught me
fact,
that already.
the deepest
Right.
holes
It was
drilled,
working
which
too,
I've also
yeah.
linked in the
All right, let's
description,
see. It's
only go
coming right
down
here.
8 miles. To repeat, no one has gone below 8 miles anywhere. And every drilling
I put the
survey
link
is the
out.
same, a scaling increase
I?
in temperature to the point where
I don't
drill
know.
bits stop
I don't
working.
see. Let
You
me
come
see.
back and
I
say,
don't know. Maybe I forgot.
volcanoes.
I thought I did.
Yes, there are volcanoes, holes
Yeah,
in
it's
the
there.
earth where
It's
molten
there.
rock is produced, under pressure, I might add.
Did it show it yet? What
Certainly
the fuck
that
happened
can't
to
be artificially created. No, we can melt rock right now. It's called a smelting plant.
Yep.
What do you think your car is made out of? Melted, reformed, and polished rock.
Boom,
My
baby.
car is not made out of flowers.
Mark Sargent just said that rocks can melt.
We have the
All
technology.
right, here it is.
Yeah, there's the North Pole. There's the North Pole.
And there's the actual pole that was there at one point.
That's like where it
you see
should
the
be,
pole,
right?
You see the
that is
pole
the
sticking
middle.
up.
Yeah,
when
middle.
I was a kid, I always imagined there actually being a pole there like this. So this is more accurate. This is more accurate in my memory, to what I remember it looking like.
Yeah.
I don't know. What do you think?
And as you can see, the Greenland is closer to the North Pole now.
I put the link in the chat, dude. Joe, I put the link in the chat, man. And I'll put it out again. Hold on, maybe they didn't see it. No, I don't need the email address. I just put it out in the chat. Yeah. I hope this is the link. I can try it again. There you go. You see it? Boom. All right. Anyway, go ahead, boy. I'm just trying to get Joe on. You know, he usually comes in. It's good to have people on here. But anyway, yeah. So what were you saying?
I don't know. I forget.
Yeah. I feel you. Well, anyway, this looks like where's the little like land masses and shit? You know what I mean? Hold on one second.
Oh well, I did a video on it once upon a time on my other channel, so it's not there anymore. But about how I found a picture on the internet that was talking about drilling for oil on the North Pole. You know, it was talking about that.
Yeah.
And I found this picture, and so I clicked the link that belonged to the picture, and then it said page not found. And I had like 3 of those examples. So that was weird. There was 3 articles, pictures talking about drilling for oil on the North Pole. And every time I clicked that link, it said, this page doesn't exist. So that's weird, dude. That's so weird.
Yeah, but what? Yeah. It is weird, and like where I don't see any little land masses here that look like islands anywhere. Where would it be? Like, is it like this piece right here? You see this piece right here at the bottom? Is that what that was? With all the land masses?
No, that's Greenland. That's Greenland.
That's Greenland. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's this. Oh, so it's this. So basically, So basically, this white stuff right here, this big white mass that's like supposedly it used to be the North Pole, is now islands pushed to the side up over here somewhere. They changed it from this to like a bunch of islands over here, right?
Yeah.
That's what it seems like. That's no longer there, and it's like a bunch of islands up here somewhere.
Well, and Greenland is now actually touching the top of Greenland is now actually touching the actual North Pole.
Yeah, and Greenland's a part of. Remember, we had a Mandela effect thing about Greenland on here one night. It's part of the it's part of I forget what
Denmark.
it was. Denmark, yeah, it's part of Denmark. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
You always knew that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know. It's something sketchy going on with Greenland. And why do they call it Greenland if it's ice?
Yeah, and why do they call the Iceland next to that? Iceland is the green island, and Greenland is the.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Why do they do? Why the fuck do they do that? Well, they
That's
should change.
funny.
They should change the ice one to Iceland and the green one to
Yeah,
Greenland.
they should.
They really
Yeah.
should. I mean, if I woke up in a reality one day, in a reality stream where it was the other way around like that, I would be happy. I'd be fine with it. I wouldn't be mad about that. I'd be like, all right, finally the Mandela effect fixed something. You know what I mean? But oh shit. All right, let's play this thing.
To do this, it all comes down to scale. Create a large set of furnaces at, say, 50 miles below the surface that can melt and pump molten rock. And you say, what would the furnaces be made out of? Oh, I don't know. How about the same dome material that can withstand nuclear weapons? So you take the molten rock, locate a few random access points on the surface, and the rest comes naturally. Volcanoes also reinforce the Earth structure model that the molten rock goes all the way to the core, which then in turn reinforces the globe model, and then we're back to where we are now. A smoldering globe flying through space at high speeds that from a design standpoint makes no sense.
Yeah.
So how thick would the flat Earth model floor need to be? For
pretty
common use,
thick.
say less than 100 miles.
I
Similar
don't
to
know.
the ceiling in scale. Large heat generators placed in a pattern, a thin layer of molten rock 10 to 20 miles down,
Yeah.
which is really just a geologic
So the
pipe
coil.
system to
He's
help
talking
with
about the
generation
coil
of terrain.
underneath.
And there you have it.
Maybe.
An efficient way of discouraging all those digging humans from reaching too far, combining a physical barrier with a mental one. 8 miles down, and you're going to tell me what the entire core looks like? Give me a break.
Astronauts to the moon.
Astronauts to the moon. Ah.
Flat Earth Clues, Part 7, The Long Haul. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue looks into a topic I only glanced at in the original guide, which is the southern hemisphere, or in the flat Earth model, the land masses closest to the outer ring. I like to give credit where credit is due, and the long haul title was given to me by a fellow flat earther who did some of the same research I did. The summary of the video is this. If you are looking to show someone how to view the flat Earth from a practical point of view, this is the example I would use. I'm going to show you how strange the world looks using just a few websites, some simple math, a couple minutes, and your brain. You don't have to write anything down, unless you want to, of course. I'll give you everything you need on screen and break down one of the examples as well. I'll also link the sites in the description for reference. First, here are some websites that help you calculate distance. The GPS on your phone already does this, and you may have an app as well, but here are some dedicated examples. Timeanddate.com, tripit.com, distancefrom2.net, worldatlas.com, freemaptools.com, and travelmath.com. If your favorite isn't listed here, like Google Maps, then use whatever is most familiar to you. Now we are going to look at two specific groups of cities. The first group is going to be from the area around Australia, including New Zealand. We'll call this Group 1. Group 1 includes Melbourne, Australia, Sydney, Australia, Perth, Australia, Auckland, New Zealand, Christchurch, New Zealand, and Hamilton, New Zealand. The second group is going to be some cities in South America, all in the Southern Hemisphere. I mention this because if you go high enough, you will run into a few cities that won't work. Group 2 includes Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, Sao Paulo, Brazil, Brasilia, Brazil, Buenos Aires, Argentina, Lima, Peru, and Santiago, Chile. Again, there is a link in the description with many other airports. Now, these two groups are interchangeable, as you would imagine, so you can start or end with either group 1 or 2. The results will be the same, and just to make it interesting, I'll use a slightly different example, which a fellow flat earther did the legwork on, and show you that even these two groups aren't exclusive. So you take
Slow
anything
down
from
up
group
there.
1 and anything from group 2, and you get some distances ranging from 6 to 8,000 miles roughly. That's all I want you to do here is get that part in your head, noticing that the route is bent because they have to account for the curvature of the Earth. All these directions are what you would expect, a straight shot over the South Pacific Ocean. Now, just to prove it's not an exclusive route, instead of starting in, say, Rio and landing in Auckland, I'll start what should be the opposite side in Cape Town, South Africa, which is roughly the same distance on a globe Earth coming in at 7,300 miles. Notice on the map, it's still a straight shot through the Indian Ocean and not crossing any countries, an easy route. I try to book my flight. For this example, we use Travel Math, but you can use whatever is easiest in your country, like Priceline, Expedia, Travelocity. It will make no difference because they're all tied to the same system. And this is when everything goes wrong. So the first leg, the airlines don't send me due east, but instead shoot me 4,700 miles almost due north to Dubai. Okay, maybe we're just picking up people. It seems a bit excessive, but I'll go with it. I'm probably comfortable in my seat drinking vodka tonics anyway. And from Dubai, it should be a straight shot home to Auckland, right? No. Now they send me southeast to Melbourne, a mere 7,300 miles. And then finally a third leg from Melbourne to Auckland coming in at around 1,600 miles. I'm rounding up or down to make the math easier. Regardless, the total miles for this flight is almost double what should be expected, coming in at 13,600 miles. In addition, the trip took me 37 hours. How long should it have taken? Well, in a 777, about 12. Now, this is where you come in and say, well, it's probably an isolated incident or some strange connection thing. You know how the airlines are.
Hey, Ray.
No, my friends. We can do
At some point, I want to talk about the
This
Mandela effect. If
All
that's
right.
cool with you guys, if it's cool with you guys.
We can talk about it, but I don't know. Right now, we're kind of doing flat Earth. What do you want to bring up?
Oh, I didn't realize. Let's go. Let's stick with flat Earth, man. It's not urgent.
If you have like something you want to talk about, and you have like a video you want me to bring up, and you can put the link in the chat or something.
Okay,
we'll do it. That would be cool because like then we'll have some visuals while you're talking. Whatever you're explaining, or you can just tell me what to look up, and I'll look it up.
The table is rigged.
I don't mind. I can take this off for a second and go back.
No, let's carry on, Rick.
Get a fair game.
Thank you, man.
The first part of the clue is the utter lack of nonstop flights from anywhere in this hemisphere, which is why I gave you multiple cities in each group.
I showed a whole bunch of Mandela effects earlier. The dot,
Oh,
the dot in the newspaper, the spelling of coconut. No. But we can get back on the Mandela effect as soon as this is over.
And here's the plot hole for you. Flying from international cities like Sydney, Rio, Santiago, or
It's only
anywhere
part
else
9
close
of
by,
200
you
parts.
can't get
so,
a single nonstop
No,
flight.
it's almost done.
No matter how much
There's
money
not
you
much
pay.
left.
I tried to do this for an entire night, and it was like playing an online casino game, one that I was losing most of the time. The connections kept coming in like spam windows. Start in Christchurch, go to Auckland. Start in Auckland, go to Sydney. Start in Sydney, go to Dubai or Los Angeles or somewhere else that makes no sense. Some of these connections took the trip over 50 hours to complete. Go ahead, try it yourself. You may find one nonstop. But even then, The strangeness doesn't end there, because the speed is wrong. For reference, I included an optimum cruising speed guide from a commercial pilots forum that lists all the international aircraft used in these routes. A 777, the current state-of-the-art flagship plane, designed for maximum fuel efficiency, has a cruising speed of 640 miles an hour. 7,400 miles comes in at around 12 hours. Try to find this route.
Airplanes.
It doesn't exist.
Airplanes prove the globe.
It can't.
Proves the Earth is flat.
The closest I came was a one-connection flight with a 3-hour layover. The total flight time was
And the
20
Mandela
hours.
effect.
20 take away 3 is 17, not 12. And this might work
Yeah,
if the
look at the
plane was
jet
doing,
engines, see what
say,
you think.
400
Dude, yeah, dude. It looks like
It's
they're taking
not.
off. They're
In
starting
fact,
a life of
the
their own,
lowest
dude.
cruising speed I
Freaks me
found was
out.
an older Airbus, just around 593. But this is all just numbers, right? It is until you pull up the flat Earth map and look at the farthest 2 points, which just coincidentally are anywhere in Australia and most of South America. Or my example of Lower Africa, which you can see isn't west at all. It's a shell game, and a very good one at that. Keep people guessing with multiple connections and layovers, jumping from city to city. People just sit in their seats, trying to sleep through it. And then it hits you. Well, the pilots would know, right? They fly all day, every day. Certainly, they would have figured it out by now. Some of them would get suspicious, sure. Any decent navigator will be able to work out the speed, fuel consumption, and odd connections. But imagine what they would have to get their head around. First, they would have to ignore the world GPS system that has been leading them to their destinations without error. If you want some interesting side reading, check out the link on the history of the GPS. And I quote, "Developed in 1973 to overcome the limitations of previous navigation systems, integrating ideas from several predecessors, including a number of classified engineering design studies from the 1960s. Oh, and by the way, was created by the Department of Defense, the same people that closed off Antarctica. GPS went fully live in 1995. So if you were a pilot before then, you might have been able to pick up a breadcrumb trail. After that, very difficult. Plus, let's say you did figure out that something was off. Who exactly would you tell? The FAA? You would be looking around and wondering why you were the only one to see it. And then what? You make the leap of faith and see that the entire map system is wrong? Never going to happen. You might as well just tell them that an alien spacecraft followed your plane around for 2 hours. We know what happens then. Start playing Flight Time Casino for yourself. See what interesting things you can discover. And while you're at it, show it to any pilots that you know. But don't forget to leave the words flat Earth out. Because that's crazy, right?
Astronauts to the moon.
Flat Earth Clues, Part 8. The Creative Flight. This flat Earth perspective takes a look at the design from the ever-present why standpoint. And although it will review some of the dome technical features already discussed, I'll try to do it from a different angle, or more specifically, why I might build it. Someone mentioned to me recently that while the dome was a very big concept, it made the world much smaller. Kind of like what Admiral Byrd expressed in an interview all those years ago. This someone also said that it made them sad, which I understood. And while I did what I could to comfort this person, I realized that I could have done more. So this video is for the people who look upon this world with their new eyes and start drifting into a state of melancholy. To preface, this isn't jail, nor are you lab rats. And before I'm done, I hope to show you a version of why. To start, let's look at an old story, one that you may have heard involving another enclosed world, kind of like yours. I say kind of like yours because the finished design that you are sitting in right now took several revisions in just about every aspect, much like any project. You come up with ideas, you see what works and what doesn't, and you improve the process until you come up with something that, while not everyone agrees upon, satisfies the best of all criteria. One of the first dome layouts involved a race of people who were supremely driven by ambition. They didn't have a word for lazy or fear. They absorbed knowledge very quickly, incorporating physics, advanced electronics, engineering, and drove their technology with energy from the enclosed world itself.
Wow, he's talking about
And when their
Tartaria
technology had
back
reached
then.
the point
Oh, yeah,
where the
boss.
dome structure was
Way back
discovered in
when.
its entirety, there was no reaction of wonder and awe. They just looked up and squinted at the sky. Eventually, those squints turned into glares. Oh, they had religion to be sure, and it was tied to their daily lives, but to them, this wasn't religion. It was a challenge. Almost like they weren't that impressed. Hard to fathom, right? Seeing that your world had borders, but instead of being afraid, shaking your fist at the sky with arrogance. But that's what they did. So much confidence and might that when they found out where they really were, a new priority was created. At first, they dedicated broadcast channels to calling the dome builders out, demanding answers, and ran them day and night. At the end of each cycle, the words kept repeating, "We know." But arrogance ebbs at patience, and their demands were met with silence, which was taken as blatant dismissal. This fueled their ambition even more. The people withdrew all their efforts from breaching the outer barrier and formed a new plan. If the creators were not going to submit, then they would build a bridge and meet them at the gates. So a building was designed. But to call it a building was to call the pyramids a sand castle. It was the greatest structure ever conceived, at least to them. It was to be over 30 miles wide and hundreds of miles high, enough to reach the dome ceiling itself, where they would meet the builders face to face. They abandoned nature completely and pushed aside ecologic systems to accomplish their goal. They cannibalized entire mountain ranges, which they used to admire and love, to acquire the raw material for the awesome structure. The work crews built with flawless precision, and it was obvious that it was going to succeed. A bridge to the edge of the sky itself. The work would only pause long enough for the mighty armies below to look up and yell, "We come for you," so loudly that on a clear day you could actually feel the dome shake. And the creators, faced with their first great challenge, decided to start again.
Creators.
And the people were changed, their language fragmented so that the builders couldn't continue. The tower was...
Did he say creators like there's more than one creator? Did I just hear that? Or am I wrong? Was it something else? Were you talking about something else? Did you hear it, Joe?
No.
Dismantled, their technology removed and forgotten, and the people scattered. A new group was introduced to the dome.
Hey, Joe,
divided
I'm
in
curious though. What Mandela effect were you going to bring up? Like, what were you going to talk about?
I found a piece of residue yesterday, and it was pretty powerful.
Where,
I think
where did you find it on your channel? Or is there a place?
You know, if you look up on Google, Brian Wilson.
All right, hold on one second. I will. Just let me stop the screen for a minute.
Thank you, Ray.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to like be rude
No.
or anything.
It's cool.
I'm just like I was like I'm trying to get through the documentary. I thought it was going to be done in like a few minutes, and it's a lot longer than I thought. So I just I like switching it up. I like having like I go from one subject to another, keep people interested. People are probably sick of hearing Mark Sargent's voice. We'll give him a break for a minute. Let Mark Sargent take a rest, and we'll he's taking a break right now. He's probably drinking some water backstage somewhere, and like I don't know what the fuck he does. Anyways, what do I look up for?
Brian Wilson. I Get Around Live.
Song. I Get Around Live.
and I'd like you to play the one that's
the Beach Boys.
Yeah.
Is that what it is?
yeah, but
Yeah,
it's
that's what it is.
it's October 12th, 2021.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't search for the words Beach Boys.
No. A bunch of shit came up. All right. I gotta put October 12th, 2021. Hold on. October 12th. Do you think that YouTube's gonna fuck me for playing it because it's like mainstream music?
I don't think so. It's a live performance.
Yeah, I'll probably be all right.
Should
All right.
still be careful with it though.
Well, you know what? Maybe we shouldn't look at it. I'll just tell you what it is.
Well, maybe I can find the pot. All right, I see Brian. Yeah, live from the hop farm. There's one that says "I get around Nuit de Fourvière 2017." That's French.
Now, this one is
Brian
Tell
Wilson.
us what it is.
Yeah. Just explain
what-
it. I can't find it, bro.
What happened?
It's not-
What happened to the song?
Yeah.
Okay. Void, complete this lyric, please. And I think I asked Ray this before. I don't know if Jenny's listening.
I might know it. I'm not sure if I know the Beach Boys. I know some of their songs.
Okay, here it goes. It's like halfway through the song. None of the guys go steady, 'cause it wouldn't be right to leave your best girl home
On a Friday night.
on a Saturday night.
On a Friday night.
But you're right.
For you, it was always a Saturday night. Yeah. Okay.
No, that's not the change, not the day.
Oh.
That's not the Mandela change. It used to be on a Saturday night. Now it's now on Saturday night. So now after the Mandela change, it goes like this. None of the guys go steady, 'cause it wouldn't be right to leave your best girl home now on Saturday night.
I don't know that song, but I believe you because I know you're a musician.
Well,
and you know
yeah,
music.
And Void basically got it. He said on a Friday night.
You know what I noticed change? Like you know how like all right, you play a guitar, right? So you learn like other people's songs like I do. I play like all kinds of shit, right? So like a long time ago, I learned the Smashing Pumpkins song "Disarm." You know that one with the bells. I used to be a little boy, so old in my shoes. What I choose is my choice. What's a boy supposed to do? The killer in me is the killer in you. My love. You know that one?
No.
I send this smile out over the... Anyway, it's a famous song, dude. Anyway. All right. He used to say, oh, he is burned. Like that. Burned, you know, he'd be like, you know, he is burned. He is burned, right? And I learned the song. I can play it on the guitar. I had all the words. I learned the lyrics. I played it for years and years and years, right? And then I started noticing, instead of him saying he is burned, he's saying the year's burned.
Oh, weird.
And then I looked it up, and it changed in the lyrics too.
Wow.
And now I seen other people singing, "Oh, the years burn, the years burn."
Yeah.
It was he is burned.
Yeah.
So, like
Trippy, man.
now when I play the guitar and I play the song, it fucks me up because I'm like, I don't know which one to sing. and I noticed he was singing it like both ways at one point in the song. Like I was listening to it, and it was like he was saying he is burned, and then he was saying the years burn. He was saying it both. But now it sounds like he's just saying the year's burn, and if you look up the lyrics, like look, I'll show you. Watch. I don't want to play the song, but I'll look it up. Watch. Yeah, let's see what they say. You know, I don't know. It's confusing.
Well, anyway, that Brian Wilson performance that we were looking for, that shows him singing it the old way, the pre-Mandela way. But it's strange because that was in 2021. In 2019, he sings it the post-Mandela way.
Yeah.
So you know, it's almost like
it's like you. I mean, I find myself trying to make sense of things too, right? And you shouldn't try that, you know.
Yeah.
like,
no, I'm not either.
See? Disarm you with a smile and cut you like you want me to. Cut that little child inside of me. It's such a part of you. Oh, the years burn. See? Oh, years burn. He used to say he is burned because look, he's talking about cutting a little child. You know, like you know what he's talking about. I can't really talk
Talking
about
about a person.
Yeah. He said, look, cut you, disarm you with a smile, and cut you like you want me to. Cut that little child inside of me. It's such a part of you, and such a part of you, right?
Yeah.
And then he used to say, oh, he is burned, like the child is burned, right?
Yeah.
But now it says, oh, the year's burned, right?
So fucked
And he's
up.
like, look, and still down here, look, it doesn't say he is burned at all anymore. Look, again, he says, oh, the year's burned, oh, the year's burned, right? And dude, it doesn't say he is burned at all.
Yeah.
So what the fuck is going on with that?
Yeah.
Well, if you think that's weird,
yeah,
I had a song totally disappear from existence.
What
and,
song?
And it's a song that nobody remembers, right?
Maybe I remember it. What is it?
No, it was Lionel Richie.
Yeah.
I think it was the album "Dancing on the Ceiling."
Uh-huh.
If there was an album, or it was on the same.
I know the album. Okay, I kind of know it. What song?
Or maybe
was it,
that's
though?
the album. I think that's the same as Hello. Maybe the album is called Hello. I don't know.
Yeah.
It was one of these two albums in that era, and one of these songs. I think it was one of the last songs on the album.
Yeah.
Maybe the second last or the last song on the album, and it was called Mannequin.
Uh-huh. Oh, of course you would. Of course you would remember that,
right?
You ain't gonna
Because
forget about
everybody was making so much fun of my mannequin, right?
So you went digging for it and you couldn't find it.
No, yeah. So I was, I just, some memories, and there was this song by Lionel Richie, Mannequin. Dun, 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 dun. I love your frozen skin. Dude, it had this raggedy time. Dude, this raggedy time piano in a large room. It sounded like that, right?
Dude,
it was a very simple, very.
Did you ever see that?
It was just a non. It was just a very.
What was that? What was that movie with the rock?
Wow,
like? Listen, did you ever see that movie where like the Beatles
there's
never?
nothing.
The Beatles,
I cannot
listen.
I cannot find a single trace
Yeah.
of it anymore. Nothing. Nothing.
There was a
nothing
movie.
exists.
Listen, there was a movie that came out where like the Beatles never existed or something, and like these dudes
Yeah.
like remembered the songs and they played all the
Yeah.
Beatles songs. Maybe you should try to play it, and then you'll remember it, and you can come out with it and like Mannequin, and it'll be like the biggest hit, and you'll make like $1 million. It'll be like
Right.
a one hit wonder, and you'll make like $1 million.
Yeah.
Hey, you
we'll
know
have
what?
we'll have Levelhead do it.
Well, no.
If you can figure it out.
Fame
If you can
doesn't really attract me.
Do you remember all the words and the melody and the way it goes?
I remember the melody and the piano. Yeah.
We could figure it out. We
can make something of it.
That's
Yeah,
great.
something like it. If
Yeah.
you if you like hummed it to Christian, I bet you he'd be able to do it. He's like
He'd be able to
yeah.
hear
If you
what
just
I say.
if you could hum it the right way it went and everything, he would be able to do it probably. And then we could come up with a Mandela song that never existed. That would be sick.
It only existed in my timeline.
And then we'll turn it into a punk rock song. And then we'll turn back to regular. If you want.
So conversely, I know of a song that I feel like it popped up out of nowhere, and it was a hit in the late 70s, but I've never heard it until about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It's called.
So what song is it?
It's called Black Betty.
Oh,
you
Black
never heard
Betty,
about it.
Bam Balam. Oh,
Yeah, that
Black
one.
Betty, Bam Balam. Damn, damn, Black. I love that song. Bam Balam.
Yeah.
I played it on here and I got it was a
Yeah,
mix.
so that was a shock. That must have been a shock. Like
Gigantic shock. What year? When did you first hear that song, Ray?
Maybe in the 90s, but I know it was out from like the 70s.
What
Like,
about you, boy?
or
No,
some shit. Maybe
since-
maybe the 80s. Maybe the 80s. I don't know. It was
since
out before
always.
me.
It's
Since
just really
always.
weird. It's weird for me. Like in my reality, I've listened to classic rock stations all my life. That song is so catchy.
It
and
rocks,
so,
yeah. It rocks. Yeah.
Yeah,
It does.
and it's crazy that I
Do
never
you know?
heard it.
Do you know what I? Oh no. Black. I was thinking Black Beauties. No, they had these pills called Black Beauties back then. Oh, I thought that was no. He's not singing about that. All right. Anyway, move
It's
on.
crazy because at the time, 10 years ago, my boss at work at the time came to work one day and he said, "Yeah, the other day I heard a song, and when I was listening to it, I thought, man, cool, it's a new song, but it sounds like a 70s song. These guys,
Yeah.
rock. I'm gonna have to see who this is." Sure enough, it was Black Betty. But
Hey,
I
who sings it? Who sings it? I don't even know. I forget.
Ram Jam.
Ram Jam. That's so
2
random.
words. And one day I looked up the album that it's on just to see if there was anything creepy on the cover. And sure enough, there's a gigantic pyramid and 2 astronauts at the base of the pyramid on the cover.
Of course.
Yeah.
Why not?
Yeah.
Were you surprised?
No, just like the way you said, like, yeah, naturally.
Yeah. No, I'm always constantly like during these streams looking down, trying to find other stuff. Whoa.
Hey, can I say another thing about the Beach Boys?
Whoa. There's declassified documents reveal fallen angels. What do you guys think about that? No, too dark for you, right?
What?
Declassified documents reveal fallen angels, and it says #aliens.
What do you feel like, Void? Do you want to talk a bit more or watch TV?
Yeah, it's up to you. I mean,
well,
I'm not
fallen
Void.
angels.
I know.
No,
listen, I
fallen
know Void.
angels, I've seen.
I can put back
I've
on the
seen them.
I can put on the back on the Mark Sargent thing. I'm just saying, like,
I've seen.
Oh,
fallen
also,
angels.
Also, we were looking at photographs earlier, and in the private chat, I have something about photography, Japanese photography. Like, it looks
And
really
the
good.
North Pole.
So, yeah, but what I'm saying is, like, I know Voynich isn't feeling very well, right? I'm not feeling very well, so like my throat's kind of hurting. So like, and
Alright.
Jenny fell asleep. So, I mean, if there's anything that you really want to bring up or talk about, we can talk about it. But I'd rather just sit here and just chill in for a little while because I don't even know how much longer I'm gonna. It's 4:15 where I am. What time is it where you are?
Okay.
What time is it where you are?
It's 2:15.
Yeah, but I mean, we have like 11 people here. I don't know. Does anyone else want to join in and have a conversation? Hold on, I'll put the link out. Hold on a sec. Boom. I'll put the link out for everybody.
Well,
It's
anyway,
not you, Joe. It's not me. It's like when he sees the amount of viewers go under 12, he's like, then he stops his motivating. When it goes over 15, when it goes over 15,
Voynich
like,
noticed.
Okay, now I'm more.
Yeah.
Now I'm more.
Yeah, Voynich understands. It's like when my sub count when the views go down, it's like you got to change the subject, dude. You can't just keep going on and let your views just fucking crash. You know, the next thing you know, you have like 5 people here. It's like then nobody's watching. And in the way that YouTube works, it's like a circuit, right, Joe? So it's like okay, the more people that are watching, the more people that give it thumbs up, the more people that are watching, the more it spreads across the platform. So like the less people watching now it's showing up even less. It's showing up even less. It's showing up even less.
Yeah, I understand all that.
You know, so like whenever I see the chat go down, I just start looking for other shit to play. Like I can play anything. You know what I mean? Like I didn't limit myself to one subject for a reason. You know, like I can play anything. I'm cool with everybody from every fucking community. You know what I mean? Because there are different communities. We got the mud flood community. We got the meltologists. We got the flat earthers. We got the Christian flat earthers. We got friggin' the civil rights auditors. You know what I mean? We have like everybody watching my channel. It's not just like exclusive to the Mandela Effect. We have the Mandela Effect community too. There you go. So it's like I do like a late night variety show, like a variety truth show where what I do is I strive to show the best content from the community that I've seen. Like the stuff real, I was like, they hit the nail on the head. You know what I mean? Or like last night I do live stuff too. Like I'll come on and play live or I'll play music live, or I'll play live performances, because it's late night live, baby, boom. And then sometimes we do like Saturday Night Live, and Singe Man comes on and pretends he's different people. It's funny. So like we have a bunch of shit like going on here. It's a little different than what everybody else does, but it's fun. And I love to have musicians on. So if you ever feel like playing guitar, man, go for it. I'm never against that. If you ever feel like picking up your guitar and just jamming a song and singing, I'm down. I love it. I love all that live fucking music. Music is my number one. Music is my number one thing that I love the most. So go for it. You know what I'm saying? I have nothing against music. But yeah, we can finish the Mark Sargent documentary real quick because I kind of want to get it on my channel because it's a very old one. It's not easy to find this documentary. And what he says at the end is very interesting. So, and it's getting there.
Let's check it out, Ray.
Yeah, we're getting there. Let's see. And it's almost over. And plus, I got a ton of other stuff I can find. I was supposed to go to court in the morning, but I don't think I'm going to go. I have shit I got to do.
Way imaginable, so that unity was next to
It's not because of this. I have shit I got to
and
do.
everything slowed down. Languages evolved and devolved into other dialects, and the languages produced text, which produced different forms of culture, and some amazing things began to happen. The most important of which was the arts. The dome builders saw the artistic pool develop into several distinct forms. Everything drawn in any medium on a flat surface. Everything
The Mona
molded
Lisa
that took on a three-dimensional
changed.
shape. Everything that
I
produced
should have
music.
paused it, but
all
it
things
was
that
fast.
make up the human form and motion, and all the written works. Pictures, sculptures, music, dance, literature, the arts.
Where are we at?
Driven by passion.
I'm trying to figure
It
out
is
how
the
much
very
is left.
essence of what is good in humanity.
What's down here? What does this
Once
say?
this was recognized, all dome
So,
methods put
it's
in
like a ha-
place
there's
were
like
to
a half
cultivate
hour
and
left
enhance this process.
of this.
Land masses were adjusted with geology and temperature to support every kind of terrain, with mountains, rivers, oceans, plains, forests, jungles, deserts, all of it stunning, all of it stimulating the human mind, nourishing it. And the modifications continued with seemingly endless shades of weather. The sky was overhauled, a moon added, and layers upon layers upon layers of stars, so that one day, when the people were able to see further than their own eyes, there would still be something new to see. And the arts flourished, but there was a cost. The languages and division of cultures had put the population at odds, and wars were raging at regular intervals. The dome builders debated if the price was too high. Plans were drawn up to make more changes, until they noticed that the arts thrived even through the worst of conflicts, producing grace and beauty despite their burning world. It was wonderful and terrible at the same time, and the debate outside the barrier continued to intensify until a majority spoke out and said, "This world is a creative force, and we must see what it leads to. The barrier must be hidden at all costs." So the globe model was put into the population, and both science and religion adapted to it. The arts grabbed onto it like a new drug, the creative minds of the world exploding with new concepts. Their universe was now infinite, and the rules changed. Science then led to science fiction, which opened up everything else. Books, pictures, sculptures, dance, and music, all reaching deep into space, decade after decade of wonderful possibilities, rising above the ashes that were at their feet. And it's not just the artists, it's everyone. You affect others, who affect others, who inspire others, who build it, paint it, sculpt it, sing it, who then put it up on a pedestal and hold it under the light and say, "This is a piece of who we are." And for every one of them, there are hundreds of others who, for whatever reason, were unable to express the songs and images and stories that are in their heads. Imagination is far more important than knowledge because it is limitless. It is your shield, your sword against the cruelty of destructive forces. There are those right now who live in chaos, whose life is surrounded by a swirling nightmare from which they think they'll never escape. These are the true warriors of the world, and they are far braver than me. I am humbled by those who suffer the most. Know that mountains were built for you. Oceans were built for you. All of this was built for you, your struggles and your trials by fire. It may be today, it may be tomorrow, but one day the curtain will close and this stage will be struck. And when the dust settles, no matter where you are right now, you'll see the big picture and have new eyes, and you will be shown what wonder really is. And as you leave this most magnificent of theaters, heading towards the next, my hope is that you'll pause, look back at the stage and say, I was actually in it, right there in the thick of things. And it was a sight to see, because it really is a hell of a ride.
Well,
imagine what the
I
next.
think that's a nice suggestion, Mark Sargent, but I'm a bit too disenchanted at the moment for such a thing.
Yes.
like,
Yes.
like look back on it and I was part of it, and then it was such a great no, it was hell, Mark. I will not look back on it and say, oh yes, I was part of it. No, everybody said that I'm not part of it. Everybody made me feel like I'm not part of it, so I don't think I will. No, well, like I said, I'm too disenchanted to have that view, Mark Sargent. But I mean, when he says it, it sounds good. I mean, he can say it.
Yeah, I totally missed exactly what he just said because I'm trying to roll a joint. But what did he say, boy? What was it that he said?
Well, just rewind it a bit.
Yeah,
just
yeah.
a bit. Just do it with the no,
All
yeah.
right. How do I do it? What do I press again? Space bar, right? Space bar first.
No, not space bar. The waited. Just the arrows up, down, left, right. Those ones.
Yeah.
So just push left, 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 left. Something like that. That's enough.
Here we go.
Yeah, something like that.
It's slow. It's going slow, but it's probably still better than.
No, but that's not. Now you're using something else. But now you're using frame. But that's okay.
But that's okay. I'll get.
No, that's too slow.
Too slow. All right. Let me go back a little bit more. All right. We'll stop right here. I think.
Yeah.
Which opened up everything else. Books, pictures, sculptures, dance, and music, all reaching deep into space. Decade after decade of wonderful possibilities rising above the ashes that were at their feet. And it's not just the artists, it's everyone. You affect others, who affect others, who inspire others, who build it, paint it, sculpt it, sing it, who then put it up on a pedestal and hold it under the light and say, this is a piece of who we are. And
you mean all the propaganda we have
hundreds of others
who digest daily?
Were unable to express the songs and images and story.
Why? That's what I mean. Why is he so? Because he's talking.
Because it is limitless. It is your shield, your sword against the cruelty of destructive forces. There are those right now who live in chaos, whose life is surrounded by a swirling nightmare from which they think they'll never escape. These are the true warriors of the world, and they are far braver than me. I am humbled by those who suffer the most. Know that mountains were built for you. Oceans were built for you. All of this was built for you, your struggles and your trials by fire. It may be today, it may be tomorrow, but one day the curtain will close and this stage will be struck. And when the dust settles, no matter where you are right now, you'll see the big picture and have new eyes, and you will be shown what wonder really is.
How do you know, Mark? What
this
is
most
that?
magnificent of theaters,
What's up with that?
heading towards the next.
He knows.
What's up with that? Oh, the next world.
Pause.
He knows what's
Look
gonna
back at the
happen,
stage
man.
and say, I was actually in it, you know,
This
right
guy.
there in the thick of things.
Somehow he knows.
And it was a sight to see.
I mean, he just
really
addresses
is a ride.
every little he
Imagine what
just
the next one will be
he
like.
just knows how to word. He just knows how to word it there, right?
Yeah.
And he
Cruise
just
Part
addresses
9,
every
Magic Show.
thought that you might have,
part of
that
a
you
series
could
of
have,
can help you
without
get your head around
naming anything. Just he's like totally suggestive there. It's like, oh yeah, well, you know, if you die, you know, you're just gonna be happy watching back on this, and you've been such a warrior, and now it is on to the next world. I mean, who the fuck are you recruiting here, and for what, Mark Sargent? I'm sorry. I mean, I like the guy, but what the fuck is he doing here?
This is what I don't know. This is old. This was like one of the first documentaries that like he ever put out, like with a bunch of his flat Earth.
Well, you
police.
know, this is a bit. How do you
Yeah,
say it?
well,
A bit grandiose.
I know
It's
that.
a bit
Yeah.
grandiose of a statement.
Well, I wanted to show this so everyone can see. Like,
No, I'm not attacking you. It's just.
I like a lot of it. I think a lot of it's cool.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
But I want to just see what we're getting close
Design
to
of
the
the
end.
flat Earth system we live in, and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This flat Earth perspective initially started out as a problem-solving exercise that was going to be built into Clue 7, otherwise known as the Long Haul. But after some research and a little patience, it has evolved into something that warranted its own section, and is a perfect example of good things come to those who wait. So emails and phone calls have been coming in, almost all of them positive. Several people from around the world commented on the southern plane routes. They said that, while 95% of the long routes in that hemisphere were connections, which in itself raises red flags, there were a few pesky non-stops that seemed to contradict the overall logic. The question then posed to me was obviously, are they real flights? Could they be put there to throw the Flat Earth group off?
Yes.
If it was a trick, could I figure out what it was?
No.
And how it was accomplished? I accepted the challenge and started my impression of Morgan Freeman as he went up against the Four Horsemen magician crew. Now, admittedly, I was skeptical to start, because the flights went against the third rule, that being the flat Earth has no shortcuts. Only a globe has shortcuts. As in magic, I had to assume the rule was not being broken, but only hidden, or having the illusion of being broken. But first, I had to see the trick itself. I had to see the planes in question and see them make the route. Anyone can list the flight, but does it actually go from point A to point B?
This is what I was asking the other day.
With the help of several other people, this was then put to the test. While just about everyone with a cell phone knows about GPS and how it can track things, many people don't know that even though it's a system built by the military, there is a very public aspect to it. So while your phone is tracked at all times,
That GPS symbol
so
doesn't
are
look
other
safe
things,
to me.
most notably all air traffic.
What's that?
Now, if you're military,
I just said the
you can
GPS
view
symbol.
military planes.
It just,
if you work at a
I
cargo
don't know.
carrier,
It just didn't look safe. It just didn't look safe. You know what I mean?
like UPS or FedEx, you can view transport planes. The general public is mostly limited to commercial air traffic. This can be viewed in several places, and the one I chose was planefinder.net. You can use others like FlightAware, Flight Radar 24, Flight Tracker. It makes no difference because they are all tied into the same exact GPS system. All these sites do basically the same thing. Track every commercial plane in the world from
Dude, the
start to
GPS
end.
logo makes me think of level-headed, dude. But,
So I
but the
spend day
GPS
after
logo-
It looks like
looking at the plane
It looks
finder
like the
global
voice
map,
to skull
which you
technology
see here.
logo.
At any
Uh-huh.
given time,
The
it's tracking
V2K
between
logo.
3,000 to 7,000 flights
And
that are en route anywhere.
I did a whole show on voice to skull technology, and YouTube took it down, dude. It's V2K. They don't like it, but it's on my Odyssey channel. I'll go look for it. Maybe I'll put the link in the chat. It's a good one.
In the world. You'll notice 2 different colors for planes, red and yellow. Yellow just means there's a 5-minute delay in processing and only applies to the United States. The point here is, in order to prove out these flights that go against flat Earth theory, I need to watch a few as they cross either the South Pacific or Indian Oceans. The web page updates automatically, but just to be sure, I close and reopen the page every 30 minutes or so and wait for an ocean plane. And I wait, and I wait, and I wait some more. Hours pass, days pass, and no red planes to entertain me. And somewhere in this process of me just staring at these empty oceans, waiting for a plane to cross, something occurs to me. Can you guess what it is? Nothing is crossing these oceans. Not nonstops, connections, multiple connections, nothing. But that's not possible, right? The planes have to reach their destinations. So I change gears and just watch the coastlines of anything in the southern hemisphere, and I start to see it. I follow a simple plane out of Brazil on its way to South Africa, which, by the way, is not part of the long-haul argument.
When you guys get a chance, watch
It's
this
offshore,
later on.
just a few hundred miles.
This is a good one.
I get something to drink, and when I come back, it's gone.
When you guys get
Just a glitch, right?
You can download
So
it
I
for free
follow
too,
another,
and
and
try to mirror it.
And the
if-
same thing happens
if you want.
again and again. Once the plane reaches an imaginary line in the water, GPS makes it disappear. Then a friend who is also working on this problem sends me some links, which I've included in the description. I encourage you to take a look at them. At first, they don't seem like much, just an average flight log showing speed,
I'm not sure.
altitude.
Listen, I'm not sure why they
locations.
took it down, but if you can go through it to someone and edit it out and figure out why YouTube would take that one down, try to put it back up, it would be awesome. That one is kick-ass, dude.
Things you could expect.
You can download it for free.
Then you scroll down to about 3:30 in the morning, and the location drops away and is replaced by either the word approximate or the word estimated. This then continues for the next 5 hours until, miraculously, 1 hour before landing, the flight log reestablishes itself, and the GPS system shows the plane in real time about to reach its destination. So to be clear to those who may not be seeing everything here, the flights are being dropped off GPS, and their flight data is also turned off and stays off until they are almost on top of their arrival point. And you say, well, that's how GPS works. Well, no, because the Northern Hemisphere has planes flying all over their oceans. And then you say that maybe it's a localized Southern Hemisphere thing. And I say, then why are all the flights over or near land perfectly tracked? Furthermore, this is a US-based system with Americans flying on vacation every single day. You're telling me that those people aren't going to be tracked? In addition, the Vanishing Plane Act is happening to not only the South Pacific and Indian Oceans, which I would expect, but also the South Atlantic, which isn't part of the flat Earth argument. There are a bunch of flights that cross this relatively small ocean between South America and Africa, and every one of the planes is hidden shortly after takeoff. So then you say, what would be the purpose of hiding those shorter routes in the Atlantic? It's because of something I didn't see right away. If you hide one flight, you have to hide them all. Showing the GPS routes in the Atlantic, but leaving out the Pacific and Indian Oceans would raise different questions.
Residue.
So, despite
What
being
was
very
it?
sneaky,
I missed it again,
is
boy.
sound. The third rule is that the flat Earth
It was
has
the engines underneath the wings.
If
Oh,
you
right
look
there.
at the
I seen it
azimuthal
on the
equidistant
TV.
map again and look close, you notice that while the South Pacific, South Atlantic, and Indian Oceans make up the lower sections on a globe, they make up the outer ring on a flat model. In that model, there is no shortcut between Australia and South America. If you are creating flight routes, you have only two choices. You take the long way around, clockwise or counterclockwise, and stay on the ocean, or you cut across the land in the middle. But if you cut across the land, you have to create connections, because on a globe, it wouldn't make sense to fly over the top of the United States to get to South America. Neither of these choices are ideal. So the authority came up with a compromise. Disable GPS and lose the planes for every ocean flight in the Southern Hemisphere. Then reactivate them once the destination is reached. This is just one of the lengths that they are willing to use to keep you from seeing it. Don't just hide some things, hide everything, so that maybe the topic isn't addressed. And some would come back and say, well, nice going. You just pointed out a flaw in their system, and sooner or later, they will fix the gap. Maybe, but not soon, I think. Remember, this is a rule, not a guideline. They can't change the map, so they have to work within its limitations. If they have a better workaround, I can't wait to see it.
Astronauts to the moon.
Flat Earth Clues, Part 10, Hiding God. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. As you can tell from the title, I'm taking a different approach. Eventually, I was going to have to address the question of what happens next, or what we do now with the information at hand. If you've made it through the guide and the first 9 clues, then at this point you're either buying into the flat model or on the fence. If this is the first one you went to because of the title, I recommend you go back, because we're not going to do much in the way of reviewing. But if you're still with me, then you would agree that 1, the world you've been taught has been kept from you, and 2, one way or another, you would like to prove this out. So how is this possible? The authority in question, who created what you call the globe, is guarding all the gates. They protect the sky, the outer edge, and most importantly, the education system that shows us at an early age what they want us to see. Nobody listening to this has their own spaceship or advanced rocket program. Nobody actually owns a long-distance icebreaker. And while some of you
Hey, what's up,
may have
Samoan
a private
Watchman?
plane,
How you doing?
I wouldn't recommend testing a military barrier that technically doesn't exist. But then again, you have to remember that this is not the story of David and Goliath. The hidden world was never going to be sustainable forever. As a civilization evolves, the tools the authority uses as a method of control become more vulnerable. I've learned many things about systems over the years, and one thing that I find most interesting is as layers of strength increase, the higher the chance that they can be used to your advantage. But maybe I'm talking in riddles. I should be boiling it down to what can be done by showing you what's being hidden, what's important, and how it can be spread to others without looking like a crazy person. To be clear, and I can't stress this enough, do not start conversations with the word flat Earth. Think of it like Fight Club. The first rule of Flat Club is that you do not talk about Flat Club. Before you started waking up and watching all these things, you were like me. You laughed and mocked everything that was flat Earth.
No.
You may have learned faster
Nope.
than others, but the knee-jerk reaction by 99% of the people was created the day they sat down in a classroom and stared at the globe. Look at the videos, not just mine, but others who are putting forward some great arguments, and ask the questions that people can relate to. I'm going to introduce 3 very important questions that you can use, each with a statement that precedes it, and each statement is a motivation for a different group of people. If you don't fall into one of these 3 groups, then I guarantee you know people that do. The first statement is this: you are being hidden. What do I mean by that? Well, this goes back to Clue 7 and Clue 9, which talk about the flights in the Southern Hemisphere.
Yeah,
If you are
there's
flying a
not much
plane
left.
over the Southern Hemisphere, your flight is not being tracked. How can this be used to find out the truth? It's simple, it's quick, and it costs no money. No matter what country you live in, send a quick note to your local, state, or federal representative and ask them this question: why are citizens of our country flying over oceans without the safety net of the GPS system? And remind them that GPS stands for global, not partial. Without GPS, anything could happen to your plane and no one knows where you are. And while you're at it, remind them that the GPS system was built by the United States Department of Defense, who never does anything small. The system that is in effect now has what appears to be huge, deliberate gaps in the Southern Hemisphere only. Do not mention Flat Earth. Just voice your concern about the safety of you, your loved ones, and your fellow citizens. Will they get back to you? Possibly. Will they give you a satisfactory answer? Not a chance. Because they will only have what the military gives them. What this will do, however, is create a unique buzz in certain circles that may prove to be useful later. The more politicians or high-ranking officials you contact, the greater the noise. The motivation here, as you can tell, is general public concern. The second statement is this: wealth is being hidden. What do I mean by that? Goes back to Clue 2 and every other mention regarding Antarctica. In 1954, it was announced on national television that the continent was just millions of miles of rich energy resources. And by 1959, it was sealed off like Area 51. How can this be used to find out the truth? By contacting anyone you know in either the petroleum, natural gas, or mineral industry. This means ExxonMobil, British Petroleum, Royal Dutch Shell, Chevron, ConocoPhillips, BHP Billiton, Rio Tinto, Glencore, Anglo-American, and there are many others. Find anyone in these companies and make inquiries about their prospects in Antarctica. Send them the link to the Admiral Byrd interview and ask them why, if there are no environmental conflicts regarding oil, gas, or mining, why aren't they allowed to even petition the idea, even when the world's energy resources are dwindling more every day? Put the sound of money in their ear. They may not be able to break through the decades of red tape laid out in front of them, but it will create a buzz from a different side, the motivation of greed, and of pristine resources just begging to be harvested. And finally, to preface the third statement, I need to thank all the people who have sent me stacks and stacks of biblical scripture, asking me to stop dancing around the title of the flat model and call the structure what it really is. And you know, they have a point. I have put myself at a distance because I want to reach people who are outside of religious faith and even outside of general conspiracies. But for all those spiritual groups who have contacted me, I can now, however, say with conviction that this third statement is this: they are hiding God. Despite what labels I put on the flat model structure, the oldest names are from the oldest texts, one of those being called the firmament. If the firmament was indeed discovered in 1956 and it was deliberately hidden, then the ruling authority not only hid the structure, but evidence of the builders.
So Mark believes in God. You see that?
And by builders, I mean creators, and by that, I mean what people define as God. Hiding God could be considered one of the worst ideas of all time. And if you are a person of great or small faith, you have a vested interest in any evidence that would solidify and vindicate your years of dedicated service. If a structure was found that had, for all intents and purposes, the handprint of God on it, then the ruling authority has no right to keep it from you. There are billions of people on this world who have personally dealt with the concept of God and would like to know for sure if these beliefs are well placed. Or, in short, you want to know the meaning of life. It's out there, and it's been hidden from you. Your motivation is clear. Go to your church leaders, your congregation, and tell them science probably found evidence of God in 1956 and decided to keep it a secret. If you know people of religious power, send this up the ladder. Get the word out and see what comes back. Between these three statements and questions, people will talk to people who will talk with others and eventually reach someone who knows.
It's like Wayne's World. You know, one guy tells one guy tells two friends, and then he tells two friends, and then he tells two friends, and so on and so on and so on.
This isn't a grassroots or groundswell movement.
Is that Wayne's World?
Time.
Yeah, I think it was
Because
in
the
Wayne's
system
World. Yeah,
that has been used to mold and control you
Wayne's
these
World
past
too,
years
though.
has been based on speed, and by that I mean real time. All it takes is a single video, a memorandum, one whistleblower, one key person, and everything changes.
Yeah, it was Wayne's World too.
Not in months or weeks or days, but hours. And in those hours, everything changes because of the speed. People all over the world wake up and look at the sky with new eyes, and things start to get better. One person, that's all it takes. One person to come forward and share what has been hidden for so long. Maybe someone who is tired of all the games. Maybe someone who has gone year after year burdened by such a heavy secret. Maybe you, who are listening right now, who is looking for a reason to come forward. This is it. And if you don't want to walk the light and be the hero, I understand. But if you can't, for whatever reason, then be anonymous. Share the message and help us make
There's
this world
residue
better,
too.
because it can be better.
There's a lot of residue
For
in this
everyone
one.
else, give this person an opening. Give them the opportunity and give them the support they need to help reclaim what's left of our civilization, because we need it now more than ever. I will keep spreading the word for as long as I can, in hopes that everyone that hears it starts seeing things with new eyes. And I encourage each of you to do the same. And maybe one day we will learn to treat others better than we treat ourselves.
Astronauts to the moon.
Flat Earth Clues, Part 11.
Just when you think it's
Souls
over.
in the System. This is part of a series of clues that can help you get your head around both the design of the flat Earth system we live in and who has been involved in the deception to hide it from you. This clue looks into the recent past, or more specifically, an odd but interesting piece of conspiracy lore. What I hope to show here is an example of how an enclosed system, once revealed, can change the world very quickly and in ways you may not have realized. To start, we need to go back a little ways to a controversial 2004 documentary called Astronauts Gone Wild.
It's like
For those of you
9
who
minutes
missed
left.
this strange little gem, the summary is this. The producer-director Bart Winfield Sibrel went out to prove that all the moon landings were elaborate hoaxes. To do this, he set up interviews with the Apollo astronauts, giving them the impression that the interview was just routine. He then produced a Bible and asked each of the astronauts to swear on the book before the interview started. The interview was then supposed to be a series of detailed technical questions designed to trip up the astronauts. During the process, there was quite a bit of tension and some very uncomfortable moments, including one actual fist fight. Now, I'm not recommending that anyone actually go out and watch this hour-long documentary. For me, the astronauts have had to live with this guilt a long time, and leaving them alone seems like the humane thing to do. What interested me, and moreover what piqued my interest then, wasn't the unoriginal questions the reporter posed, but how the astronauts reacted to the Bible itself. None of the Apollo pilots would put their hand on it and swear that they went to the moon. In fact, most treated the book like it was made of plutonium. This puzzled me for years because it went against the basic rules of any cover-up, one of which is lie about everything. Now, the pilots of the Apollo program had done many interviews over the years, many televised, and had been going through their song and dance without really any instances of contention. So why not just go through the motions again? It is, after all, just a book, right? People lie under oath all the time. It's called perjury, and every country has an extensive system of laws and punishments to deal with it. These punishments don't seem to stop the people from committing perjury, and you can read about it almost every day. Furthermore, the astronauts were not in court. This was just a room, sometimes their own home. So swearing on the book would, for all intents and purposes, be meaningless. And this sat in the back of my head for years, because it didn't make sense. Why would astronauts, trained by a very large military science program, be afraid of just putting their hand on the book and just tell one more lie? Well, for them, it may have been more than just a book. It may have been a symbol of something much bigger. You see, for you, me, and almost everyone else, a holy book is a symbol of faith because the creator or creators have yet to be revealed. But if you knew that the creators were real, then the book becomes something much more tangible, more relevant, more sobering. Or more to the point, the Apollo astronauts would have been let in on the enclosed system during their tenure with NASA, and over the decades, this system created certain truths for these men, one of which is someone could be watching. Now, whether the builders/creators are actually watching every little thing we do can be debated, but if you have proof that they are real, then the thought of your every move being scrutinized is a very real possibility. This is what you and I may suspect, but don't feel. The Apollo pilots, however, are a different story. If they were shown how the world really looked, then their attitude towards the book takes on a whole new meaning. In fact, it didn't have to even be a Bible. It could have been an encyclopedia or a piece of wood, because it was the idea that made them pause. And if you're still not getting it, then I'll ask you directly. If you actually saw some of the creators' handiwork and knew that there was a chance you were being watched, and there was a scorecard involved, would you swear against that and lie about something? Would you roll those dice and take the chance? Or to put it another way, everyone has gotten frustrated about something, then looked up and cursed the sky. Would you still do that if you knew that a creator was up there and possibly listening? That's just one example of how knowledge of the enclosed system changes people. The astronauts didn't want to roll the dice and lie because there was a real fear of retribution. And while they were confident that a bolt of lightning wasn't going to strike them down, they also weren't going to push their luck. And we all take on the same approach in daily life. Everyone who drives has run a stoplight. We know when we see the yellow light that it's too far away, so we hit the gas and hope for the best, especially if the traffic is light and we aren't putting anyone in danger. But you take that very same intersection and put a red light camera on it, well, then things change, don't they? Do you hit the gas and roll the dice? Not a chance. You hit the brakes and hope that you can stop in time because you are being watched. You may not be a model driver by any sense of the word, but you understand this rule and this place, and you don't break it. And this one aspect is why I'm pushing so hard to see the enclosed system revealed. Because as a civilization, we seem to be only as good as what we can get away with. This isn't an issue with freedom, it's an issue with doing the right thing. You know that running red lights is a bad idea. The camera is a reminder of that. Imagine all the things that would change for the better if the enclosed system was revealed. Would you lie to hurt someone? Would you rob a bank, commit fraud, or embezzle? Would you steal anything unless your life depended on it? And while people would still get angry and fight, would they maim each other? Would they kill? Would anyone knowingly commit murder? Would you bully or extort people for profit? In fact, knowing that the world was created, would you do anything malicious towards anyone? If the world is not a globe, but instead enclosed, then wars end. Hate crimes end. Maybe not overnight, but quickly. Because you may be, for the first time in your life, actually accountable for your actions. You realize now that you are a very real soul in this enclosed system, and you have a responsibility towards your fellow man, one that can be boiled down into one simple rule: treat others better than you treat yourself. This is why it's so important to show the world as it really is. This is why I am asking the authority itself to open the door and let this secret come through. You've kept this hidden for too long, and the people who live here with you have been through enough. This isn't about money or power anymore. It's about our very souls, the essence of who we are. Wealth and titles don't define your heart. Hiding the entire world may have seemed like a good idea at the time, but we have gone way beyond that. Have you actually seen our home recently? This needs to be fixed, and it needs to be now. The people won't forget the deception, but they will forgive you for it, because a truth like this will make them more noble, something we should have been since the beginning. So do your own research and always, always ask questions.
So that's over. We got through it. We made it through it together. It was a little tough to get through, but we did it. All right. So who do we got left here? It's like 5 in the morning where I'm at. All right, I have some stuff to share though. I got a few different things that I've been cooking up while that was on. All right, and then I'll play a few things and I'll get the fuck out of here. Well, a lot of things actually. I want to play this. See how it works. This is what I was talking about a minute ago.
Well, you know how these things start. One guy tells another guy something, then he tells two friends. and they tell two friends, and they tell their friends, and so on, and so on, and so on. You know how these things go.
Yeah, it was Wayne's World. Okay, that was fine. Smooth sailing there. All right, what's this one? Nope, that's the same thing. All right. Then we got this one. See what this is. Oh yeah, this is a cool song. All right, I'm gonna play this.
Best part about my day, I just got my delivery.
Oh really? Word.
Came right to my.
Fuck you. All right.
God, can you hear me? Talking to you. Answer me. But I'm living. Answer me. I am living this fucking life I have been given. I don't know what you do. What you want to talk to us. I'm fucking living The world don't love me, this world don't budge me. My pops raised me, though my girl won't fuck me. My face is so ugly, first too grimy. I'm dirty, it's like I got a curse to remind me who I am. Damn, I'm a man with a plan, hustle with the gram in hand. Let the heat bust and the hammers blam. Going stairs and glares, hanging on a corner and I'm pissing in the stairs. Yeah, nobody cares if you die, only where the world is too crowded and it's lonely here. I can't sleep in my room. I stare at the sky, lay awake, counting sheep in the moon. I was born in this cold world, deep in the womb, became violent. Nowadays, keep a platoon, and I roll with an army. My mommy never could find me. She lost me in the crime with my crimies. How can it be that I live this way? Broken ways, and far from grace. I'm a fallen angel. How can it be that I lost my name? I love the things that bring me pain and mistake. It's driving me insane. Dear God, tell me why have you forsaken Jason? Could it be all the chances that you gave me I squandered and wasted? Chasing the aroma of success that I tasted. I passed the streets SATs and I aced it. But the drugs just frantically drove me so close to the edge of insanity. I thought of putting two in my canopy. I spit on everything that was handed me and chose to move dope and coke. Guess where that landed me? Engulfed in hellfire and brimstone. Sipping cyanide and Kool-Aid with Jim Jones. I thought, do I really want to be a big Def Jam, being manipulated like a pawn in a cheap game of chess, man? Rather swallow half a handful of some mess tabs and cook a batch of amphetamines in a meth lab. These are random thoughts from a madman rambling, whose brain stays scrambled like alphabets from Campbell's. And how can it be that I live this way? Broken ways, far from grace. I'm a fallen angel. How can it be that I lost my name? I love the things that bring me pain and mistake. It's driving me insane.
Yo, I wish my pops didn't pass when I was 7 years old. If there's life after death, is heaven this cold? I was told to get the green gold, see what the bean hold. While the cops got my block in the scene patrol, I watch shit unfold. Behold a pale horse, police force, indoors force without no remorse. I took a different course, got money from a different source. Lives get lost, it's colder than the night frost. Paths crisscross and niggas get pissed off. Hook get tipped off, it's on at all costs. The very full of gators like the cost. Haters get Molotov, hauled off, blown and tossed like Hamas. All I see is red sauce. Another hustler who's a dead boss. Yeah, so Edo coming at it from a different angle. It seemed to happen when you're dealing with the fallen angel.
How can it be that I live this way? Broken ways, far from grace. I'm a fallen angel. How can it be that I lost my name? I love the things that bring me pain and mistake. It's driving me insane. 'Cause I'm a fallen angel.
Yeah, that's the jam right there. All right, what else we got going on here? Boop boop boop. What's this one? All right, I don't think it's out. I don't think it's
Doesn't
out.
it seem like your search
Oh,
engine
no.
has its own agenda?
Yes, Exactly, it does. Don't ask me dumb questions at fucking 5 in the morning. Now it's fucking buffering with Hillary Clinton. Piece of shit.
Fake space programs throughout the world. This, as always, I'm covering the fake space programs throughout the world. This time with the European Space Agency based in Paris, France. And this supposed launch. I'm not saying they didn't launch an actual rocket, but it just definitely does not go into outer space. And as always, these rockets launch off the coast, just like in Cape Canaveral, Florida. You see here, just basically they launch into the ocean. Same exact concept here, no different. But before I even get into the launch itself, which is nothing more than a Hollywood production, again, where they show the actual launch of the rocket, and then they proceed to cut off the footage and basically just give you CGI animation. It's a complete joke. And if you follow my channel and watch my previous videos pointing out all the fakery when it comes to all these so-called space launches, this is going to be kind of redundant, but this needs to be shown for the record. Now, before, again, showing the launch itself, I want to get into the occultic side. And as always, it has Freemasonry written all over it, with the name of the rocket itself called the Vega rocket. And the whole entire program is called Copernicus, but this particular mission is called Sentinel-2 for a reason. Let's first start off with the name of the rocket. Like I stated, it's called Vega. Okay, let's take a look here when it comes, again, when I talk about how these occultists operate using the law of reversal, the entire concept of learning how to write, walk, read, speak backwards. Just like in the Satanic Church, they say the Lord's Prayer backwards. Again, Vega. It's basically a play on names. You reverse Vega, you get age 5. This is a Roman numeral 5. It's like the entire concept of the Sega Genesis, where Sega is not a word, but when you reverse it, it becomes ages. Just like you see here. This is part of the whole entire concept, how they own and control every aspect of society, everything that's basically like just like the so-called rocket launch, the launch of the Sega Genesis system. Genesis meaning the beginning, and again, beginning of the ages when it comes down to it. I find it interesting. The packing game for the Sega Genesis was called the Altered Beast. Basically, represents the transformation from man into beast. Let's take a look here. Again, when it comes to the concept, again, Vega in age 5, when you basically reverse it, just like when you see George Bush with the so-called peace sign. This is meant for the masses, the public, as the peace sign, but this is the Roman numeral 5. Just like Barack Obama doing the same thing. Okay, everything on reverse is what it means to the public and what it means to the masses, not the same thing. Okay? Again, coded.
Yeah.
Just like Macintosh. They didn't come with the name Macintosh out of thin air, using the coded numbers into names with 33 in Macintosh. Okay? That's how they do it. Just like prior to the Macintosh computer, the very first Apple computer, of course, based on the biblical reference to the Garden of Eden, with the price, of course, of $666.66. Okay, so again, when it comes down to it, all these people that make on top of this world, they're all part of the rigged reality. They're all part of the Matrix. And Steve Jobs, no doubt whatsoever, part of it when it comes to Freemasonry. But getting back to the rocket itself, the rocket launch itself, and the program, again, with the name being Sentinel-2. Sentinel by itself is not going to be 33. That's why they added 2. Okay? This is how they do it. Same entire concept like I put it up before with Falcon 9. They don't call it the Falcon 7, the Falcon 21, or the Falcon 3. The Falcon 9 to get your 33. Just like the launch of the Indian rocket into space, supposedly launching satellites as well into space. The PSLV C-37 being 33. Just like the bogus made-up story about the trapped 33 miners in Chile in the Phoenix 2. Again, not the Phoenix 1, not the Phoenix 5, but the Phoenix 2 to get 33. Okay, for all you coincidence theorists out there that believe these numbers are nothing more than garbage and, pulled out of thin air, they're not. Okay, they're not. All these movies based on so-called true stories are all nothing more than fabrication, part of our fabricated history. Nothing more than lies with the dual 33s in plain sight. Okay, it's all Freemasonry written all over it. Now, let's take a look at this footage itself. There are two launches, or supposed launches, of these satellites in space. Let's first off take a look at the first one that took place yesterday with the Sentinel-2B. Take a look at this footage. And again, I talk about how they basically show a real rocket launch into space, but they cut it off before the rocket supposedly goes into space. And then all you see is, again, CGI garbage. That's all you get. This cartoon world. Take a look at the footage. This is how they fake space. It's very simple. People are like, oh my goodness, look at that rocket. Look at the thrust. It must be going to space. And now they give you this garbage. Give me a break. And go back to this footage of the real rocket. Then they go to this garbage. Okay? Now you see the arch coming up. All this does, again, is crash into the ocean. Not go around the supposed ball Earth, low Earth orbit, nothing more than lies. You never see an actual rocket being filmed going into space. Never happens. Now look at it make its downward basic spiral into the ocean. That's all that's going to happen here.
Here at the Mission Control Center.
Losing
The
steam.
first three stages is to get us away from the Earth. Vega's pushing itself away from gravity.
Yeah.
And we're burning the first stage. It's called the P80. That's because
Straight down to the ocean. Stop lying, woman.
The amount of propellant, 89 tons in fact.
That's all you get
On the
there.
bottom left, you can see our altitude is 35 kilometers above Earth.
See it losing steam like a bottle rocket, and that's it. It's not going around the so-called ball Earth. Then they give you this garbage. This is why you believe they're supposedly going to outer space, because of this. Doesn't take much to fool the masses. Now let's take a look here. Going back in time with the first launch.
Question.
Oh.
Would you build a website for a major brand? with
No.
More than 200.
Sentinel-2 program, basically a carbon copy.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Top. Allumage. Et décollage. VV05.
See, people are blown away by the launch itself. And that's all they see. And that's all they need to see to believe in this. But again, they do the same exact thing. After they launch the rocket, they're going to cut off again and go to the CGI garbage footage. Again, it's just basically a carbon copy of the launch I showed prior.
Moving through the clouds, off like a shot. You saw Vega rise like an arrow, surprisingly fast if you're used to watching Ariane 5.
Acquisition de la télémesure lanceur par la station de Saint-Jean-du-Maroni.
My friend Guido here pumped his fist in the air when he saw her rise. Were you aware you were doing that? That's terrific. Those of
Looks
you
like they sped up the footage here.
following the Ariane flights know that the heavier launcher rises much more slowly. The DDO saying everything to normal. Ariane 5 weighs over 6 times what Vega does, carries 4 times
There you
as
go.
much propellant.
Same exact thing. I'm going to stop it right here. Okay. Again, this is all they're going to show you, but they don't film any of this. You're not going to get a snapshot of this actual rocket in space. Of course not. Just CGI garbage. Now, let's move forward. You're going to see a couple of these goofballs on the screen watching this animation. And I want to get towards the end here. I'm going to play a little bit here.
It weighs 25 tons. And
Again, instead of
23
all
tons
about the occult,
are fuel.
Copernicus being a Mason, all about the so-called ball Earth, enjoying the lie. This guy in the back here with his finger doing the sign of secrecy, sign of silence. You don't understand the occult, it's not going to make a lot of sense to you, of course not. But this is what they do. They give the little speak with their hands, basically. I'm going to get again towards the end. What I find funny, besides the garbage footage, look at the head of this program at the very end. I'm going to show him. Look at his smile. Nothing more than duping the light. It's a big joke to him. Taste of space. He's looking right at the camera. Look at that smirk. That's not a sign of someone that's proud. That's someone that's basically mocking, saying people believe this garbage. Of course they do. All these fabricated hoax, rocket launches supposing to space, and unfortunately the masses have piss poor discernment. They're easily deceived by a simple rocket launch that does nothing more than crash in the ocean. That's all you need to show is, again, that footage of the rocket launch itself. And all you need after that is, again, basically nothing more than CGI footage. That's enough to convince the millions upon millions of mindless zombies throughout the world that this is legit. A complete joke, a complete insult. You have a brain in your head.
How do you balance science with science fiction? Well, they're both the same. Science and science fiction are essentially the same. Thank you very much. Space, the final frontier.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in a Hollywood basement. Fascinating.
All right. Well, I think that was that video. Let me see. What was that one? This is the one I had. Let me see. No, I already watched that one too. What time is it? All right, I got something somewhere. I think it might be right. That was Voyages. Maybe right here. Yeah. Okay. This is gonna be cool.
The fact that I'm smoking legal cannabis and it got delivered right to my
Come on. Get out of my face.
front door.
Get out of my face.
Puts me in.
Get out of my face with that shit. Legal cannabis.
Hey everyone, it's Moon again. Sorry I've been so quiet behind the scenes lately, but I'm back with a pretty fascinating topic today. We saw with our last video that by using Midjourney, we gained the ability to create images using keywords and databases. So, in a way, a dream machine. Now, imagine if we could do the same thing, but with film and directly from our minds, instantly. There's more to it, but let me start from the beginning. First, let me clear up some common misunderstandings. Photography isn't the same as spirit photography. There are two kinds of psychic photography. Spirit photography, which was big in the spiritual revivalist of the 1900s, and this is when a spirit or apparition is captured on film, and this can range from a past loved one, a demonic entity, or most popularly, ectoplasm supposedly leaving the body. Most skeptics have concluded that these are fakes, and many were made by early darkroom techniques that have existed since the dawn of photography. Could spirit photography be a ploy popularized to prevent us from looking into actual psychic phenomena? I'll play fair here and say that perhaps some of them may be true apparitions, but a large portion of the most famous photos were utilized to label psychics as fakes and phonies. But the truth is, psychic research has been conducted since the early 1900s by scientists all over the world, Japan specifically, and it was just conveniently covered up and nobody really talks about it anymore. The real term is thoughtography, or nengraphy, also called projected thermography. Thoughtography is the ability to make an image appear on a plate or film from the mind instantly. It's also described as the burning of a mental image onto a film or plate. The term was coined by Japanese psychologist Tomokichi Fukurai in the early 1900s, a university professor who was exiled because of his findings. Could it be that he'd proven that psychic phenomena and supernatural powers existed? Moreover, since this power works intelligently in response to the human mind, he named it spirit to distinguish it from mental forces that work mechanically according to the laws of physics. Fukurai worked on the study of clairvoyance and was a psychologist at Tokyo Imperial University. He was born in 1869 in Takayama City of the Gifu Prefecture, and after working his way through Danai High School, he proceeded to the Department of Philosophy at Tokyo Imperial University College of Letters. On the recommendation of psychology professor Motaro Yujiro, he entered graduate school to major in abnormal psychology. This was an area of study of abnormal behavior and special mental states, and Fukurai conducted psychological studies of hypnotic states. A mesmeric state is a specific state of mind that occurs in the subject by giving a series of suggestions through a procedure called Saimonyo or Saimonjutsu, and it's also known to cause different reaction to various mental and physical activities such as consciousness, movement, memory, and perception that occur in a normal state of mind. The phenomenon of hypnosis itself has long been known to people around the world, but from the late 18th century, scientific hypnosis was first attempted by Austrian Franz Mesmer and was introduced to Japan in the early Meiji era. It is thought that mesmerism could improve memory and make it easier to acquire special abilities, which led to a boom in people's expectations. It actually became a social problem because several practitioners appeared and performed secular hypnotherapy on patients. Article 219 of the Police Criminal Punishment Order of 1908 stipulates those who practice mesmerism without reason shall be detained for 30 days or fined less than 20 yen. That's how powerful this stuff was. They had laws preventing the use of it because it's fake. Why make a law for something that's completely fake? It's not like this is the only scam going around, so I find it interesting that they had an ordinance for this specific scam, if it is a scam. Dr. Kenzo Yamamoto has written extensively on this subject since the early 80s. He's a Japanese parapsychologist and doctor of philosophy. He's the founder of the Hida Fukurai Institute of Psychology, where there is free information for everyone to learn about this lost history. He's convinced that clairvoyance and the founding of photography go hand in hand, and it's only recently, in the last 100 years or so, that this information has been perceived with ridicule by the universities. Fukurai's work is pretty hard to find, and if it weren't for Dr. Yamamoto's writings, it probably would have been forgotten completely. Many of these works cannot be found by a simple English Google search, although in Japan, he is quite popular in occult circles. Either way, this information hasn't really reached mass attention in a very long time. There are hardly any videos on it for some reason. It wasn't until we were watching a movie, The Endless, which is about a summer camp cult group that essentially had a thoughtography machine that they were using to communicate with a creature on the premise. Anyway, the movie is really weird with some weird pacing, but we saw thoughtography in the scene and it really caught our attention. Well, come to find out, this stuff is very real, and many advanced minds have come to attempt to make this device a reality. But unfortunately, the status quo doesn't really support the idea of ESP and psychic powers, possibly because it would ruin the entire system of our current cosmology. This really gets into mind over matter. Why does mind have some power over matter? Or which came first? Because if matter came first, it means that consciousness is nothing but matter and chemical reactions. But if consciousness came first, then that means all of matter came after consciousness, in other words, spirit. Or, as Dr. Yamamoto puts it, the sixth dimensional dialectic, which explains how Dr. Fukurai was allowed to use this spirit to heal sickness and other troubles of patients. With this understanding of forces of nature that are above matter, or just not constrained to the laws of physics, we can imagine an actual practical use of metaphysical forces. Fukurai began experiments that would put these very concepts to the test. These experiments would require someone with great ability to use ESP. Now, for some, that might sound completely ridiculous, but it's just like an art. Not everyone possesses the ability to draw or paint, or even on the spot for that matter. This ability to perform psychic phenomena on the spot is extremely rare and not a variable that most skeptics are willing to consider, since this would require the utmost focus from the practitioner of psychic powers to not feel nervous or uncomfortable during this test. If it's so easy, why are you nervous? Some might ask. Well, it's not easy, and it's not like these movies where you just see things flying around. These forces are either very subtle, or perhaps our ability to sense them has greatly diminished. The skeptics doubt in the experience are variables or forces that not only can influence the result but constrain it. For the medium must be stress free and have the utmost focus when performing these exercises. When dealing with these lab based experiments and dealing with mental psychic forces, we must consider that the skeptic or educated professors from these universities are performing their own mental magic when attempting to disprove psychic phenomena. There is a possibility of error due to the molding and constraining of these forces to prove that they exist by these educated professors from the universities. If we're dealing with an art that relies on mental powers of thought, don't you think that the power of the observer, who probably has their own thoughts, would be a variable? It's a variable that every mental and psychic experiment must consider. The psychic that Fukurai worked with was Ikugo Nagao, who was a clairvoyant with great talent for these beginning experiments in nanography. Ikugo was born in 1873 and was the wife of Yokichi Nagao, who later became the steward of the Viscount of Motohide Mori. Her mother, Sadako, was a feudal retainer of the Heige clan, and when she was at the Mori's family moon viewing party, she was asked to write a waka poem where it impressed the Viscount
What's up,
Mori
General
so
Sorrow?
much
I
that
was
she
just
was sent
making
to
myself
New York.
a sandwich, man.
In
Hold on one sec.
1909, her husband began practicing as a lawyer in Utsunomiya City, and he somehow knew that there was going to be a big fire in that very city.
I've been on here for a while.
Ikuko's daily life
I've been
consisted of
streaming for
waking
like,
up and
I don't
making
know,
offerings to the
6
gods
or 8
every morning.
hours.
She would close her eyes and pray for 30 minutes every day. So there you go. This is a mental practice of controlling the mind. And she shows that she possessed great focus to wake up every day and pray to the gods. Now, imagine how modern scientists would not even
It probably
consider
is.
this
It probably
to be a
was.
variable in the experiment, showing their complete lack of understanding of their phenomena.
Here we have this large pyramidal structure,
No.
and the witnesses, they can't.
They try to get me with these stupid ads where they're gonna fuck me.
Japanese clairvoyance became famous and well known around Japan. She was widely known by all the university professors for her skills in ESP. Even Dr. Fukurai was amazed. Since the time when I began to research the psychic force of this medium, I have been quite convinced of her ability as a genuine fact. It is, however, reasonable for the scientists in general
I
to doubt
basically just
new
live my
fact,
life on
never to be
YouTube,
understood by
forever
established
love.
scientific conception. This is a crazy story, but
It's
just
like,
listen
it's
to
kind
this.
of like the Truman Show
Shizuka
sometimes.
Mifune, born in 1886 in the Kumamoto Prefecture, was said to be a clairvoyant due to her excellent skills in psychic clairvoyance. Born to the second daughter of a traditional Chinese medicine doctor, just after elementary school, she married an army infantry lieutenant but soon got divorced. Fukurai describes her as a religious spirit and that she was a
What's up,
believer in
Sean?
I Ching. Many of Fukurai's works in
Hey,
English
Sean,
do
join
not
the show if
translate
you want.
accurately, so we must
I'm
always
not
be
gonna stay on
mindful
that
when
much
reviewing
longer,
these
but-
works that there was an effort to erase all of this completely. The story goes that she learned about her clairvoyant powers under the guidance of her sister's husband, Takeo Kiyohara,
Well, no, actually, we'll
who
be
was
going
interested
for a
in
while.
hypnotism. Because of this,
We're gonna still go for a little while, so you know what we'll do? I'll put the link out if anybody wants to join. We're gonna still probably play this. We'll come back to that. That seems very interesting. Plus, we were covering photography earlier. It has to do with that. So it's all mumble jumbled together. Flat Earth, photography, all kinds of bullshit. Mud flood, Mandela effect. We've been covering it all tonight. We've been doing it all. We're going for 7 hours and 7 hours. We're at the 7-hour mark. The stream is now too long to trim. If it gets fucking blocked or some bullshit. Oh well. Fuck them. The stream might not even stay up. What just fell? That didn't sound good, right? You guys heard that. Well, I dropped something somewhere. Oh well. Okay. Well. All right, I'll go back to the video now. I put the link up. That's what I needed to do. All right. Boom. 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 Boom.
he was able to see through the seabed of Ariki Sea and discover the Manda pit with remote viewing. Somehow, the word got out around Japan of her abilities, because I was wondering how these university professors in Japan even heard about this random clairvoyant if it's all just trickery. And how did she become famous? They don't really explain that, but after some digging, what we do know is that during the Russo-Japanese War in 1904, Shizuko was used as a military asset. Takeya Kiyohara, her brother-in-law, had been engaged in studying hypnotism in Kumamoto City since 1903. He hypnotized Shizuko and placed her in a state of trance, and suggested to her that she was a clairvoyant. Or, this is what Fukurai suggests. She could guess where the soldiers would be moving and what happened to them, and this aroused great attention because it was precisely as she described it. It's interesting because Fukurai talks about how she would have trouble with experiments in some cases because of family issues or something bothering her mind, which is yet another variable in these experiments. Her brother-in-law Kiyohara made a suggestion, saying whenever one succeeds in expelling from one's mind all thoughts and images, and to concentrate all one's spiritual energy by means of a series of deep breathings, one is able to ascertain intuitively all things. He was teaching her how to take deep breaths and focus on removing all thoughts from the mind. This was crucial to successful experiments, but it was no easy task. Try it for yourself. Sit and try not to think one thought for 5 minutes. It's pretty impossible for the untrained mind. Now, imagine some older scientists demand that you prove your ability on the spot while they conduct all these weird tests. Try not to have a single thought in that situation. Kiyohara conducted many experiments to test Shizuko's ability as if she was just his test subject. We never really hear her side of the story. But she would be given 3 sheets of paper. The first he wrote a sentence, the second a proverb, and the third a verse, the words which would be completely forgotten by him, so that it was randomized to a certain degree. They were folded and then cut into 6 leaves, and each put into an envelope. She would have to guess the letters and meanings of the sheets. The first 2 answers were precise, and the last was correct in meaning, but the letters were different. She also used this ability to help people find lost rings and diagnose conditions of patients. Interesting the subject of rings, we found that the character Shizuko Yamamura, Sadiko's mother, was supposedly inspired by Shizuko. And this is a film that's main plot focuses on a spirit trapped in a videotape. We'll come back to this because the entire film is talking about these exact events. This eventually led her to be discovered by these professors in Japan, such as Kinoshita Hiroji, the General Secretary of Kyoto Imperial University, and also Fukurai at Tokyo Imperial University. Later, Shizuko went to Tokyo in September 1910 and experimented with clairvoyance in front of 9 doctors from the University of Tokyo's Humanities, Medicine, and Science departments. So clearly they were taking this very seriously. It's said that she earned 20 million yen with her power, that they were using her abilities at hospitals to diagnose patients by seeing into the human body and looking into the organs to locate the issue. In April of 1910, he started full-scale experiments and skill development guidance with his fellow researcher Shinichi Imimura, a doctor of medicine at Kyoto Imperial University. As a result, the two were convinced of the certainty of clairvoyance and reported it to the academic society. Also, on April 25th, a newspaper article at the time made a big deal about the appearance of a woman reading a business card in a sealed box in Kumamoto. In response, Kenjiro Yamakawa, Doctor of Science at Tokyo Imperial University, showed a particularly strong interest and proposed a scientific verification. A public experiment was conducted, but sadly, Shizuko Mifune committed suicide due to her exhaustion and declining ability. I find it interesting that this happens in another instance with Dr. Yamakawa later in the story. The idea is that she did this because she couldn't handle public opinion. Just imagine the amount of stress and pressure and everyone demanding that she must prove her ability. The military and big corporations wanting to use her for her power for war and finding hidden mines. Of course she couldn't handle it, you know? It seems like a very transitional period in Japan's history where, after the reset, these professors were westernized and they were trying to control the narrative and prove that these things exist. These ancient families in Japan with these abilities have known about these powers for generations. They don't need some university professor to tell them that it's true. I mean, why would such a young woman at 24 drink poison and kill herself? Interestingly, she drank potassium dichromate, an early chemical solution that was used in photographic plates. It's obvious that she truly did impress Fukurai and other professors. It was the world that wasn't satisfied with the results. Would they ever be?
Get $6,895 from this government program.
Of skeptics is to utterly disprove this phenomenon. These skeptics are performing their own magic, an ESP, which is worthy of being their own variable in this experiment. Shizuko in the modern day is known as a fake clairvoyant, although this has never been proven. Popular animes like to take a final stab at her to remind everyone that these psychics were all just fake. Regardless, Shizuko is directly responsible for the boom of the study of clairvoyance in Japan during the early 20th century. Many psychics came forward to be tested during this Meiji period, which interestingly, this was a time that Japan was going through radical changes and becoming westernized. Not only that, but there are many old world buildings from this late 1800s period that don't exactly fit the narrative that we're being told. Even these professors look a little strange in their uniforms that so many of these photos have. Why is everybody wearing the same outfit? Also, they seem to all have mustaches. Take a look at this Tokyo. I have to be studying the architecture for another video, but I thought it was strange that the front entrance is completely different than the rest of the building. It just looks like the door to a castle, and the rest of the building is just regular brick. Almost as if to show that this building has ancient ancestry. Why would they have buildings like this in Tokyo during this time period? Many psychics came forward, but Fukurai was most interested in Ikuko Nagao. She had the determination to come forward, they say, after she read the local newspaper about Miss Mifune. At first, they concluded that she was inferior to Shizuko in terms of ability. So think about that. This means that something was definitely weird with Shizuke. How could she have been the standard of psychic phenomena if it didn't exist? Why are they comparing them then? Even if it is just luck, Shizuko possessed the ability to get the highest percentage of accuracy on these tests. Apparently her talent is unmatched, being that she was used for the standard of comparison for future ESP experiments. These professors at Tokyo Imperial University started using undeveloped photographic plates as a mean of proving clairvoyance, where they would send these letters that were written on black paper wrapped in tin, sealed in an envelope in a box where there would be multiple witnesses, because there were other professors present, such as Shuntai Kukichi, Dr. Imamura, Mr. Okokichi, Mr. Kawasaki, and Dr. Fukurai would all be present during these experiments. Dr. Fukurai considered Miss Shizuko the pioneer of clairvoyance, and Miss Ikuko was a pioneer of photography. The first experiments with Mrs. Ikuko Nagao began when Dr. Fukurai learned of Mrs. Nagao from the studies of the head professor at Marugame Middle School, Mr. Shuntai Kikuchi, who was convinced of the abilities of Ikuko. Dr. Fukurai proposed an experiment where he would write down 3 letters on thick leaf paper covered in tin, placed in an envelope on the seam of which adhesive plaster was pasted, as well as his private seal was stamped on the plaster. These first tests were on October 23, 1910, just to test Nagao's clairvoyant abilities. There was an issue. Ikuko made a great point that if she was attempting to guess what was in the private seal, never view the answer, and just send it back, then these college professors could just say, oh, she was wrong, and she would never have any proof herself whether she actually did accurately use her powers. And even if she did tamper with it, the seal would be broken, and that would be apparent. So under these conditions that Mr. Kikuchi would watch over, they performed the experiment, and she answered it perfectly after performing her ritual to Amaterasu, a small silence in which she would pray and focus, empty her mind, and then give the answer to what was in the envelope. Fukurai was impressed, but still, to be scientifically certain, he would need to be there for the experiment so that there was no question that nothing had been tampered with. In November of 1910, Dr. Fukurai and Dr. Imamura went to Marugame to conduct more experiments with Nagao in the presence of 7 other professors. They tested her rigorously. The first experiments on the 12th of November involved writing some letters on a sheet of paper on the table, then set it into a box in the middle of the room labeled E. It would then be brought to room A, a good distance away, where the experiment would be tested by the medium. Mr. Ono was to be placed in room A to watch the psychic perform the ritual, but the medium said she would feel electrified if this man was just standing behind her, staring at her as she attempted to use her clairvoyant powers. Dr. Fukurai agreed to and moved Mr. Ono to room F, where he would watch the letters written, sealed, and placed in the box. Fukurai was nominated to perform the first test. He wrote 3 letters on a sheet of paper, folded it, and then put it into a small ebony box. It was brought to the other room, where she performed the ritual. She whispered her prayer and then gave her answer, and she was correct. The experiment was again performed with Dr. Imamura, and her answer was still correct.
You just can't beat good weed. You just can't beat legal weed.
It can't be.
Hello, Moo.
Fuck you. It's probably synthetic bullshit.
With Mr. Akochi, with the same conditions, but this time the medium agreed to allow Akochi to be seated with this object in its place. She would take her deep breaths and pray after giving her answer, and yet again she was correct. Interestingly, they began to get more advanced with the experiment. They got 50 white blank sheets of paper, and on each of them were written 3 letters, chosen out of a collection of 1,000 letters named Senjimon. They also collected many items for her to guess randomly, but it became difficult for her to succeed. After further experiments, it was shown that she possessed a great ability with the writing method because it allowed her to focus on thought being produced rather than guessing through a collection of hundreds of objects. She was correct in multiple experiments, but in others she would have difficulty. It was first suspected that Ikugo Nagao was a fraud because she had difficulty with some of the more advanced experiments. But during an experiment on December 26, 1910, he discovered an unprecedented phenomena of what he called thoughtography. It was an accident that caught the entire family and Professor by surprise. He actually couldn't believe it, and he thought he was dreaming. 1. A letter pictured on an undeveloped plate would be placed in an envelope and kept at Kikuchi's house and not be brought to Nagao until the experiment was closed. 2. After finishing the experiment, he should open the envelope to see if the answer was correct. And then 3. Finally, it would be sent immediately to Tokyo. If the medium can't see the letter on the undeveloped plate, the only solution is clairvoyance. It also dispels the doubt that the medium would remove the covering to view the contents. What he did was take 2 pictures of 3 letters of Yatenshell under the same conditions. So, essentially, Fukurai took both of these pictures, one is immediately developed and he kept it, and the other is undeveloped. It was wrapped completely so no light could get in and sealed in an envelope within a pasteboard box. This is then given to Professor Kikuchi, who would be the witness, and to everyone's surprise, the clairvoyant successfully used her powers to see the letters. Even though the plate of the letters in the envelope were undeveloped and invisible to the human eye, this could be used to disprove skeptics who were doubtful of these experiments. No one could say that she was just looking at the contents now. They had to develop the plate in order to get the answer. This led to the first experiments in thoughtography. To Fukurai's surprise, when he took the photo to the studio, he compared the one that was already developed to his undeveloped one that had been near Miss Nagao during her clairvoyant experiment. He came to realize that comparing photo B, which had been stored in his house and already developed, with photo A, which had been with Miss Nagao at the time of the experiment, that in photo A, there was some strange light fogging around the original letters. Photo B, which was already developed and with him the whole time, did not have these abnormal artifacts. He attempted the experiment again, but this time, he waited to develop both photos so that they could be developed at the same time. One photo would stay with him, and the other would be sent to the Nagao household under the watch of Mr. Kikuchi and the professors from the university. The psychic would try to see through the box, into the envelope, and see what the letters were. He discovered that it was not the studio process that created the light fog artifact because of this time. He developed them at the same time. Only the undeveloped plate that had been near the psychic at this time of the experiment produced the light fog. It was this insight by Dr. Fukurai that led to the discovery of the first psychic transfer or thoughtography experiment. These first experiments captured the powers of clairvoyance being used, or nensha. Discovered that, when developing some of these photos, there would be no explanation on how some of the plates used in the experiments would be overexposed. which we'll come to in detail later in the video. These plates, kept with him in the studio, would be perfectly readable, but after getting the plates back from the experiment, still sealed and everything, meaning no one had seen them yet, after developing them, he discovered that there was some exterior force influencing the exposure of the plate. He concluded that the plates were being exposed by her psychic force. His theory was that if this was some sort of force emitted from the medium, then everything within that radius must be affected, meaning all the plates facing her were the ones receiving this force of light from her pineal gland. He called this local exposure, where if there were multiple plates, where they placed all around, the plates right in front of her receive most of the spiritual exposure. Fukurai knows this sounds crazy, saying, "Though such a conclusion was deemed extravagant from the scientific point of view within those days, I was willing to conduct experiments under such a hypothesis." On December 26th, Fukurai left at 11 in the morning to pick up a dozen plates at the Ishikawa photo studio, and picked one out of them wrapped in black paper and put it in a pasteboard box. It was kept in a double box under the watch of Mr. Nagao. He wrote the character for Heart on a piece of paper and asked Miss Nagao to think of it by copying it. Mrs. Nagao stared at the character for a while, closed her eyes, and thought about it wholeheartedly. And she would pray to Amaterasu, the sun goddess, and call her name 3 times. Ikuko did not know the letter, but she impressed her spirit onto the plate. After sealing the box and leaving the house, after developing the photo, the letters were not present, but it definitely captured something which Fukurai called local exposure. This was the first scientific experiment of a transfer of thought or the ability to perceive it in some physical way. On December 27th, he prepared 2 plates, put them in a pasteboard box, and went to the Nagao house. He placed the box in room E, he greeted his friends, and then proceeded to take one of the plates out for the trial, and the other one would be wrapped in a cloth wrapper and left in room B, hidden underneath the hat, lest it should be visible from the outside. There was a sliding door between rooms A and B, and the box was visible to Dr. Fukurai from the room A. He wrote a black round figure on a piece of paper, which was pasted on the lid of B, and put on a box on the table. Mrs. Nagao began to focus with all her intent on this form of a black round figure. Sure enough, when Dr. Fukurai developed the photos, the plate that was wrapped up and kept away from the subject showed no signs of any exposure. However, the one placed into a box and then placed in front of her she was concentrating and visualizing on this form produced an exposure artifact that matched the given prompt. For the next experiment, he drew a black square, and she would visualize this object and focused her nensha or spirit projection onto the plate in the box in front of her. He found that when he developed the photos, the exposure would match the description, and so a black square was visible on the developed plates that had been in front of her localized exposure. This experiment was then repeated, but this time with a cross. He had several witnesses from the university take part, and they felt that there was no way that Mrs. Nagao could have tampered with this experiment. The next series of events took place on the 29th of December. Dr. Fukurai prepared 3 plates. They had planned to get her to visualize a black square, 2 letters, and a round black figure. But when beginning, Mrs. Nagao asked if she could start with the letters, not the squares. He agreed, and she began to focus on the letters within 30 seconds. And she'd finished projecting her thoughts and said, "Okay, it's done. My spirit is now on the plate." She then did the same procedure for the black circle. To their astonishment, the plates had clearly been influenced by her thoughts, even though it was sealed in a box and the location was kept hidden from her in different trials. The black circle also came out clearly. Interestingly, Dr. Fukurai mentions that, as they were developing the photos, a suspicious-looking man had broken into the photo room at Ishikawa Photo Studio. They never found out who he was. Obviously, people were interested in finding out what these guys were looking into. Later on, a porter by the name of Sanuki Jitsugyo Shimbun aimed to find the secret of photography, which he claimed was just a trick. In those days, the results of photography were so marvelous that almost all men of learning doubted its truth, and many were envious of Dr. Fukurai's discovery, leading to a series of journalists spreading propaganda and lies that photography must be some trick without properly even reviewing the experiment. This journalist, Miyai, was deceived by the propaganda, and so he harbored doubt that the author must have been doing some sort of trick in the darkroom when the photos were being developed. To Dr. Fukurai's surprise, he snuck in to expose this trick, but against his expectations, he discovered that there was no trick, only that there were clear exposure of the letters and the round black figure. Even the biggest skeptic could not find any suspicious work in the development process. After developing the photos from a recent experiment, Fukurai examined the letters and he noticed that they were not ordinary letters but consisted of only outlines and vacant faces. He called Mrs. Nagao to tell her the results and to hear her thoughts. She said that when doing the visualization, she imagined it just as an outline of letters, thinking it would be more beautiful that the tautography of the medium would not always be an exact replica of the given model, in this case the letters. Dr. Fukurai agreed with her, and they prepared for the next set of experiments, concluding the 1910 tests. During this time, there were countless attacks on the professor. Here's a newspaper report for an observer who had attended the experiment. From the point of view of the outsider, it may be incomprehensible that the film was stolen, and it may be difficult to understand the reason why such tampering was done. But an investigation of the circumstances in detail, from various points, show us that it was reasonable. Because there were those at Marugame who were trying to expel Dr. Fukurai from the city by delaying and hindering the experiment, of whose purpose would be attained if they succeeded in causing the doctor to go away from Marugame. The experiments continued on July of 1911, and on the 22nd, a very clear picture of Quanjian from a fine scroll was given to them. This is one of the best examples of photography done by Fukurai, because it shows that there was no real way to cut and copy the exposure. It was a detailed image of an actual person. There were also the characters that came out printed on the 24th that were much different than past versions. These were met by the skeptical remarks of Mr. Fuji and his associates, who claimed that photography must be made by casting light upon the plate, breaking through a hollow cut in the shape of a letter or something, like pasteboard. It supplies good evidence and ground for this conclusion that there was no isolated hollow in the print of photography. So, as long as it is impossible to cut out a shape of the letter with an isolated hollow in the pasteboard, it is also impossible to produce a print having an isolated hollow by casting a light breaking through the feature of the letter cut out in the pasteboard. Dr. Fukurai says that this logic was used based on denial, as there were no isolated hollows used in obtaining the letters in photography. He breaks their reasoning, as they used the letters in Greek fret, having many isolated hollows that would solve the issue of this being cut out. She had a strong fight to want to prove the existence of this phenomena, despite the strong agnostic criticism coming from the media. Right before her death, Mrs. Nagao promised Kenjiro Yamakawa, Doctor of Science, a Yale-educated physicist, the former president of Tokyo Imperial University, to try an experiment in photography on a plate to be offered to him. The day of the experiment was appointed for January 8th.
What? No. 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 No.
Experiment had already concluded that photography was some fake trick before even beginning the experiment, putting a lot of pressure on Ikuko. Dr. Fukurai gladly accepted Dr. Yamakawa's offer, as he was the authoritative senior in the world of physics in Japan, and was also a world-recognized man of honor. The issue was that they tried to find professors who would come to these experiments with an open mind, but the truth is that all the physicists at the time were so narrow-minded and dogmatic in their ideas. But for Dr. Yamakawa, it seems that Dr. Fukurai trusted him. But at the end of the experiments, Fukurai called it preposterous and was astonished at Dr. Yamakawa's actions. He wanted to warn future students of the physical problems of these types of experiments and what was done to the physicists of Japan. This whole Dr. Yamakawa experiment was set up by Mr. Noriatsu Fuji, who had been one of the biggest skeptics of the experiment since they started gaining attention. Yamakawa was the lead professor at Tokyo Imperial University, and began this plan with Fuji to debunk photography once and for all, to finally prove that it was a trick before even beginning the experiment, which only shows that they had already made up their minds and had no real interest in learning anything about these experiments.
45 minutes left.
The model for the photography experiment was to be the letter for the strong and healthy.
All right, this is what I'm gonna do. I hate to end it here because everybody seems so interested in this, but I'm gonna have to put the link out in the chat because let me see if I can do that from here. I don't even know which one it was now. I just fucked myself. Whoa, who's that? You all right?
As always, I'm covering the fake space programs throughout the world. This time,
whatever. That was on Mind Unveiled. Can't even put the link out. I'm exhausted. I'm ending the stream. I'm going to bed. I had enough. I've been going for 7.5 hours. Please support me. All right, let me show you guys. If you guys want to support my ass, which you should, because I've been going for 7.5 hours. And anybody who sees this, if it stays up, should support me. All right, because I'm fucking broke. Broke is a joke. All right, here we go. You ready? Boom. So I have a couple channels. You know, the ones we're watching right now. Right. You can either get it through the Nightbot, which I'm gonna put it through, or you can always during the daytime or whenever if I'm not around, go to the right here in my channel. Go to the About Me section, right? And then you go down to the PayPal or the Cash App link right there, or the Venmo, or if you want some Boston Ray merchandise, or you can buy me some coffees, which helps. Um, you know, the Boston Ray merchandise is hot. I heard people at Flattoberfest had it. The flat flops. Someone had the flat flops, dude. I didn't even know I sold a pair of flat flops. Yeah, the flat. You know, my invention, the flat flop. Yep, someone bought one right here. Flat flop. Someone had them at Flattoberfest. You see that? COVID Commander mug. Dr. Fauci is COVID Commander. You know, my shit is off the hook. This is the shirt I'm wearing right now, right? All right, this is the one that DN bought too, right? And it's cool like that, right? But you could go like this. Boom, you can make it that color. Or you can make it this color. Or you can make it that color. Or you could go like that. Boom, you could switch it up whatever color you want on everything. All right? I made colors. Colorful. And it says on the back, don't sleep on the late night. All right? I got I got late night live stuff, right? Let me show you else what I got. All right, I got late night live. This is for the, this is a sweatshirt. Look at that, late night live. That's the Boston skyline. You know what I mean? Because I'm in Boston, Boston Ray. You know, the channel's from Boston, so we got the Boston skyline up in there, and it's on a slope because it's a mud flood. All right, you see that shit? Boom, Boston is on a slope like that. Boom. Boom. And on the back it says, don't sleep on the late night. Boom. I can do this all day. So many different colors and different choices to go through. And then you can get your mugs, you can get your flat fucky ducky stuff. Look, you get women's sweaters, sweatshirts. Let's check this one out. This is for women. This is for the women. Look at that. Boom, pale pink, green. It's just getting cold out now. You might need a hoodie, right? I try to get the most cotton, 100% cotton stuff I can get. I don't fuck around. You get the flat earth fucky ducky hoodie. Any color you want. Get it in green. Fucking get it in orange. Get it in blue. And on the back, look. And on the back, it has the fucking flat earth. You see what I'm saying? It's legit. It's too legit to quit. It's too legit to quit. Too legit to quit. I'm not quitting yet. I got the iPhone cases, right? Those of you who love your iPhones and want to protect them, we got the late night live iPhone cases. Man, you can get them for pretty much any iPhone. It's not just like they have like every size. I don't know. It's gonna take a while for that to come up. All right, and then what happened? What happened now? Oh, they're killing me. Fuck them. I'm going back. All right, back to where I was. Look at that. We got the black and gold. Late night live black and gold design. See that? Women's tank top. Boom. Boom. Black and gold, baby. Well, actually, you can get any color in gold, but it's gold. It's a gold logo. Don't sleep on the late night. All right, and then you go, boom. You go back. I'm just trying to teach you guys how to navigate this thing. You get women's late night tees, late night flip flops. This one. This is my new line right here. Late night live with the big stars. Red, white, and navy. Look. Navy, red, or white. You decide. You know what I'm saying? All right. And there's like sweatshirts like that too, t-shirts like that. Supposedly, we got the Flat Earth Fucky Ducky zip up hoodie. This will be very popular for the fall. You know what I'm saying? The zip up hoodie, Flat Earth Fucky Ducky. On the back, on the back, it's got this one's cool because it's a combo. It's got Late Night Live on the back, and it's got the Flat Earth Fucky Ducky on the front. So it's like putting them both together in one ballpark, in one arena. The blue one is actually pretty hot. Let's see what the red one looks like. Boom. While supplies last, the colors run out sometimes. But it comes. People got this stuff. It comes. I got a few things. It comes in like a week, and it's stuff. It's not bad. It's not bad quality stuff. Flat Earth Fucky Ducky t-shirts, more Late Night Live stuff, sweatshirts, band practice shirts, band practice sweatshirts. All right, band practice, Late Night Live band practice. All right, then we get down here. We look. This one's really cool. Voice to Skull Technology t-shirt, V2K. Jesus. Those ones are cool, men's and women's. Oh. Now I lost it. Oh, here it comes again. I wanted to show you guys the cool. All right, so we got the Fauci's COVID Commander stuff. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Fauci. People have been buying this stuff too. Dr. Fauci is COVID Commander. There's backpacks for back to school and everything. We do not consent on the back. See? Hashtag we do not consent on the back. You be the commander. You know what I'm saying? The COVID Commander. You be your own COVID Commander. Then we got boom. I got so much stuff up here. I'm surprised people don't buy more stuff. Some of the stuff is really cool. Let's see, band practice. Let's see, we're almost there. We're almost done. Masonic the Hedgehog. You see what I'm saying? Mudmob on the back. Band practice cutouts. Different. They're a little different. The Masonic the Hedgehog. Check out the women's Masonic the Hedgehog. This is the women's one. He's throwing up a 3. He has the sash on. Masonic the Hedgehog. You know what I'm saying? Masonic the Hedgehog. And on the back, Mudmob. Boom, baby. And then we got this one. I don't know. Let's see if it works now. It wasn't working. One of the colors was working. This one works on that color. If you get it on that color, it'll work. But if you try like this color or something, it probably won't. Oh, it's working now. They got their shit together. Good. It works on every color now. Nice. The Masonic the Hedge. Oh, nope. You see that? It didn't come in. See, some of the colors it doesn't come in. So don't. I have to fix that. I don't know. I don't trust that. Okay. Only get the first one if you're gonna get that. The one that you actually see it on there, right there. I'll have to delete all those other colors. So we got the Masonic the Hedgehog stuff. We have the Masonic the Hedgehog's hoodie. It's pretty good. Look at this one. It's a little different. See? He's in color. You get it in different colors. You get it in red. All right. I digress. Support the channel. Donate. Links are right there. I'll make Nightbot throw all the links in right now. Watch this. Watch my Nightbot go to work. Ready? Boom. Go Nightbot, go Nightbot, go Nightbot, go Nightbot, go. And then we got for the merchandise right here. Boom. All right, I'm out. Thank you everybody. Thank you everybody who came. Thank you everybody who supported. I love doing these streams for 7.5 hours. I don't know how many more I'm gonna be able to do, but I'm gonna do as many as I can, Lord willing. You know what I'm saying? Lord willing, and I'm out. I don't see it. Shit, I can't see shit. Don't do that.
I've been jotting all along. They remind me of a time I've forgotten. I was plotting on a song. I was riding, I was squatting in that lot. And quickly things reached a new height. Tonight, I'm writing in the King's Speech. A new life, fresh clothes, new Nikes. When you rap how I do, then you do what you like. My ascension was bold. I was grown in the winter. I was always meant to be cold. Carry on a blood tradition many centuries old. And that's why you love to listen to the vengeance we owe. Let's go off in the spinning wheel of havoc. It's a paradox. Back in the violent time travel, yeah, I'd rather not. Things was looking bleak. Now we didn't have a lot, but I don't need too much, just as long as I have a shot. Finding dope with the needle in the haystack, searching for a blinding hope. We've been going way back. Future tripping to discover we've been killed. Means nothing in the present moment. All your cards reading zilch.
What we about to do here is get into some raw shit. Look. Shooting for the stars, that was never an option for us. I was dry from the bus, onto the dust. So fuck a star, I hit the rockets above. Hostile as fuck, locked in the cuffs, and I was boxed in for months. And I'm stopping when my pockets are stuffed with profits from drugs, options and tons. Studied the game with my own very optics, it's bugged. Loyalty is royalty, no talking the gums, it's sockets and plugs. While Crockett and Tubbs try to watch what you done. Fuck that, they could lick my crotch and my bum. 9mm wanna kill a Peter, I'm finna be the one to show up and blow up, go up, what? Hey, I bombed the meanest, everyone was on the penis as soon as they heard the song the copy did with John Salinas. Copy might slam him if the shotty's hype jamming. Shout to John and the fucking Gotti crime family.
The beast out here can't fuck with us, got him living in fear. We off that raw, catch us in your city with some G's on tour. The beast out here can't fuck with us, got him living in fear. We off that raw, catch us in your city with some G's on tour. Raised on honor traditions like Albanian bass, I made the score of a lifetime. Then lay low down in Mesa, no trace of a chaser. You get the pure shot, showing off in the club, they're waiting for you in the lot. You sound dumber than a thought, trying to teach manners. This New England's best, take a look at all the banners in the street like city planners. Real G's the quiet kind, bragging about your paper, got you in a bind. No school books, cool crooks after your bag. Wanted to be gang till you got cap for your flag. Even a capo ratted like those codes never mattered. Now they're looking to line him like he was waiting to get tatted. The block is shattered, better off in the burbs. I seen too many friends die to give a fuck about curbs. Built tough like the Serbs, my words are superb. Got a look on my face that says, do not disturb. Ha.
Stand for your huru, plan for buku bucks like Mansa Musa. Study the hand that shoots ya, child soldier from the land of Hutu. Eating spam out the can, not fufu. Pulled up in a tan of Zuzu while you're buying a gram of doodoo. Now you're dead, Alabama Zulu. No more spamming YouTube. Trying to be what Pele is to soccer. The #1 chief rocker. Move units like Jordans at Foot Locker. And move souls and chakras. Spit animal bars, Chewbacca. Spit venom mixed with vodka. Bad blood like Neil Sedaka. Pitch this heat like Tanaka. Strike like a panther. Biting my style's not the answer. Bite off your ear like a Vander. Villainous like motherfucking Cobra Commander. You spit slanderous propaganda. Feeding your constituency cancer. I spit street sonnets and eloquent stanzas at random foreign verandas. You spit lies about pandas. I'm the eucalyptus to the koala. Follow my rhymes like devotees follow Allah. Christians with the Bibles, Jews and their Kabbalahs.
stone box in my past while I cackle. Now I gotta crack it, coming back. When you treat death, it feels like everybody's looking at you. Each deep breath that I take, I feel that God is in me. So you mock me and hate me, it does not offend me. I'm back from the pit to the beast, with a dope bag stick to the streets, with a toe tags mass produced in Massachusetts, cause way too many kids deceased. And I could have been one, would have been me, and I should have been dumb. That's where I'm from, yeah, that's where I'm from. No, not my cousin, please spare my son. You know I love him. Make one false move, it'll choose ya. With a chalk outline in a cruiser, got an ambulance van in the news truck. Somebody's gonna die today, I wonder who's up. So I took a walk over methadone mile, cause I can't turn my backs on the facts. A dope fiend lean said I kept my own style, spitting all my lyrics till me cracks on the tracks. That was volume 2 10 years ago, wow. Wish I knew then what I came to know now. I was once young, I was wild, I was foul. Wanted to get out, but I didn't know how. So full of rage in a shroud, made of pain in a cloud full of rain. Always follow me around, trapped in a cage that I made with the pilot on my plane that would always steer me straight into the ground. Now, post crash, I'm alive and well. It's been a long hot ride through hell. I didn't want to make this record, but I owe it. It's a story I survived to tell. I'm with the truth, here's a full clip. One last time from my pulpit. If I can give hope to the hopeless, then everything else is bullshit. Let's take a trip in the mind of a rhyme king. Look at the crook's book, find what you're finding. Look at a sick fuck hooked on a crime thing. Fucked up with $6, where's the silver lining? Maybe it's the writing and surviving. Maybe it's the haziness and craziness that I bring. That maybe savor this alive thing. Fuck man, I can still remember ODing and reviving. Now it seems my music is arriving. After all the juggling, the struggling and striving, I've been very lucky, I've been fortunate. I've been in the streets and seen friends lost in it. Like Joe's back in detox with dope packed in his knee socks and old-fashioned beatbox. And every night his mama keeps crying cause her hope keeps dying. Shooting dope with this rope he's tying. His soul keeps trying to escape but he can't. He's just like his daddy and his cousin and his aunt. He's bugging on the drugs and it wasn't in his plans. Plus he got a court case H planted in his pants. That's what he says. Do you believe this? Cause every time he get out he's back with these heads. I guess we don't know the reasons, but we're praying to a God that we don't believe in. Yeah, sometimes at night I take the train just to hear the clacks rumble on the tracks. Sometimes I write just to shake the pain, but I can't go back, I can't change the past. Sometimes at night I take the train just to hear the clacks rumble on the tracks. Sometimes I write just to shake the pain, but I can't go back, I can't change the past. I remember being younger, September from the summer, right before the trees had the leaves fall from them. Teens full of dreams, we were still all youngins, but it seems that the schemes in the dirt called on us. We all went our separate ways with the reference, the same cause it stays when the days to your death is. Always full of questions, never full of answers. Took chances dealing with the devil in his dances. Some of us are locked up, some of us are hopped up. Every one of us will fill our stomachs with the vodka. Some of us are criminals and running from the coppers. Some of us are plumbers, but the brunt of all the rotten things that we went through is taking its toll. Cause some of us are dead laying with snakes in a hole. It makes you wanna cry when you wasted your whole life until you wind up thinking of taking your own. That's why sometimes at night I take the train just to hear the clacks rumble on the tracks. Sometimes I write just to shake the pain, but I can't go back, I can't change the past. Sometimes at night I take the train just to hear the clacks rumble on the tracks. Sometimes I write just to shake the pain, but I can't go back, I can't change the past. No. Go. Yeah. The world turns, the train tracks rumble in the night, doors open. A drunk man stumbles with his wife. The pride of a foolish man, humble with the knife. In the reflection of the glass, you can see you isn't right. Blurring moving lights, slurring new advice, lying to your own face. This is truly true to life and beautifully trite. Usually a cipher, sore eyes when you start seeing you could be alright. Your heart is beating right, so start a decent life. The greatest story ever told has gotta be a fight. I know that some of me is wrong, part of me is right. I write rhymes till I'm bringing a forgotten to the light. My stop is getting closer, I'm talking through the ghosts of those who were passed in this rotten evil culture. Writing on a page with the ink from the pen. Underground in the city is I think where I've been. Yeah, sometimes at night I take the train just to hear the clacks rumble on the tracks. Sometimes I write just to shake the pain, but I can't go back, I can't change the past. Sometimes at night I take the train just to hear the clacks rumble on the tracks. Sometimes I write just to shake the pain, but I can't go back, I can't change the past.
You know, you don't see my kind of people. It's my kind of people, they don't come down here and beg dope. They go out and get it. If they miss, they go to jail and they kick along with nothing, some holding tank. Nobody, and I mean nobody, can talk. A junkie how to use it. You can talk to them for years, but sooner or later they're gonna get a hold of something. Maybe it's not dope, maybe it's not dope, maybe it's booze, maybe it's booze, maybe it's glue, maybe it's gasoline, maybe it's a gunshot. But something to relieve the pressures of their everyday life, having to tie their shoes.
I can't take this shit anymore. My fucking hands are shaking. I've been up for 3 days. I don't want to face nobody ever again. I need help. I need to get out of here. I gotta go.
Non-fiction be the real hip-hop. We make you wanna kill cops. Cats hate me, cause they know my finger, they girls twat. They feel helpless, real jealous. We killed Elvis. I shot Reagan with the help of the Secret Service. Super double agent, shoot your mother with my brother's favorite. 12 gauge waving, aiming at your brain. Strange universe, too famous. Leaving the murder scene blameless. Drug entertainment. Thugs at the blazing laser gun, saying what I wrote. They feel what I feel, they see the same picture. We make the biscuit through the talking and became richer. Nobody gets a record deal, you gotta take that shit. Treat the record label like a slut and then break that bitch. I keep it simple for these stupid cats, claiming you knew the facts, but in reality, you were trapped. Jesus Christ was a gangster rapper. They killed him, then he came back and made a platinum album. The path that travels like the dragon shadow, invisible to CIA camera angles. They got a file on every rap group. They killed the last man who had proof. They after me for information that I have too. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me, be bad news. Get the fuck up out my way when I pass through. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me, be bad news. Fuck around with non-fiction, that's a bad move.
Symbolism, socialism, live life, lead, learn. Struggle, war, home, drug fiends, the White House burn. Sex, pain, fear, freedom, love. Young guns be shooting. Genocide, revolution, lost souls prostituting. Military confrontation, safe sex and masturbation. Peace to all the homeless people living in the train station. Project Wars, build a 1 verse 4. Lock the door, burn the disc, now everybody hit the motherfucking floor. They bustin', I'm a glutton for the shit. I'm number 6 on their list, next to kissing all these kids. Cause I run with Asians, Latinos and black fists. 5% is Caucasians, thugs who live commie this. They broke in my house, planted bugs and on my lamps on my couch. They after me, what? Let me find out. I'm not having it. My rap to trap the service like a magnet. The best get nothing like private parties with no laminates. If I'ma die busting and struggling. I'm hustling for the people, fuck them devils and corruptions. Nothing for nothing. Ain't it something how they do? They ID me due to my tattoo. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me with bad news. Get the fuck up out my way when I pass through. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me with bad news. Fuck around with non-fiction, that's a bad move.
Projects for straight jackets, electroshock states, I rock a fallout, traded for royalty rates. Get your drink on, we build the bomb, spit in your face. Smart to change cars, I cruise the block, I do it for chase. Nice spike works, a fancy knife work. Hit the Christ, non-fiction, striking prison night shirts. I pay dues, nothing to lose, steady busting off weapons and tools. When I come home, I'll be smelling shit and furniture's moved. Eat the slug, takes the weight off, I live this for real. I do this for the dead, rest in peace, I'm holding you near. Making up time, 12 years, we on tour, we blow you back off. Support cats, jack your car seats and take a scalp off. Soldiers of merits, inherited from way back. Cyanide and bullets, so watch and follow my stats. It's too futuristic, thugs to robots, experiments. 4-point restraints in my hypercube on medicines. Paid veterans, crippling souls. It's getting bigger now, the information running the globe. It's just my mechanics, either with a gat or Xanax. Widespread panic until the Sabbath.
I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me with bad news. Get the fuck up out my way when I pass through. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they asked you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA trying to kill me with bad news. Fuck around with non-fiction, that's a bad move.
Good friends along with them.
Have your IDs out. Ill Bill performing live tonight. Have your IDs out. If you don't have it, you are fucking assed out.
Mr. K's Lords of Brooklyn. I'm at CBGB's watching Ill Bill do his thing. Line says it all. You know what I mean? CBGB's before it shuts down, before they burn it down, before they tear it down. You know, Bill leaves a mark. Gives his little Brooklyn love, you know what I mean?
Yo, what up? This is Ill Bill. We here on Uncle Howie motherfucking TV, and I can say motherfucking because this is a DVD, and more than likely, this won't be on MTV, but if MTV wants it, we'll edit it, you know what I'm saying? So, yo, check this out. My people's right here. Make some fucking noise, people. Yeah. Psychological Uncle. These people know what time it is, you know what I'm saying? We're going to go inside CB's though right now. We're going to make it happen. We'll take you into the belly of the beast right now. All right? I got a story. Right here we have my man. This is Sabak Red.
Yes.
Not him. Not him. Him.
Yeah.
This is my homeboy Sabak Red. It's the deal Ill Bill, aka Frank Fuentes. Frankie Fuentes in the house. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna keep it moving. What's up, homie? We're gonna keep it moving right now.
Keep it moving, son. Right here we have my DJ. This is Mr. Eclipse, aka DJ Eclipse, aka the motherfucking senator. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna keep it moving right now. This right here is Steve, a Jedi Mind Trick. He doesn't really talk much, but he definitely gave me the high five. He just said, "What's up, Steve? Give him a finger." Yeah, man. That's his problem. Right now, we're about to enter the belly of the beast. This is the infamous CBGB's bathroom right here. We're gonna take a step down the staircase right here. You notice this place has been sticking up and painted and repainted and marked up and graffiti the fuck up. And that's not what makes the place as legendary as it is, but that's what adds to the fucking flavor of what makes CBGB's what it is. It's definitely a ill place, you know what I'm saying? And it's a place with a lot of fucking history. Everybody from Blondie to Agnostic Front came through here, whether it's Bad Brains or Talking Heads or the fucking Police. This is the spot, so to perform here is a motherfucking honor, you know what I'm saying? We've seen a lot of performances by a lot of bands, and you know what I'm saying? Just being up in here is pretty much disgusting. I think we've been in the bathroom a little too long. Let's get the fuck out of here. We'll go back upstairs and see who we can bump into. Now, mind you, the club is empty right now, but this is a sold-out motherfucking show, so act like you motherfucking know. This shit is gonna get really fucking grisly tonight.
Hey, yo, I'm gonna tell you some real shit. When I first started doing this rap shit, a lot of motherfuckers didn't believe in me. Everybody that like to talk shit now from the major labels, like, oh yeah, we tried to bring you up here, show me love to talk shit. You know what I mean? A lot of other major labels love to talk shit. They love to be like, oh yeah, we believe in that hardcore shit. Nah. Fuck that. I'm gonna tell you right now, Uncle Howie, the motherfuckers was real with me from day motherfucking one. You know what I mean? Hey, yo, that's a new intro for you know what's crazy? That's what it is. You know what's crazy? When motherfuckers was going everywhere, I got a call from a motherfucker like, yo, son, I heard you trying to push your album. I heard you just got out the joint. You know what I mean? Come through. I'll help you out nothing. You know what I mean? Straight love. That's why forever, I'm going to always remember the motherfuckers that helped me out. And I'm going to bring somebody on stage that's real, like my brother and this shit. You know what I mean? Because we fighting the war. We fighting the war right now against straight motherfuckers and rap. Against straight motherfuckers and rap. Yes, that's what Ring on, my brother. Somebody that should need absolutely no introduction in this motherfucker. A general in the war, in the fucking shit that we fighting against, the fake shit that fuck shit is out there. I want everybody in this motherfucker in the back, in the front, to make some motherfucking noise. For my man from Brooklyn, New York, Non-Fiction Zone.
Yeah! We about to set this shit off. Y'all know what this shit is? Y'all ready to rock with me? Y'all ready to rock with me? Yeah, man. We're gonna do it now. New York City. City motherfucking city. Yeah. CBGB, everybody in this motherfucking place, to the front, to the back, put your motherfucking hands up, cause we gonna wild the fuck out right now. Put your fucking hands up! We gonna do this like this. Oh shit! Everybody out! For the wild out right now! This is what happens when people try to bully you and tell you what the fuck to do. You got your homie pick up a weapon. Get it out of me, no school shooters. Y'all got under my trench coat. Got on my dance floor. My best salt. My mom consumed you. And I walk to the school. 17 people coming over. 14 moving. My name is Eric Harris. I was forever an outcast. You fuck with Uncle Now, we just doing this for an outcast. I've been wanting to murder people. Suicide is playing out. Who you gonna die? Take people with you. We've been planning this before to get some Jones Brown did it. And I wanted the world to know more people die, but we did. I didn't even kill myself, but don't feel sorry for me. Feel sorry for your team. Every friend is a team. And I love my bells on the shoes to a school near you. Full town, can I do? Organized by you. Fuck the video, the things you got in the truth. Slang my name through the line. I'm about to the news. I'm going to take a time, bro. All like me. I'm going to blow my head over the air. All like me. They got to leave your trick, though. All like me. You probably get your hands full of my head like me. I put my mind on you when I accomplish it right there. No matter what you idiots might think, check it. I said that shit to idiots like it. Cause they look at the to be fucking with my friends. Like this, what's so fun, that's like switch. So that's the thing that you hate is like 25 kids. You remember just like me, you did what I did. This is the anatomy of a school student. It's like this, what's so fun, it's like switch. So that's the thing that you hate is like 25 kids. You remember just like me, you know what I did. This is the anatomy of a school student. I see dead people, it is the mouth of the day people. Fuck the favorite, I hate everybody equal. It's your balls all, get it out. Tell everybody what it's all shit and cry out and why. Do these spit up guns and turn murderers. All of y'all up in these videos, stop with it. Two ladies just at a club, run around everyone in the street. Just a walk by, without being tripped. Going on in the crowd and shit. It told to me for no reason, I was treated like shit. This shit just let it happen. I even seen some of them teachers happen. They had a son of a bitch. I wasn't crazy going on with shit. I was the nicest person in the world with dicks. Don't even try to analyze me now, you had to stand back then. Baby, you could have been my friend, it's like this. What's so fun, it's like switch. So I'm thinking that you hate friends, 25 kids. You'll be better just like me, you know what I did. This is the anatomy of a school student. It's like this. What's so fun, it's like switch. So I'm thinking that you hate friends, 25 kids. You'll be better just like me, you know what I did. This is the anatomy of a school student. Put your hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up, put your hands up. Put your hands up, 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 put your hands up. I'm the creator of the town of showing cheese. This was game of the top and trade. Love your face, no one prevents a fly face. The age of the death, breathe to keep alive. Stop the heaven. It's pitiful use of all information. All the lesson in violence. Nothing checking the virus. I'm confident. I'm a horse for the circle of tyrant. I search the error. Who says the chance with Sarah? And so the impulse is grounded with the depths of terror. He's self, who's fired? Who's fired? Who's fired? Who's fired? In a pool of blood dying. He's self, who's fired? Who's trying? Who's trying? Who's loving with the war down iron? He's self, who's fired? Who's trying? Who's trying? Who's lying? In a pool of blood dying. He's self, who's fired? Who's trying? Who's trying? Who's lying? In a pool of blood.
Thank you very much. Oh my God. You know what the fuck you did right now? Yeah. How many people got the Future Is Now album? Make some noise. Yo, let's see. Brooklyn's in the house. Is Brooklyn in the motherfucking house? Is Jersey in the motherfucking house? I know Jersey's up in here. I see my Jersey brothers up in here. Yeah. Hey, everybody put your hand up like this one time. Hands up. In the back, put your hands up. This is off the Future Is Now album. We're going to take you back to 2002. We're going to clap to this. 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 Watch. Come on, listen. I just clap your hands to the beat line. I just clap your hands to the beat line. I just clap your hands to the beat line. I just clap your hands to the beat. Come on, just clap
some rockin' talk. I'm outside when I'm out in LA. We party with the songs and the star fuckers. And everybody loves us. Yeah, I do cocaine. Yeah, I love to drink. Something in my dick, something needs drugs to take. Killing my brains up with pills where my lungs are split. Hoping that going up and fuck up with the drugs to stay. It's for the true, but the truth bustin'. Bitches, what the fuck's the difference? We all want money, drugs, and bitches. Anybody that knows about me suspicious. I don't trust none of y'all. I don't trust religion. I don't trust the police. I don't trust the system. These the errors to hustle, lock up the prison. See you when you get home. Fuck the angel. The future is right now. Y'all motherfucking listen. There is no future. The future is now. It's all fiction. We're coming at you like wow. There is no future. The future is now. It's still real. We're coming at you like wow. There is no future. The future is now. It's all fiction. We're coming at you like wow. There is no future. The future is now. It's all real. Come on. I'm not just a rapper, I'm an artist. I'm not the hardest. Hardest on the club to make the dope sound retarded. The guards get involved with some of the harshest marksmen. Star fiction tactics for lack of red carpet. I saw a legend, play to the stars and questions. A lost witness got me through a time and hard pressures. Like that to the family. My method is insanity. I'm this consciousness, but that's with some profanity. We plan to be some of the sickest twitches in the business. We mean business, from the start to the finish. This is for the president. Circular sounds and organs. 27 professors and college lawyers. Fathers and mothers, children, fucking their brothers. Prison hustlers, gangsters, bitches and busters. Get no justice, I'm on some freedom right abduction. You love and know your enemies, pull your get and bust it. Now! Yeah! I wanna see y'all motherfuckers lose your mind right now! Hell yeah! Say hell yeah! Hell yeah! Say hell yeah! No, ain't affecting the globe. Ain't gonna run the door. Talk about running that little bitch in the other day. Holding on and won't want to marry you. Not like a York. I'm gonna tell this long last forever. Get somebody together. Who the time to try to try to do hard. So private truth. We got rules and swords. Rules of war. You just lost like swords. Ain't been to reach the key and then come to your own doors. So all of them are ready to report. Solo countries prove that the kill ready for war. Drink and cocaine. Drugs and legal. And George rule the streets of the young children. Fuck the people. Ain't been no preaching for the love and evil. It's a bitch that's sucking the chick for the bad. It's all you see. Election change. Young Americans are all for demons. All of us even though we should fly. So I'm preaching. Welcome to Future Rebel. We're the side of the Future Rebel. Fuck the sweet up and they agree to a comment. This is Ill Bill. For a new assignment. Ready to rock with the book and I shot it. This is Future Rebel. We're the side of the Future Rebel. Fuck the sweet up and they agree to a comment. This is Ill Bill. For a new assignment. Ready to rock with the book and I shot it. Oh shit! Everybody listen! Listen up! Yo! Come on, jump, 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 jump. No, this is real hip-hop. We make you wanna feel God. Can't take me, cause they know I'm thinking that girls want. I feel helpless, real jealous. We kill Elvis. I can bring him with the help of the Secret Service. Super double agent to the rubber with a voice sacred. All day, living up the brain. Straight to the bottom, to Vegas. Living the murder scene, play the long entertainment. I got the place like a girl. They do what I do. You same picture. You make a future to the talk and can't picture. Nobody got the money there. You gotta take that shit. You never like a son, break that bitch. I think it's over for these stupid cats. Whether you do the plan in reality, you in fact, Jesus Christ for the next level. Think you look at his head, like a man, like an apple. I'm gonna tell him like a black shadow. Invisible to see all your head, my angle. They gotta follow every rap group. They come on last middle half proof. They have to be my information that I have to. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they ask you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA try to kill me, we glad news. Yeah, fuck around my way when I pass through. I'm paranoid, tell me what the fuck they ask you. You fuck around with me and I'ma have to blast you. The CIA try to kill me, we glad news. Fuck around with my face, that's a bad news. Symbolism, socialism, and anti-girl. Fuck a war, homie, clubby, the White House girl. Sex, cake, fear, freedom, blood, got me short. Criticize revolution, every conversation, sex, masturbation. These are all the homeless people living in the train station. War, with the boom bus fall. Let the girl plug it in. CBGB, hit the motherfucking floor. Black, and one song, like free shit. And then 6 on the list. get the money down. When I'm up with Asian, like me on the blackbird. I'm the finish for Asian, go to the governor. She didn't walk to my house. She didn't walk to my next to my couch. They have to leave. What? You find out. I'm not having it. We're at the check this stuff and set the better there. Let's get the I'm on the party to the better there. I'm a die. Process, process. Bustin' for the people. Fuck the devils and corruption. Ain't it something I didn't do now? You can do the podcast too. I never know. Tell me what the fuck they ask you. You fuck around me and I'ma have to blast you. You see, I ain't trying to kill me. We bad news. Get the fuck up on my way when I blast you. I never know. Tell me what the fuck they ask you. You fuck around me and I'ma have to blast you. You see, I ain't trying to kill me. We bad news. Fuck around with y'all. Pushing as a bad food. Shots your bad food. Y'all hype? Say yeah. 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 And you're the first of the two cops, so of the two pop, so of the balls. Too loud, I'm too young. Gonna get me close like in old days. We used to run a television for the whole case. I fucked back with this one. The whole place. We was out for it. Thank you for such a gold chain. Bang it back, take it, take it back, take it back, take it. I'm in hospital, right? I'm the man from the always got issues. Fucking bitches broken home, yeah, we got issues. And now clowns, what's the big gangsters and bank robbers? What's the strong face and rock potters? Until we realize how to get the real money, steal money. Get that money, real money. It's funny how the money makes the whole world love you. John can't take you, now bitches watch you. You don't get on told you, but you wanna touch you. Got the eyes to get at you, wanna fuck you. And someone slow, you don't you can bust you. Anxious and reacting with the gold pin in the dust you. Go against the hill, building off this shit will crush you. Crush you, with a tooth in your throat to shot through. We trust to these guns, but the fuck mothers and girls love us. Time for the gun stickers and drug hustlers. Circle of tyrant. Circle of tyrants. You know this shit? Yeah, you know. Come on. Yeah, yeah. I've been an outlaw and a gambler. Long as I can remember. Drink whiskey from a bottle and always carry a bangle. Poker face woman on the bank robber and legend. Morning green clothes and put the fun in what I mentioned. When I step foot in the saloon, I get a lot of attention. I reckon these haters are trained by the strength of my weapon. The speed of my bullet. I wanna take the heat of my bullet. I'm a fool with the golden shake, sure and a bullet. One day, jump on the top of the ball and shout. If anybody got one trouble, I'm popping off now. How many times this situation happened, I can't remember. At first, 21, they got talking with a bartender. I'm saying I'm thinking Clint Eastwood. I'm like Jesse James, but I'm on a pony dog. Six in their face, twisting their phrase, nice trouble with. Missing their brains, step out to the whole house of all whiskey a day. Horse me a Tory Nero. On a Lemos DJ ride. They come to take your life. Pop, pop, pop. Go to the dead of night. We have a horseman ride. And choose your fate and die. Ill Bill, Ill Bill, Ill Bill, Ill Bill, Ill Bill. Rock that shit, Bill. Y'all know this shit, right? You know this shit? This is our life. This is the real shit. Right here. Shout out to Necro. Sometimes just the shit that you go through ain't for you to become who you are. Hey, yo, I grew up in a motherfucking project. My mom said since my pop rap, we had to go to Section 8 apartment. No break shit. I see these have to go to at least 10 feet. Run up on me, flipping water set me. It was some banging shit. And my brother went to solo. The only two white kids up in my project, I wasn't homo. I'm born every day. beef with 100 cats. Way before I sold drugs and started hustle cats. Way before I was my first son, I love to rap. And 10 years old, that's when I first learned to walk with that. Everyone else in my piece that's a mother's black. I can picture myself continue to the fight my craft. I used to play my mother with the plug and a strike back. You fucked it up, so was the time to get the right back. Swinging with the fuck and those holding the ice pack. White flash, Puerto Ricans, we was poor, it was why. My mom tried her best. I never graduated high school. I learned to pump drugs and pack guys instead. You get one of those holidays. You get one a respirator. Even though the doctors know your mind is dead. Roll with ill will. Walk around like gonna burn and kill. Cut up in your grill and scream and chill. Then I just feel that you get to capture. This is all life, that's roll with ill will. Walk around like gonna burn and kill. Cut up in your grill and you scream and chill. Then I just feel that you get to capture. Hey, Bill! Y'all know this shit, right, Bill? Like this. Put your hand up. Let's show what time it is. Like this, yo. Come on. You gonna bless this shit right here. Come on. This thing of ours. Come on. This thing of ours don't come easy. Come on. We work hard for this shit. Come on. I got white pills and white powder. It's white pills. Set it right over the counter. You know how I do with a quarter pounder. I know all about it, homie. I'm gonna help you, homie. I'm a company dog. Call my homie Q Tony. Call me Bill Bixby, real shit. You better give a touch to hit me like a kid is trying to kill 50. They should have hard to despise my music. If I haven't done by now, you better like my music. I'm a true hustler, general, executive point. The type of person who stab you in the neck with a shake. The type of person who beat you in the neck with a back. Then make sure you get it, shoot you in your head with a gat. The girls are called for the hoes and never bullshit. I don't care if you a rap fan. You don't listen to metal. Funky with the pistol pussy, how you piss in a puddle. I'm twisting the trouble, smoking with an instant you crumble. Who do you know? How do you say? How do you do? Lay the fuck down, body your crew. And open blood for all of the crew. I'm getting up to the end, no, I got it for you. This thing of all, who do you know? How do you say? How do you do? Lay the fuck down, body your crew. And open blood for all of you. I'm getting up to the end, no, I got it for you. I got weapons so we can get pride and sanity. How we step in the corner, he can sign of the family. Got one, I'm attacking you with the light cord. Fuck the rap battles, bitch, we gon' fight for it. I spit up to the fans, don't rap for rappers. I'd rather handle a bag and tap all you rap bastards. Number one wise guy, we're gonna be guys. So he's not in the stomach, raise the thighs high. 100% to the corner action, the wrong reaction. Get you come off and leave you on all the gas it. Very cheap, very rob, very kill. Let's see, just tell the family I'm like Terry Hill. I strike this late game until the game's hurt. Making any change, kill your stage bird. It's Toby and then come up with the big boy plans. And when I cross home, I'm a boss to my man. That's thing of all, who do you know? How do you say? How do you do? Lay you the fuck down, body your crew. And all of you, I'm gonna get to the end, no one got it for you. This thing of all, who do you know? How do you say? How do you do? Lay you the fuck down, body your crew. And all the blood, all of you, I'm moving to the end, no one got it for you. Make some noise!
Yeah, hold on. We ain't CBGBs right now. Some of you know about CBGBs, some of you don't. We know the politics going on with CBGBs and the shit going on with this. So let me break something down to you before we continue. About a man named Hilly Crystal and his historical venue. You can see the sign out front on the second of Bowery. Since the doors first opened in 773. When then used for redundant, Hilly smashed the rules and started a place for country, bluegrass, and blues. It evolved into punk only original sounds. Even when the famous came down, it's like they still underground. Think about this place, how it affects you and hits you. From televisions, the Ramones, Blondie, and Sex Pistols. The Dead Boys, Patti Smith, never regret what you find. From Chili Peppers, Bad Brains, Non-Fiction to Jedi Mind. When this place moves on, I remember it gladly. Cause in this room, I can still smell the fumes of Debbie Harry. I'm proud to be on the stage at Mike. I'm all who I be. We love CBGBs. Fuck the BRC. Put your motherfucking hands up. We love CBGBs and all this shit right here. Come on, come on, come on. Say hell yeah. Hell yeah. Say hell yeah. Hell yeah. Say shit yeah. Say fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Hey, yo, Sabah, what up? I brought a lot of
got a lot of clips. I'm picking down the niggas down and make you got the shit. Bullets trap from the war, and straight duck that. Bullets from the Chevy the war, I say fuck that. We gon' fuck back with the kid and the knife. And you imagine have a problem without laying his life. But I ain't got a problem murdering a man his wife. But I got a problem murdering a man his wife. Stay on my life. We're making knowledge to the crack wall. And y'all don't wanna run around with that ball. All I ask for is a good night's sleep. So I'm ready to law. Hoping that the hood like E. Each one teaches one so the hood like B. But I'm a hypocrite, niggas who I pull my E. We fighting the war in the jungle of the ghetto. Your life will be gone once we hurt you with the metal. We pass in the system, tackle the streets. Every gorillas, motherfucker, hang in the piece. We fighting the war in the jungle of the ghetto. Your life will be gone once we hurt you with the metal. We pass in the system, tackle the streets. Every gorillas, motherfucker. We are the gorillas on the move like Elmer Avila. We the best of brothers, shots right out of Africa. You captured your niggas for hostage. Once the demons fall the freedom, we must have war before freedom. Nothing in their moment, once we reach the atonement. Put up peace in the moment, and then we beat our opponents. Souls in, souls down, as they go to white night. What's the suicide? Like we saw through the sideline. For the pay down, do what you made in the thing we live in the world. Being that the race is the biggest. Who sit the man from the nation that's on the coast of America? The houses and they go for the heritage. It's everything intelligence and weapons we have medicine. Overthrow the devils and power and proof of evidence. We veterans of quality, we rock in the streets. Freedom and equality, no one we conquer the beast. We fight in the war, in the jungle of the ghetto. Your life will be gone once we hurt you with the metal. We blast in the system, back to the streets, serving gorillas, motherfuckers, hanging the beast. We fight in the war, in the jungle of the ghetto. Your life will be gone once we hurt you with the metal. We blast in the system. You let them know, nigga. We would like to get on and excited to go for you. The urban gorilla Brooklyn's finally so young. I face the fire squad, got a spit on three. Squeezing to my death, big dog, ain't got shit on me. Silverback, I don't fire water dropping, they ain't gonna kill this guy. The beast walks around, we should get so far. I'm like the most powerful of period is the name of Ellie Father Escobar. The one that's ready to hands to the project, to the pump, stop like punches, hand to your heart rate progress. My bitches that's by the soul of our people. That gives me a chance to welfare that call of people. I was raised in a box, I'm no trouble. And the whole bus is a duel, like the line no trouble. If you can lose your bowl or a Ronco fumble, and the CIA man, every nation's not giving me a time no trouble. We fighting a war in the jungle of the ghetto. We're not gonna be gone once we hurt you with the metal. We blast in the system, back for the streets, serving gorillas, motherfuckers, hanging in peace. We fighting a war in the jungle of the ghetto. We're not gonna be gone once we hurt you with the metal. We blast in the system, back for the streets, serving gorillas, motherfuckers, hanging in peace. We fighting a war in the jungle of the ghetto. Your life will be gone once we hurt you with the metal. We blast in the system, back for the streets, serving gorillas, motherfuckers, hanging in peace. Vengeance is mine, motherfuckers. Vengeance is mine. Yo, Bill. Yeah, motherfucker. Make some noise, yo. Yo, Bill. Make some motherfucking noise. Yeah. Come on, yo. Get your hands up. Come on, yo. Get your hands up. Y'all know this. We've been hungry, this is a gangster party. Bulletproof glass Ferrari. Don told me, mama, handle man, proud and sorry. Trial for me, suicide for me, all the time. Why tell them I'm a fucking down? High conducting. I'm holding the boat. It's all in the heat of government. All the people smoking and all the volcanoes are rolling. The elements are very violent. Dog picking that I'm my dream, very violent. I don't know. I read the bottle of drugs. I don't always get my dick sucked. It's a big palm on each other's clicks with clicks. Okay, then she got a red trick with tricks. Another fucking marionette. Surrounding my blood, sucking the parasite. Get in the shootout, whatever right. Beat up, block, one of them, running home, flying up, eat shit, suck, fuck, and die on it. Put your hands up. 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 Call me in the rap, take a mirror. Now to the black race terror. I extract an error. Never saw the death. You cover nightmares. A bird of flesh when you just feel up. Correct the TV, turn it in the bed. You just hovering. You just suffering. You keep going when they rather shoot their brother than help with the government. Who they cover their put out the darkness. As you talk this. Artist putting with artist. Steal of a great artist. I think God is for speaking my peace. Police and peace. After 9/11. Still got people police. She's a war zone. We gon' blow the violence and greed. No voices, no choice. What is out of the street? Doctors who weed. You sure self relying on me. I'm found with peace. So before you die, you bleed. This is a war call. I warn you. Stay up. Future health and get fucked up. Cut up your wrist and kill yourself. Jimmy Pass. Philadelphia to Brooklyn. There's a lot of shit going down right now. I want to tell them what the streets is, homie. Let them know. From Philly to fucking Brooklyn. What's the streets? Tell them what the streets is. The street is being on. I'm a teacher trying to complete a song. I believe in it's on. It is the breeze of the God. It's on. Any walk in your head. Any walk in the center of my energy split. My enemy fit. The fake parasite. Your bitch niggas only got heart. I've got a time. And all of y'all wanna know how the metal feel. It can settle in the temple without a red pill. My pants bleeds, it ain't y'all skill. But y'all still seem to think y'all fail. Shit, I'm on will, put it on to your grill. You spit real, and y'all run for the hills. I stab you in the back to the weakest of knees. And smash you with a statue of Jesus to please. Jimmy, say no fiction. Say that I'm on. 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 Oh my God. Honestly, after a show, y'all applause like that was some pussy shit. Make some motherfucking noise! So fucking tell it like it is, you know what I'm saying? Absolutely. Really, if that's gonna be the way you're gonna respond to us, before I actually throw the mic to the floor, I'm just gonna tell y'all, fuck you. Say fuck you back to me. Now fuck you. Now fuck you. Now fuck you. Now fuck you. Put your middle fingers in the air then. Put your fucking middle fingers in the air then. Wave them around like this. Put your middle fingers in the air then. Fucking middle fingers up there. It's fucking middle fingers in the air. No matter where we go, this song is a big fuck you to anybody in your life who wanted to say fuck you to. Say fuck you. Say fuck you. Say fuck you. Say fuck you. We could be motherfucking in South Africa. We could be in Colombia. We could be in New York City, California, or right here in CBGB's. Keep the motherfucking hands up. Fuck that. Put your fucking fingers up now. Put these fucking middle fingers in the air. Fuck you. 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 Black helicopters in the sky. Get the fuck up. 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 Every time I start a fight, living up with God, Jesus Christ. Only the time you get out of the fight. He was hard to the night. He's gonna take the move to your car and spike. Play like play, that's what we see on your head. Take away the game. That's not for that one. Punch the one out of the back. Never talk and stop me from a posse up. Living to once, his nose is fucked up. He better not for your boss. Yeah, your baby has cheese. Ride your baby, make him shut the fuck out. I'm a mess in your face. That's the number. It's like a fucking bitch. Suck the 100 cents. Money the grind rate, plus the hook the line straight. Live another line and get your eyes straight. Put up the line, start shooting people. Money ain't the evil. Everyone's more than that. America told me that I can't have a torture night. It's a stargate. I used to possess it, breathe my heart rate. It's all place, planet Earth. Always one star. Motherfucking all away. Say them out, open up your third eye. Never something in the sky. I hit the stargate. I used to possess it, breathe my heart rate. It's all place, planet Earth. Always one star. Talk from afar, far away, stay the mind, open up your third eye. Gotta come to the time. This ball for the city hall, never rock with binoculars. To beat these two Rosses, and I'm off to get the hospital. I'll still be on the passes. She's a picture of an agent. She said to get prominent from Mr. Pocket area. But the tell me it's never an area. He just swimming like a berry and we fucking bury it. She's like you pussy, but God ain't got a job. I'm like, fuck this. Open up spot, my shit is hard. See, you know about the plans to the projects and hundreds of bands. Fuck from Brazil so you can kill him. He talk trafficking. You do creation on the disease. For the population in the states and overseas. Before you're the and the book is the you're the shop that's a block, you're the block. I took this block and look at shop. When the pastor was a looking through out. And the mother food is talking about Brooklyn, 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 Brooklyn's in the house. Say what? New Jersey's in the house. Say what? Valley's in the house. Say what? Queens is in the house. Say what? Town is in the house. Say what? Staten Island in the house. Say what? Everybody in the house. Say what? CBGB's in the house. Yeah. Peace, y'all, peace. That's it. That's it.
Yo, I didn't bring my camera. One day I do. Yeah, I don't know how to trick.
Yeah. Yo, New York City. I see that little space right there. I come up some magic sometimes. Sometimes I can make a little noodle or something. But y'all gotta wild out. So when I say New York City represent, you motherfuckers get loud like you haven't been loud before. New York City represent!
One more time, we got.
Yeah, hold on. I mean, they went out, they got an underground fucking camp. The model's right there. They went out, they got too unique to kill some shit. Some pop, motherfucking cracker showcase. You know what I'm saying?
Mr. High, Jedi Montress, Eda. Everybody's in the motherfucking house.
New York City represent!
Yo. Say ill Bill. Ill Bill. Say cold leader. Cold leader.
Put your hands up, bounce, 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 come on, bounce, come on, bounce, come on, bounce, come on, bounce, come on. Listen up. When I say coach, y'all say leader. Go, go. When I say L, y'all say Bill. L. The county of the warm of the open ball, barometer, a visiting barometer, the human cloner, the donate to my man, organ donor, the moment on the closest room with the corridor, the don't need a, they don't need a, the solid ball feeder, the cold eater, the soul eater, the toe beater, the cookie tiger backpacker, that the toss is the active tattoos, the innocent the dance that had rules, the great communicator. Alien Zoom Vader, Zoom Data, come from the same cloth of the Goose Vader. The Cold Leader, the ultimate fighting champion, the beneficent, the Lamb, the Messiah, the religion, and the thousand faces, Lord in the cross and the Star of David. And the combination that God is Satan, the humble shepherd, the son of lepers, the stubborn legend, Cold Leader, I'm indulging the most disgusting of pleasures, like a bullet charismatic. I'm on the basis, but enough to make a motor leave a children in a violent place. I turn their knees to noodles. I make my female followers popping and they pussy dripping like fruit juice. Some perverts pathological profit of the second coming, the Antichrist. Final conflict. Who got nuclear weapons and a suicidal doctrine? The cold needle. And I'll never stop until I got you locked in, locked in, locked in, locked in. Cold needle, cold needle, cold needle, cold needle. I'm a motherfucking cold leader, 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 cold leader. I'm a motherfucking cold leader, cold leader, cold leader, cold leader, cold leader.
Peace, y'all. I'm out for real this time. One love. See y'all at the second show, y'all. Hey, we got a second show by popular demand at 1 a.m. And everybody's going to be on stage. It's going to be crazy. See this right here? The BRC, that's why CBGB since 1973 is closing, because the owner of the BRC, which does really great things for homeless people, no doubt, fucking is a scumbag. And he just doesn't want CBGBs here because he thinks, okay, I could just lease the space to Bobby Flay and I can open up some big ass restaurant for more than the rent increase that I gave CBGBs. That's retarded. This place is a landmark. This is why fucking punk rock exists. This is why so many fucking forms of alternative music exists. And it's going to be gone on October 31st. You got to be fucking kidding me. There's always going to be homeless people, period. And all respect to these people who are trying to make their lives better. But this right here changed a lot of fucking people's lives, period. There wouldn't be an Ill Bill show at CBGB's without the foundation that was built in 1973 with punk rock. And we didn't even know it was punk rock at that time. And these motherfuckers right here are shutting it down. The owner of this place right here, with all the good work he does, shutting it down. Fuck you.
Hey, young world, wanna hear a story? Close your eyes and you can pretend you're me. I'm cut from the cloth for the Kennedys. The Kennedys, the Kennedys, the Kennedys, the Kennedys, the Kennedys, the Kennedys. I'm cut from the cloth for the Kennedys. The Kennedys, the Kennedys. Who's the god of Cape Cod? Who's higher than hyenas? Who can get away with murder for money and simply vanish? Suit jacket in the casket looking so fantastic. Sweater vest, posing with a tennis racket. So classic, so tragic. Camelot was formed in black magic. There's lots of sinners eating lobster dinners with some mobster figures selling lots of liquor. Hair slick back, three-piece suits, shoes polished. Martha's Vineyard Mansion in an Ivy League college. Secret societies and a sick fascination with accidental deaths and planned assassinations. The birth of a nation, erasing the line that's drawn to define God and Satan. It's Jack, it's Bobby, it's even Teddy. Reversed on my enemies, the curse of the Kennedys. Hey, young world, wanna hear a story? Close your eyes and you can pretend you're me. I'm cut from the cloth for the Kennedys. The Kennedys, the Kennedys, the Kennedys, the Kennedys, the Kennedys, the Kennedys. I'm cut from the cloth for the Kennedys. The Kennedys, the Kennedys. The meter of Joe Sr., overachiever. Won't stop till I own the Mona Lisa with a home in Ibiza. Hear the news flash over the speaker, they killing Kennedys. Keep calm, load up the heater. Bobby slumped on the podium. POTUS is down. We got political pull, probably the dopest around. We got publicists for damage control, Kennedy style. Kill a girl by accident, never see trial. Heavenly Father, please wash all of my sins while I wash away my pain with this tonic and gin. While I vomit in the sink and think of ominous things like atomic bombs. Never let the communists win. Live from the Bay of Pigs, it's obvious lies when anybody denies all of the mafia ties. You surprised? It's Jack, it's Bobby, it's even Teddy. Reversed on my enemies, the curse of the Kennedys. Hey, young world, wanna hear a story? Close your eyes and you can pretend you're me. I'm cut from the cloth for the Kennedys. The Kennedys, the Kennedys, the Kennedys, the Kennedys, the Kennedys, the Kennedys. I'm cut from the cloth for the Kennedys. The Kennedys, the Kennedys.
When this world began, it was heaven's plan. When this world began, it was heaven's plan.
How's it feel to be overlooked, underrated and hated? Stomach pains in the belly of a city hungry.
If one of us made it to prominence, is a mentality of crabs in a barrel. Reality is pretty ugly. But let's back up, cause my story ain't a fairy tale, it's really real. Ain't had a chance, I ain't have nothing, I could barely fail. All I had was these neighborhoods I know very well. In a 5 wheel, some pages in my diary I would spill. Lyrics on my paper, violence around me, it's on me. I blindly fill my books like a zombie. Measuring these stories with my bare hands. Pictures of this grimy game. I style it like a paladin in a kamikaze plane. A decade of paying dues, now I'm a grown man. I live my life holding death inside my own hands. The kids that I grew up with locked up are inside a box. There ain't no one in here, your only choice is fight a box. The music pushed me through, the ghosts in the hall. Toasters in the dope sickness, ferociousness and all. The hopelessness of watching overdoses in the horror. Suicides and murders, I can't take this shit no more. I had these posters on my wall and this music in my room. It took me out my world, it would shoot me to the moon. Use a fire burning, I'm determined from this high learning. Put me on a different road, engine revving, tires turning. Ever since I'm 7, I just know where I gotta go. Trapped in this vicious storm, but I'm back, this is home. They say I could've been a star, but I lost my logic. My heart is hotter than the bricks in a Boston project. Project.
Going through Dorchester to get to Roxbury, just to get more fresh air. Going up Mass Ave, over to Newberry. I need the new what? I stay in new everything. I got game in the hood. Swear to God, everybody know my name in the hood. And the clothes are dope. Yes, I must say. Threads and emos, Adidas, Johnny Cupcake. Hey girl, come here. I'm one of them boys that be in front of the corner mall downtown crossing. I'm a dawn to calm out, comprende. Eyes like the cigar sign, smoking on Fenway. I never go to sleep, never woke up, nothing sweet, but I'm dunking cause my donuts. Hi Tiffany, can we date, hun? I'm Mr. Boston, not from VH1. No! Yes! King Spider. There was ever a question in your mind? Who's the best of the beat? Stop it. I'm the motherfucking king. Beacon Hill, I know you got me. I see you, Duval. See how? Where we at? Sometimes I wanna go somewhere, man. You know? Where everybody know my motherfucking name, everybody do cocaine, you know? It's a place like Boston, you know? Beacon Hill, Paul Revere shit.